Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for the third last round of the 2025 County Championship. We've got the ladder leaders Surrey up against fourth placed Warwickshire. Adam Collins with you. Daniel Norcross as ever with me to begin our broadcast. News from the middle, as you can see there. Surrey batting first have been inserted, as is the form here at the Kia. When you win the toss in a first-class game, you field, and that's exactly what Alex Davis has done at the toss for Warwickshire. They'll get first use of a pitch that looks as it always tends to do here on morning one of a championship game. Tinged with green, gorgeous day, barely a cloud in the sky. Burns and Sibley to open. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning. We are back at our happy place. Isn't this beautiful? It feels like months, and that's because it has been since we were last here. Look, it's not great news for Surrey to start with. There's a couple of things that have gone against them. Today, for a start, they've lost the toss. They would have loved to have bowled first because there's a little bit of weather around on days 3 and 4, we think. And when Surrey did have to bat first in the match here against Hampshire, it was just difficult bowling a side out in the fourth innings. And Warwickshire are doughty campaigners. They're up there in fourth. They've still got an outside chance of pressing for the title. They're only 28 points behind Surrey. So for them, a victory in this game will get them right in the mix. It would also be marvellous for Nottinghamshire, who are playing away at Worcestershire. They, of course, in second place. Surrey play them next week. It's all set up utterly deliciously. And we're about to have the first ball, Collo.
We are indeed. Ethan Bamber operating from the pavilion end. 3 slips to Burns to begin. Oh, shout first ball. Looks adjacent. Turned down.
Well, what a dramatic start.
Issue of height would be my instinct. Burns looking to clip through the onside as is his wont.
Well, it bounced off and up the pad, didn't it? And that's often a pretty good indicator of height. Let's take a look now on this replay. Ooh, it's tight, but me. Yep. Then he's part of a, I'm not going to say samey Warwickshire attack at all, because they've got a difference in height, the occasional differences in pace. They've not got a lot of out-and-out pace, but for an oval wicket in a September morning, it looks like a pretty decent attack to me.
First runs of the match.
First thing for me, my first look-alike. You know how I like a look-alikey. And it's not because Ethan Bamber looks like him facially, but there's a touch of the Jamie Porters to the way he runs into bowl. Essex's Jamie Porter, you know, that sort of like side to side, a little bit like a roll-on, roll-off ferry. It's kind of turbulent in the seas around the Hook of Holland.
Just going to let you go with this, Daniel. Over 1, 3 balls in. We're talking about the Hook of Holland. I think we talked about Nazi war criminals in the first half an hour the last time we commentated.
We probably
together.
did, yeah. I said it's my happy place.
Anyway, yeah, well, I'm delighted to be here. Took a long time to get here owing to the strike, but
yeah,
it doesn't matter. In position. Sibley's first ball. Wide on the crease there from Bamber.
Now, if you want to get in touch with us about how to get to the Oval, by the way, I feel like I might be able to help out, because it's quite a disappointing crowd at the moment, and it's not surprising it's disappointing, as we just take a look at that last ball and see, yeah, a bit of movement away, but a bit too wide to trouble Sibley, because we've got a tube strike on. Many of you will be thinking, I've got to go into Oval. We've had 920 people, excluding members, have arrived so far today. So if you want to get here,
better,
and you're put off by the fact there's a tube strike, there's a couple of little fixes for you, depending on where you live.
Okay.
Your best bets are Clapham Junction's a very fine place to get into. If you can get overground into Clapham Junction, so if you're on the south side of London, get in there, and then you can change to Vauxhall. There are trains every 4 or 5 minutes, and then it's just a 5-minute walk to the Alex Stewart Gate. That would be my South London method. What was your North London method, Colin?
Well, I got a. I'm lucky enough to be on one of the lines that has sort of adjunct to the Thameslink.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
It's not quite the Thameslink, but we call it that for property price reasons.
Right.
It sounds impressive. First over complete. Bamber 2 singles from it, 2 without loss after Warwickshire won the toss and popped the home side in. So I jumped on at the lesser spotted Bowes Park station. No one's ever heard of Bowes Park.
I say hello.
But it gets me to Moorgate, and from there,
yeah,
it was a. You see, the issue with using your apps like your Google Maps or your Apple Maps, it insists the tube is open.
Yeah.
It tells you there are delays, but it won't naturally, instinctively give you a bus route, because it's thinking that why would you be daft enough to get a bus from Moorgate to the Oval when...
Which ordinarily is right.
Ordinarily you would get the tube to Oval and you you're through to the semis without dropping a set. However, so what I thought was, what am I going to do here? I haven't got a Scooby. I need to get a bus. I'm certainly not getting a line bike. Bowled many overs, enough overs yesterday to not consider a line bike, as Ollie Hannon Dolby will take up the attack from beneath us here at the Vauxhall end. Had an expensive of sorts season, but super consistent across the journey. 4 slips account for his nice movement away from the right-handed Sibley, which is what he'll be going for here with the new Dukes in his hand. It is a Dukes ball this week, by the way.
It is, thank heaven.
So I popped into an AI app, the one that most people use. I feel like I don't want to promote them, but you know.
Yeah.
How do I get to the Oval from here using a bus? And it told me exactly what to do, which is quite useful of it. That's where Sibley loves it, leg stump line, first ball loosener from Hannon Dolby. But yeah, that's how I made.
So you busted
I
from
walked
Warwick.
to Mansion House, so 15 minutes through the guts of the city of London, not far away from the HAC ground there where I played a couple of weeks ago, and then from Mansion House got the bus here. But I tell you what, the train and the bus, they were mighty efforts. There were people hanging from them. By that I mean every available space.
And it's going to get worse as the week goes on, because Monday is traditionally a work from home day. So you wait till tomorrow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
John Surtz, who's the supremo of the Surrey stream, has offered for me to crash at his house.
Oh, lovely.
I'm not sure whether my wife will be happy about doing more parenting solo, but
the daughters will be fine, but the wife not so much.
But it is an option. So 3 slips in a gully when going over the wicket to Burns. Idiosyncratic approach. Outside part of the bat, around to the boundary. It will not run for its cut-off. I thought it snuck past third slip there, where I think it's Will Young doing the job there at third. His number doesn't marry up with the shirt that he's wearing.
Typical. Yeah. Now, Oliver Hannon Dolby, we've been watching him for years and years.
Yeah.
Started at Yorkshire, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he's been at Warwickshire for yonks. There's even a life-size cutout of him at Warwickshire. Not a cutout, there's a picture of various different heights of person. You can stand next to the sort of actual height of Oliver Hannon Dolby and marvel at his length. But there is something quite remarkable about the way, I say remarkable, there's something I love about the way he runs into bowl. And I've never been able to get it out of my mind that it looks to me like he's got a faithful but yappy terrier by his side. And he's gone for a park run. And the faithful but yappy terrier is constantly asking for, or bouncing up, begging for a treat. Look at his right hand as he runs in. It's like, get away. You'll see in a minute. Stop
Go.
it. Go. Oh.
Go away now.
Yeah.
It reminds me. It reminds me very clearly of one other bowler. I wonder whether our rhythms are aligned enough to get that same bowler. He's a bowler who is renowned for one match-winning innings against Australia, and I'll narrow it down to the 1990s.
What, Dean Headley?
No, it's South African. One South African quick from his time. He bowled one extraordinary match-winning
Andre
spell.
Nell?
No, a bit earlier than that. Farney de Villiers when he bowled.
Farney de Villiers.
Farney de Villiers had the hand going out, pushing the dog away as well.
Yeah.
You'll see it here in about there again.
It's weird,
There
isn't
it'll
it?
be for Burns, but can't put it away.
It's weird because it's actually, he starts as if he's just sort of just gently going, no, Rover, no. And then just twice he goes, no. And then it comes back in again.
So, Warwickshire, we haven't had a chance to go through the teams in full as yet. We will at the end of the over, but they've made 3 changes. 2 of them forced by dint of players who have gone back to Australia, Bo Webster and Corey Roccaccioli, one of the most satisfying names to say in all of world
That's how you
cricket.
say it, Roccaccioli. Yeah.
We wanted him to go with Roccaccioli on the podcast, but no,
Roccaccioli.
no, it's Roccaccioli. Last ball here. Burns leaving alone, 3 without loss after a couple. The other out for Warwickshire, the keeper Smith, and of course that means that Davies will keep this week. And in for them, Will Young, the New Zealander, who's enjoyed success on this ground before when playing for Notts, made a lovely century here that we called a couple of years ago. Sam Hain, who's been very consistent this season. Here's Surrey's 11. We'll get to them in a sec. And Michael Booth that bolsters the seamers. But here Surrey, the very consistent, tried and true group who have won 3 on the trot, striving for 4 this season. Burns Sibley, Pope returns from England duty. Lawrence at 4, the keeper, Folks at 5, Ryan Patel, who missed a bit of the Metro Bank, but played in the quarter-final of the Blast last week. Slotting in there down at 7. He was batting higher up the list in Surrey's last championship game. Edging and through and 4. Sibley wide of the fourth slip. He receives applause, Bamber, from the cordon. They like that. Good shot for them, but it does take Surrey to 7 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, what's noticeable there is there's a couple of key things to look at in that Surrey lineup. So we just see that edge again.
I'll just round it off before we finish it. So Atkinson also back from England duty, 8. Matt Fisher, who was injured in the middle part of the season, at 9. Then Tom Laws at 10 and Dan Worrell at 11. So 5 seamers.
Matt Fisher coming in with a little bit of form in the 2s. Picked up a few wickets the other day in a second 11 games. Easing him back in after injury. He has been one of the unluckiest bowlers on the county circuit this season. I don't know how he hasn't got more wickets at a lower average, because he could have done. But just a little note on Surrey's lineup there. You got Patel at 6, and then 5 seam bowlers: Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Fisher, Laws, Worrell. Now, of course, that would have probably had Sam Curran in it. Sam Curran, who was very vocal on an interview actually before the T20 Blast quarter-final, saying how much he was looking forward to the County Championship and what an important tournament it was, and how he was looking forward to getting stuck in to try and get the 4-peat. And then England, who have wantonly ignored him for a while, decided at just the most inopportune moment to call him up for 3 T20s bilateral series against South Africa, which, look, I mean, I'm sure Sam is very happy to be back in the England setup, and his performances in the 100 and indeed actually in red ball have shown that he's a guy in terrific form at the moment and can do a really good job for England. But I half suspect that he would rather have played 3 County Championship matches than he would turn up for 3 T20s and then probably go off and do 3 more against Ireland, wouldn't he? Under the captaincy of Jacob Bethel.
Indeed. That was a great bit of fielding from Bamber off his own bowling. A straight drive from Sibley, where he's been really strong this year. Sibley is driving straight down the ground. A couple of times he's taken stumps out, and that's what's ended up denying him runs. Yep, and also that with Stokes's, well, he'll be in the Ashes touring squad, of course, as captain, but his fitness, and it's a bit unclear about where he fits at the moment as far as when he might be at full fitness for that series. And Curran, playing 3 red ball games now, wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world to advance his own prospects on that front.
No, I agree entirely. But, you know, it's the way of these things. And, you know, other Surrey players missing who might well have been in this game, Will Jacks, Jamie Overton might have played, except that, you know, he's decided to pause his red ball cricket for a while, which is an interesting one. I actually didn't see that one coming, but
yeah, on 99 first-class games as well. Not that matters an awful lot, but yeah, it was an interesting timing given he was in the most recent England Test team to play at here at the Oval, and he did speak fairly openly about that challenge of not a lot of red ball. Edged and taken at third slip. Young to his left in front of the cordon. Fine piece of bowling, Ethan B. First blood for the visitors, 7 for 1.
Well, that's a wonderful ball, isn't it? It's just the sort of ball you want to be bowling on a September morning, just back of a late Sibley, not sure whether to go back or forward, got stuck on the crease, and it's moved away a touch, taken the edge, and it's a really fine catch flying into the slip cordon. A big blow for Warwickshire and a big blow for Surrey as well, because Dom Sibley has been in sublime form in the County Championship this year. He's got over 1,000 first-class runs, but he won't be getting many today. Gone for 6, caught by Young, as we see. That's done a fair bit, and that's an absolutely classic September morning wicket with a brand new Duke's ball, which is why it's such a lovely toss to win. You can see how delighted Bamber is with that breakthrough.
Yeah, and on the evidence of a couple of overs, Bamber looks up and about. A close shout for leg before first ball. Down the edge, first ball of this over. That ran away to the rope through about 5th slip, but nearly at a catchable height and angle, and then to complete the over, right into the cordon, packed full of catches early on. They get an early look at England's vice-captain. Ollie Pope walks out, 7 for 1.
Well, these are going to be testing times for Surrey here, and I want to emphasise that, you know, Warwickshire are not out of the championship race. All eyes are being placed on next week's home game for Surrey against Nottinghamshire, seeing that as a kind of championship decider because it's 1v2. But you never know how weather's going to play a part, and if Warwickshire can get a win here against Surrey and get 16, 17, 18-point advantage, cut that deficit to Surrey down to 9 or 10 points, then you never know. They could definitely be in the mix, and they've started exactly as they would love to here with that wicket. Well, winning the toss first of all, and then picking up the big wicket of Sibley.
We'll have Andrew Sampson working with us throughout the week, and he'll be feeding in his little nuggets. I'm sure he'll add to his long list of times that sides have arrived at the Oval, won the toss, and elected to field first. Are we up to 19 or 20
Oh, I
now?
think it's more now. Yeah, I had a feeling that the test match might have been 20, 21, so it might be 2021 now. Yes, he's very wisely placed himself in Balham. That's the way to get to the Oval. He normally stays out in Uxbridge, doesn't he? But that's just an horrendous journey with a tube strike, so he's in Balham. For those of you that interested, there's a Travelodge in Balham. You could try staying there if you're that keen. Well, indeed, there's a hotel just near Oval Station on the other side of the road from where we're situated.
Is that all? Is that up and about?
Yeah. I've seen people in that bar. Looks like quite a decent bar for a Travelodge.
Should have tried to stay there myself during the striking days.
Well, maybe we should have got certs to block book.
It's not too late, you know.
I know. Then we could have like Surrey live stream party every night.
Gosh, ain't no party like a Surrey live stream party.
Head down to the Beehive with Jake and come back. Bit of shut-eye at the Travelodge. It's great being not on the BBC. Like you can advertise anything.
Mini tour. Oh, inside edge, ever so close to a double breakthrough for Warwickshire. Playing away from his body, Burns. So he's missed a couple of opportunities on leg stump where he normally prospers. Just a single so far, and get a second look here how close this was to ricocheting back onto the woodwork, Daniel. Not far at all.
Well,
saved by that back pad.
It hasn't actually done a great deal, has it? That's one thing to keep an eye on here is that so far it's not really swinging a great deal. The lacquer will still be on the new Duke's ball, of course. It's off the pitch that Bamber has been prospering, and that one was just a little bit of width, and Burns' eyes lit up, but he couldn't quite time it.
Ooh, that's not what you would expect, and I think Burns realises that in hindsight, throwing his head back. Reset.
I do think that this is one of the most challenging of the rounds of county championship cricket that's played in the whole summer. I'll explain what I mean. Because the first 8 weeks of the summer, each team plays 7 games, doesn't it? So you get into a kind of rhythm, and of course it's challenging because players get fatigued, but if you're able to rotate your quick bowlers, then it's actually, you see sides really getting into a rhythm, knowing their game, setting up the narrative of the county championship.
Good shot of Burns there. Very low grip. That's where he likes it as well. Screw of the wicket out across the practiced pitches, and it'll be dragged in yard inside the rope for a couple. And under his eyes.
And then, of course, there's a break for T20, but county championship returns with 2 rounds of 2 games, doesn't it? There's like 3 or 4 weeks off, and then there's 2 games, and there's 3 or 4 weeks off and 2 games. And in a way, that's not the most challenging of situations, because you've been in and around each other as a team for the most part. The squad staying together with the T20 Blast campaign and whatnot, and you've still got a muscle memory of playing county championship. But it's now 6 weeks or so since the last round of Champo matches. Players have been very fragmented, going off hither and yon.
Oh, beats him to finish. Good from Hannon Dalby. Nice response. 9 for 1.
Players playing in the Metro Bank. You've got, it's a massive fragmentation of the squad, the team, and actually because the 100 takes place, then also the Oval itself is taken over by some unfamiliar faces and all that.
Yep.
And now you have to reconvene suddenly. I mean, you think the T20 Blast quarterfinals took place almost immediately after the 100 ended. It's one of the things that Sam Curran talked about, actually. It was just getting the team back together, just recoalescing. And now you come out and you play county championship. But to make matters crazier, the last time you played was in high summer. This is September cricket. This is different gravy. Yeah,
even with the sun beating down here in South London, it's still kind of short sleeve jumper kind of day.
Yeah, well, it's just
of them.
Little bit of hint of moisture and haze and whatnot coming off the pitch.
And we know the numbers plummet in September.
Yeah.
In terms of batting averages, work you've done before, Daniel. As Bamber starts a new over, stumps in the game for Pope's first ball. Plays back down the pitch. Pope on the move.
When Samo's in, we can get him to do that thing again. When we prove to everybody that actually April's the best time of year to bat and September is the nightmare.
Yeah, that's right. We'll
so,
have some fun with that.
Yeah, do not fear yet, dear Surrey fan, at 9 for 1. That's probably not the worst start.
Well, there are other starts around the country.
Yeah, I was going to have a look.
Give you actually, there is a wicket in the other game. Well, not the only other game, but another game that has a lot of relevance to the championship. Pope again moving and getting through for 1. Busy in the crease. Busy between the wickets. 10 for 1. So there is a wicket at New Road where Worcester are hosting Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire, of course, in second spot. They've been popped in at the toss by Notts and they've lost an early wicket. So Dylan Pennington in the book dismissing.
Yes, here you go. Rehan
for naught.
Davalath.
Yeah. Now, I thought 3 for 1.
I'd never come across Rehan Davalath, and now I know why, because this is only his second first-class match. He's a 21-year-old, right-hand bat and off-break bowler. So, yeah, it's 3 for 1 off 4.1 overs. Libby and Kashif Ali there at the crease.
We might just quickly go around the grounds to tell you what other teams are doing rather than getting too in the weeds on that. But Durham 21 for none. Essex are visiting them. They're playing at Chelmsford, aren't they? Down the leg side, missed delivery there. So Durham have elected to bat 21 for none. Good start. Somerset 14 for none after Yorkshire chased the field. I'm not sure if you saw the photographs Johnny Bairstow was posting last night.
No.
Of the pitch at Somerset. Now, one should be mindful about
Somerset pitch controversy.
One should be mindful of pictures the day before or a couple of days out.
Very much so.
I've fallen into that trap. Famously, I say famously, we all did at Ranchi, the Rancho Relaxo back in 2017. We all posted lots of photos, and we were told by insiders this will be a 2-day test, and I think they're still batting on it now. Pajara's in, I reckon, facing his 7,000th ball. So it's best to be cautious about assessing pictures based on photographs. Yeah. But anyway, no wickets as yet at Taunton. Somerset 14 for none. Hampshire off to a flyer.
What sort of? Because I haven't seen the pictures. Is it the?
I'll show you.
Is it the Taunton pitch that looks like it's been scraped by 5 giant velociraptors, or is it the one that looks like it's in the middle of a rainforest? Because there are 2 different types of Taunton pitch.
Is it possible to say both?
Wow.
I'll reveal, because at one end...
Scraped rainforest.
Yeah, I'll show you here.
Oh, hello.
So it's very, very green down one end.
Wow.
And it's very, very... Assuming that is the pitch, by the way. You never... Leg stump line and quickish shingle, but Burns committed to the bit nice and early, 11 for 1. So you can see here where, if that is the pitch they're playing on, and it would suggest by the picture I'm looking at here...
Well, half of it looks sort of pristine and green, and the other half looks like a municipal park.
Yeah, you've paid your 180 quid and you're playing up at Parliament Hill or something like that.
I imagine they may do some work on that half of the pitch after that.
Yeah,
that picture was taken. So.
Yeah, anyways, that's what the go is up at over at Taunton.
But they're doing all right, Yorkshire, there, aren't they?
Yeah, they've started well. As of Hampshire, they're 28 for none, having been sent in at Hove by Sussex in Division 2, where the leaders Leicester are well ahead. Leicester have got Gloucestershire. If they win that game, Leicester, they are done. That's game, set, and match. Gloucester have been sent in. They're 16 for none. Derbyshire have elected to bat first at Lords. Middlesex yet to take a wicket, 19 for none. Glamorgan, still a chance of promotion. Indeed, I think they're second, aren't they, Glamorgan? Or second or third. They're right in the mix. So they're 8 for none, having been sent in by Northamptonshire. End of the over at 11 for 1 as well, I should say. And Kent have elected to bat, and they're 14 without loss, hosting Lancashire at Canterbury. There you go.
Yeah, these are very unsettling times, it occurs to me, Colo, for sides that are near the bottom, or at least, being challenged for relegation and challenging for promotion, because we're still not 100% sure about what the makeup of the County Championship is going to be next year. The current soundings are that at the moment we're looking at the status quo for next season, aren't we?
Not sure about that.
Well,
for reporting last week, initially by Will McPherson, I think I'm right in saying that it would be next season where that hybrid model with 13 games per team with an expanded Division 1 to have a Division 1A, Division 1B, and then a second tier. I mean, it's quite complex stuff. It is elegant in its own way.
No, it's horrendous. But, I can't be doing it at all.
There's a lot going on. I mean, it's elegant in as far as you theoretically in the top flight you wouldn't be in a situation like we are right now where some teams only play once. It would eliminate that component with the way they've drafted this. Now, it could easily be horse by committee Campbell stuff as well, I hasten to add. But there's a bit to go on that. I gather they met at Lord's the other day.
Well, my understanding was that the last time they looked at this, there were seven counties that were opposed to change, and you need 2/3. So you've got to get 12 out of 18, and they were struggling for that. But that's that's why I'm saying it's unsettling, because we don't really know precisely where we're at the moment. So if you imagine you're Leicestershire, you're thinking, well, if we do get promotion, where are we going? Or indeed, if you're Worcestershire or Yorkshire, whoever down there at the bottom of the table, where are we going?
Enough width there, but can't quite make the most of it. Well, stops there at point. Yeah, the line from Rob Andrew, who has been involved in this recalibration at ECB level, who said there's 18 counties and about 19 ideas for how to fix the schedule, does rather ring true.
I've got to say that I don't know if the schedule needs fixing. I mean, I do understand there's a desire to reduce the amount of cricket that's played, but you get rid of 2 blast matches, you make quite a difference, actually, because you remove a couple of days either side as well.
I completely agree. I think that's going to have far more of an effect that people are giving it credit for. It's not just 2 days of cricket, it's the travel days. Burns loves it there. Puts it away. For the first time this morning, he's able to really get to the pitch and swing through the line. His first boundary, 15 for 1.
So I don't know precisely what needs fixing.
Look, I think that if you were starting again, there are lots of things you might do differently. I actually am quite drawn to going back to where we were in 2017. This will sound weird.
Okay, remind me.
Top flight of 8, second tier of 10. So in that top flight of 8, there's the ability to have an elegant draw, which we have in Division 2 right now, 7 home, 7 away.
Yep.
I know there's a push for fewer games, but if you accept that, if you're of the view that it's not all about fewer games, it's about getting the best possible competition, then, top flight doing that. And in the second tier, you have obviously 10 teams split into 2 groups of 5, where you play the other 4 teams home and away, which makes 8 games. So that's your first, your home and away to there. You play everyone else in the other pool once, which gets you to 13. And then you have 2 teams, one from Pool A and one from Pool B, who are promoted that way. And then you have a playoff between those 2 sides for their 14th game to be who is the victor of Division 2.
This is ugly, though.
But I don't think it is. That fixes our...
You've got to know your pools.
But I think that's...
What's wrong with a division? I like a division.
But the only way to get back to true elegance for both divisions is 2 groups of 9 and playing 16 games, and that ain't happening, unfortunately. Again, Burns cuts in the same result as earlier in the over. Picks out point.
Yeah, I guess it depends on which competition you want to prioritise, the first division or the second division, and that the answer would seem to me to be fairly obvious, that what you want is the first division.
But that concentrates the talent. What I like about 8 teams in the top is that it does have an effect of it being a desirable thing to play in a Division 1.
I agree.
Which was the idea, I believe, back in 2017. It was flipped because more teams, of course, wanted to win the thing, and thus the counties reverted to 10 in the top and 8 in the second. But it does mean we've got this quirky situation where the more egalitarian, the fairer comp is actually Division 2.
That's true. So
if you flip it around, there is ways of doing Division 2 in a way that you could do it in Division 1 at the moment, for that matter, but what I described before about splitting it into 2 groups of 5, it still works. It's just that...
I see what you mean,
it gives you the chance to tidy things up.
Yeah.
But yes, the fact that 2 blast games are gone, that probably buys back 6 to 7 days in the schedule.
It does, yeah.
Bamber's bowled nicely so far this morning. He's whipped away here by Pope. Goes across his stumps. That's the long boundary. Goes across the pitches and it reaches the rope as well. Didn't look like it was going to get there, but as we know, when you're running across playing turf, it can get there a little bit quicker.
It's like Headingley, isn't it? It's amazing. I was doing a game at Headingley the other day, and he's not really got a great deal on that at all, hasn't Pope? And yet somehow it still just makes it there. And you always think this at Headingley, where are you going to get your 2s from? 2s and 3s. Because once that hits the square, away it goes.
So Bamber, Pavilion End. The shorter side is the Archbishop Tennyson School side this week, playing under his eyes to backward point. The other way of getting if we're talking about getting time back in the schedule, probably mentioned this on the stream before, but if I haven't, I will now just quickly. There is a way of earning some time back if you're clever about how you do your one-day cup. I mean, there is a world where the one-day cup could be concentrated at the start of the season.
There is.
It could be the hors d'oeuvre.
Yeah.
It could be the entree. You could play a lot of that in April.
And then you never know.
Then you open up a bit more time. Indeed, you could even whisper it, play a little bit of it offshore in March. Leg stump line again, burned. My apologies, but doesn't get it in front of square. Instead, it goes to long leg for one.
Do you know the other thing that could happen there is that quite miraculously, players who play for your national team, or indeed players who are trying to play for your national team, might actually play 50 over cricket.
Just a little bit of it.
Rather than just turn up and play an international match.
Exactly.
I mean, look, it's true of players from all countries. This isn't just an England thing. So,
no. And there would still be enough time in the schedule for your test players to get some county championship in that model, because test cricket never starts until June, with the exception of one-off test like Zimbabwe. But your principal series of the summer doesn't crack on
until
till
late
June
April
anyway.
and a bit of May, wouldn't you?
Well, I reckon you could do that one-day comp if you really wanted to. If you really, really wanted to, that could start again either the very, very start of April, when we begin the championship at the moment, off the thigh pad for one. Or you could, given that a lot of the clubs these days spend time in warmer climes in the build-up to the season, if you got really coordinated with some joined-up thinking, you could knock a couple of those games off in
March.
In Cape Town or in Barbados. Or
Dubai.
Dubai. It's not ideal, of course.
No.
Ideally, you'd want to have fans able to see them, but it's just a way of like getting a little bit more time back, do it early, and then you build more flexibility into the middle of the summer, acknowledging that there's obviously going to be a month of the summer which is broadly wiped out.
You see, my fear of any reduction in the county championship is
that's the third time now that there's been a hard cut stroke that's gone straight to backward point. Either side, it would have been boundaries on all three occasions.
We have had a quite ridiculous summer, and so we might think, there's not been a lot of rain around. There has been a little bit at the start of the season, and in any normal average summer, a couple of games at least across the board are affected, and that affects the integrity of the competition. If you reduce the number of games you've got, then that puts more peril on the weather.
Straight back for the second time, and on both occasions Bamba's been equal to the task. 21 for one after 7. The 1 wicket to fall this morning after Surrey were inserted at the toss by Alex Davis was Dom Sibley, who was caught by Young at third slip from the bowling of Bamba, who was seeing a shot here, saving a boundary off his own bowling. 4-6, it was 7 for 1, and this pair put on a subsequent 14.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm jumping out, my
You
life.
are jumping out.
It's gone so quickly. It's the only time we spend on air together every day. It's the start of the play.
Well, we'll have more of this.
We'll rotate.
Throughout this
match. It'll be Yas Rana jumping in for me in a moment.
So, you'd say that half hour, well, I don't know, I would say it's probably even Stevens. Warwickshire have picked up a key wicket in Dom Sibley, who's, as we've mentioned, been in terrific form this summer. Got over 1,000 first-class runs. Big wicket to get, but having won the toss and elected to bowl, they'd probably like they won a few wickets before lunch on a first day and a responsive pitch with Oliver Halland Dolby continuing. Good morning, Yas Rana.
Good morning, Daniel Norcross.
Is it lovely to be back?
It is good, isn't it?
It's really good.
Really good.
Do you know, we have a privileged life, don't we? Let's not pit one form of cricket against the other, as such. But it's been quite a busy summer, and it's been quite a bitty summer as well, with a fair bit of jarring changes of format from the end of an incredible test series to the start of a 100-ball competition that had less than 24 hours separating them. Oh, that's
brilliant ball from Alan Dolby, leaping off a length. Burns did well to keep his bat away from it. Yeah, it's increasingly the way. It's increasingly the way that the summer's worked, Dan.
Oh, it is. It is. You've got to get used to it. But, and this is the big but, that, you adapt. As a commentator, you've got to adapt, just like the players, to the different rhythms. Yesterday was a 50-over game, the most ridiculous thrashing of a side in the history of one-day international cricket, or men's one-day international cricket. But somehow, arriving here today just feels like coming home,
Well, you said it's quite a bitty summer. Well, this is one of my favourite bits.
Yeah.
the September burst of games where there's so much going on across the country in the Championship. If you look at the Division 1 table, every game this round is really important. Obviously, you've got the title race up top, Surrey against Warwickshire here, Notts at New Road, but because there are so many teams involved in the relegation scrap, Durham are in 9th, but there are 4 teams between 12 and 15 points clear of them.
Brilliant.
Every game's really important.
Isn't it gorgeous? And this is, the fun of the County Championship. It's why it's so brilliant when it all starts, because suddenly you've got this wonderful narrative starting to be woven. And of course, we get to this moment of our most heightened excitement and joy, and then it's snatched away from us. It's the human condition, Yas. In about 2.5 weeks' time, I'll be bawling like a baby, because there'll just be months and months on end before we get to come back. I mean, I know there's the small matter of a Women's World Cup and the Ashes and the Men's T20 World Cup. We'll find ways of distracting ourselves in those long autumn and winter months, but there's nothing quite like this perfect scene of sun-dappled Keir Oval.
Bit of width, and that's punished. Rory Burns has been eyeing up that cut shot on a couple of occasions, and this time it comes out the middle of the bat, moves into double figures, 25 for 1.
He loves a cut shot, doesn't he? And it can be, his strength can be a weakness occasionally if the ball bounces a little bit more on him. But that one was just wide and a bit filthy, to be honest. Dragged down and meat and drink. So I'm asking everybody this. How did you get in today? It was easy for you. Did you just bust, do you, from Loughborough Junction?
I walk in.
You walk?
Yeah, just down the road.
That's very sustainable of you.
25, 30-minute walk, depending on my mood.
Oh, how lovely. Depending on your mood. So if your mood is more cranky, are you quicker?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And does your crankiness on a Monday morning, is it directly correlatable, end of the over 25 for 1, with how your team got on Saturday?
So actually, since we last met, Dan, I've played a lot less cricket than I have in previous summers.
Why? What is this? Injury? Ennui?
It's just been a very busy summer. Very busy summer, so I haven't had the opportunity to play as much as I had in previous summers, to the extent where I barely played in the second half
I'm so sorry.
of the summer. But that doesn't mean I'm not checking how the guys are getting on on Saturdays.
You're always there for them.
Always
on
there
the other end of the
cricket,
telephone.
yeah.
If they want advice, a sounding board.
But my walk in this morning was very relaxed. I think knowing what I had in front of me today meant that...
So you just took it all in, sights and sounds.
So sort of a spring in my step, but actually one that made me go slower.
I know what you mean. An autumn in your step.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a good carry early on from both Bamber and Hannon Dolby. What did you make of the toss? Not in terms of what Warwickshire would do, because we know what everyone does here at the Keir Oval, but more in terms of just how important it is. Sun's out, but actually when you look at the conditions of the pitch, quite green. You've seen the carry already. Look at how far back the cordon is to Ethan Bamber, who probably operates around 75 mph. That suggests good carry.
I think Surrey would obviously love to have bowled first, yes, but I'm going to come on to the nuances. It's September, and that is very, very different from April, insofar as what we've found, the narrative of matches at the Keir Oval, certainly at the early part of the season and into the middle of the season, is that the pitch is nice and moist. You can already see, actually, we've only been playing for 37 minutes, that bowlers' foot marks are leaving nice dark marks, and those may well burn off and disappear over the course of the next few days. They would do in April, May, June. But in September it's a little different, because you get a bit of moisture every morning. There's a bit of dew as well, and we're starting at 10:30, so we only start 4 hours after sunrise. If we did that in midsummer, we'd be starting at 8:30. So there's a little bit, I think there's a little bit more moisture that gets retained. So I think there's still I'm expecting there to be assistance more throughout the game. We've also got quite a changeable weather forecast for the 3rd and 4th days, which may keep the pitch a little bit spicy. And Surrey will definitely be hoping that, because on the rare occasions when they have had to bat first, I mentioned the Hampshire game, for example, when sides can feel like they're on top. Surrey In that game got about 250 odd. They bowled Hampshire out about 220 odd, because the first 2 days, I would say, we normally get assistance. We saw it in the test match as well. It's not just the first innings of a match. Sometimes it's actually in your interests kind of to be bowled out a little bit more cheaply, so you get to use the pitch while it's still a little bit spicy at the end of the first day and through the second.
It's an interesting shot from Pope, outside off stump, looking to play it through the offside. It ends up popping just to his left on the onside. Not quite found his rhythm just yet this morning. I think we talk a lot about it at the start of the season, and how April, against popular opinion, is actually a really good time to bat.
Talking about this with Colo just now, yeah. Andrew Sampson's given us all the numbers, hasn't he?
September, actually, it's we're talking about it next door, about how it's part of what makes this part of the season so interesting, is that you get more results. You have fewer draws in September.
Yep. I mean, there are always exceptions. So, dear listener, feel free to remind us of that incredible game against Glamorgan, Ricky Clark's last ever match. Don't know if you remember it, a few years back. I think Surrey got about 700. I think Glamorgan got about 600. It was on a pitch away to our right, towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side. So look, it does happen, and if you get a flat deck and you get decent weather conditions, then it'll be easy to bat. But as a general rule, September can be a little bit more awkward, and so I don't think it's as bad a toss to lose, let's say, as it can be in late April, when I think it can be pretty disastrous, actually. As you saw, Surrey found it so hard to bowl Hampshire out in that fourth innings, despite sort of being on top throughout the game, you know. I'm going to get out of the way. Because his lordship's here.
We have a change in the bowling attack and a change in the commentary box. Dan Norcross is going to take a breather. Joining me for the first time this week, Ali Brown. Into the attack for Warwickshire is young Michael Booth, Zimbabwe-born seamer, just his ninth first-class game. He impressed early season, had an eye-catching week out against Yorkshire. That was a week where Yorkshire were particularly strong. Bowls with good pace, bustles in. Excited to see how he goes today. Bowling to Ollie Pope, 7 not out. Surrey 26 for 1 after 9 overs. 3 slips and a gully. It's a good start from Booth, right on the money straight away, and look at that pace straight into the mid-80s. Good morning, Ali. What have you made of the first 40 minutes of action so far?
Yeah, good morning, Yas. I mean, the wicket looks a bit like Dan's shirt, doesn't it? There's a bit in it, and yeah, I think it's been a fairly even morning so far. I think there's going to be some chances. I think we're looking at the first ball and thinking that was quite close, but we've got through that. A good toss to win. I mean, there's plenty happening out there, and the 4 wides down the their early buys in this format will certainly help. I think there's plenty happening, and yeah, it's if we can negotiate the first hour, I think it'll be quite good. The sun's obviously out. It's a beautiful day. I was coming in on the train this morning and thinking it's a batting day, and then when I realised that Warwickshire had won the toss and fielded, I realised it was a little bit of green in the wicket. But yeah, I think that's what you need here at the Oval as well. With a over the course of the 4 days, the days 3 and 4, there might be a little bit of weather, but not very much. And it's a good wicket here, isn't it? So you need to find your 20 wickets.
The championship seasons are played in such distinct blocks nowadays. You have that first half of the season that takes place by the end of May. You've got that burst of games in the middle of the summer, in June and July. Then you have this September block. I suppose that's quite different to your playing day, where it would be a bit more evenly spread throughout the summer. How is cricket different in September to the type of cricket that is played in the year? Dan was talking about the early starts at 10:30, maybe a bit more juice in the pitch first up. How different is the cricket in September?
Yeah, I think if you compare September sort of June and July, June and July you can start to get a few really decent wickets and hopefully hard wickets. There has been a bit of rain around the last week, isn't it? We had a very dry summer, and then there has been a bit of rain around, and I think you will see a little bit of movement. It's difficult, I think, when you have that block and then you come back. I mean, what do the likes of a Dom Sibley do in that era, he played quite a bit of T20 at the start, which I thought was really good because it's keeping him busy. But you'd still want to have games, and for a player who predominantly plays, the 4-day format. Obviously, he did very well, I think, at the start of T20, and that was a really good decision, I think, to play him in that because it kept him very fresh. And of course, for 4-day as well, he was in good form. But he has to also find those games over the last few weeks where the hundreds going on, and to be ready for this. And then he comes in on a green wicket and gets a decent ball, and that is at times quite hard.
Nudged into the leg side by Pope. Pick up 2. 6 runs from Booth's first over, just 2 runs off the bat. Surrey 32 for 1 after 10 overs. And I guess the challenge as well in not just adjusting to a new format, but you change formats and then you're straight into a game that is so consequential in the title race, where there's not a lot between Surrey and Notts at the top of the table. Nottinghamshire away to Worcestershire this week. They come here next week in what could be a particularly entertaining and consequential game. It's so difficult to adjust, not just in terms of the format, but the intensity as well.
But it's not just difficult for those that aren't actually getting the games. It's difficult for those that are in the humdrum of 100-over cricket and T20. So, and we were just talking earlier about how, I think Ollie Pope was often looking for a cut shot in the T20, and there was a ball, I think, that Hannah Dolby bowled, that he let go. And there's part of you, if you've still got that sort of T20 100 mindset, that you actually, play that shot. So there are players who have played the shorter form and now have to go into the mindset of trying to go those 50s, 100s and beyond, which is what Surrey will be looking for here. You're looking for, hopefully, at least one of the top 6 to go on and get that big score. And as I said, if Ollie Pope tends to get past 30, then we'll put him down for 180. He's kind of that sort of player, isn't he?
How do you go about changing from white ball cricket to red ball cricket very quickly in terms of adjusting for the change of rhythm and tempo?
Well, this will sound quite weird because I think people, it's almost like trying to swat a wasp most of the time when I was batting. But actually, when I was netting for one-day cricket, I would actually look to leave balls because it's not just all about swiping. And so you've got to let the ball come to you. And I think the difference between that one-day format, whichever you're playing, be it just 20 overs, it wasn't 100 obviously in my day, but 20 overs or 50 overs, it's very easy to try and go at the ball too quickly, and you've always got more time. So how I would always prepare, for trying to leave the odd ball and not try and go too hard, let it come to me. That was the main thing. And in fact, I remember a game I played at Somerset, actually, at Taunton, and the preparation I had for that was awful. And it was, and what I mean by that is I hardly hit anything in the middle. The ball went everywhere. I was like, and I remember I think the physio at the time said, "How did that go?" I said, "It's terrible," but my mindset was like, I'm not expecting any runs. So my mindset was anything I get is a bonus, and I ended up with 97. And so my point being, the expectation was low, so I was more relaxed. So it's difficult. It's interesting how you prepare for games, but I think people would just expect me to line hit and try and hit it into the stands. But actually, I had a mix of that and also trying to get the ball in my area, I think, and just let it come to me. And you also said about what's it like in June, July. I think when we played, and the difference between the era of when I played and the era now is this is more seam and swing orientated. Whereas we had 2 phenomenal spinners. We had some very good seamers and swing bowlers too. But we were more, this is the sort of wicket we'd have got when we'd have gone away rather than at home. So we wanted the ball to turn. We had good wickets that would eventually turn. But yeah, a different makeup in the two sides.
Surrey rebuilding nicely here. Lost Dom Sibley early on. Just 6 to the bowling of Ethan Bamber. This partnership now worth 26. Reminder of the Surrey team today: Burns, Sibley, Pope, Dan Lawrence at 4, Ben Folkes at 5, Ryan Patel, and then that battery of seamers: Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Matt Fisher, Tom Laws and Dan Worrell. very nearly chops on Ollie Pope. Defended late. Ball didn't come off the middle of the bat.
You wonder whether that was actually back elbow. Actually,
Yes.
the way he's looking. I think this looks very much a wicket that if you get in on, you can go big on it, but at the same time, it's going to take time to get in on, if that makes sense.
It's been a good start from Bamber, asking difficult questions at the end of his 6th over of the morning. Quick visit around the grounds. Durham off to a flyer at Chelmsford. Big game, huge game for Durham, who 12 points adrift in 9th place behind 8th, bottom 2 in Division 1, falling down to Division 2. 56 for 1 at the moment from 11 overs. Somerset 32 for 2 at home against Yorkshire. George Hill, who's had a brilliant season with the ball for Yorkshire, he's picked up both wickets to fall this morning. Hampshire at 40 for 1 at Hove. Indian overseas player Jaydev Unadkat is the wicket taker so far today. Then the one that Surrey fans will be paying special attention to, Worcestershire 19 for 1 into the 12th over against Surrey's title rivals Nottinghamshire at New Road.
I'm interested to see how that Somerset game goes. We had a few, we were sort of in our prime, we had a few wickets that were a bit spicy, and I know that Somerset-Durham game was all over quite quickly. So you wonder whether the pitch inspectors will be sort of monitoring, with the previous of, that game that ended in just over 2 days.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow actually posted a photo on Instagram yesterday of the pitch 24 hours of the first ball, and you couldn't really tell the difference between the pitch and the outfield alongside it. But I don't think we should judge too much what the pitch looks like 24 hours ahead of a game. This was very, very green, even 2 hours before the game. The ground staff are allowed to cut the grass.
Absolutely, but green isn't necessarily bad.
Yeah.
I mean, we played a game up at we played Yorkshire away, Scarborough, and the grass was longer than Colo's hair. I mean, it was massive, and we just looked at it. You are going to cut that, aren't you? And I can't remember they knew we were going to bat first because we had 2 class spinners, and that was really the danger overs. And we did bat first, and we somehow got 350 on it. I mean, I didn't have many of those, but I mean, I know we got 350, which was a surprise to everyone. And then when Yorkshire got to bat on it, the mower came off, and literally inches were flying off.
Cuts him in half. Inside edge from Rory Burns. Flies just past the diving Alex Davies behind the stumps. Brings in 4.
There's plenty happening, isn't it? If you put it in the right place, which is a really good thing for Surrey. I mean, we say 37 for 1, but if you hit that area, and there's I wouldn't want to be facing Dan Worrell on this wicket, if I'm perfectly honest with you. I think the more you make the batsman play, and that was a perfect example. And Rory Burns having a little look at the wicket, it is going to do a little bit, but I mean, we played when I was at Notts. We played on a few wickets. They weren't quite as green as this, but they certainly did a bit, but were very playable.
Yeah, good early movement from Booth, getting the ball to seam and swing into the left-handed Burns. That pace again into the mid-80s MPH. Slightly different profile of seamer compared to Bamber and Hannon Dolby. Teams in New Zealand, travelling teams to New Zealand, quite often get duped by the colour of the pitch. They look at a green surface early on and think we've got to bowl first. But actually, they play really, really well.
I think for me, it's what's underneath the green. So as a batsman, I'd always go out on the wicket and I would take my bat and I'd want to knock all the way down to find out what it was like underneath. So if you see a green wicket and it's a little bit soft, then you know that's going to be a little bit sporty. But if underneath that's quite hard, green can actually make it quicker, and that's not a bad thing because at the beginning of my career we used to have some really quick wickets here, which was nice. Bowlers would really enjoy that because the ball would fly through and hit the gloves hard, and batsmen would, in a similar position, would think, well, actually, I get value for my shots. So I think that's what you want. But yeah, it's actually what's underneath the wicket that you worry about rather than the colour.
Warwickshire still on the attack. Ethan Bamber into his 7th straight over of the morning. 4 slips waiting alongside Davies behind the stumps.
So I saw coming up the lift that Britain's Got Talent have got some sort of rooms here ready for auditions. Is that where you think Dan's gone?
I was going to ask, what would your talent be, Ali?
That's a good question. I'll tell you what it isn't my chipping at the moment. When I ended up in a chip off in a competition a couple of days ago. Do you know, I don't know these days. I mean, my golf's getting better and my cricket's getting slower, I would say. Although occasionally I find, I don't know. But then I suppose a lot of these people come in and you think, is that really talent?
That's brilliant from Pope. Shimmies down the wicket and flicks the ball through mid-wicket for 4. His most convincing shot of the morning so far. He moves into double figures.
Almost Peterson-esque, wasn't it? Just moving outside the off stump and coming over to my side, but very controlled. That was a really good shot.
Bamber has been really accurate this morning, and the flip side of being accurate is you can become a bit predictable. And Pope, sensing that Bamber was settling in on a length just outside off stump, uses his feet, turns that into a fuller delivery.
But that's just it. Sometimes those accurate bowlers are easier to face, if that makes sense. Alan Donald was very much like that. He was always in a good area, but he was a very clean action, so you could pick him up. Some of the harder bowlers were the ones that could one ball's down there and others down there. Andre van Troost was one of those. Very quick, but you didn't quite know where it was going to be. So I prefer to have someone that you think it's generally in a tighter area when you're batting.
Brilliant shot from Pope, but brilliantly fielded too from Ethan Bamber off his own bowling, diving down to his right. To illustrate your point, just go back to the test match here at the end of the summer. Josh Tongue on that first morning, well, he didn't know where it was going, so the Indian batters certainly wouldn't have known. Yeah, but he ended up being very effective across the test match.
Absolutely, but as a batsman you can produce, I suppose the nightmare for a batsman is actually someone who just bowls 1 in 6 that's an absolute jaffer that's unplayable, and the others can be all over the place, but you can't line them up.
Good running from Pope, just knocks it down into the offside, into the gap, and immediately sets off the single.
Are you a big fan of the soft hand, lesser spotted single? I quite like that. I think, honestly, I think that's a, I think when you do play with soft hands, you can actually literally drop it at your feet and get a run every time.
I just think it must be so frustrating for the bowling side. If you're a bowler, you bowl a good delivery, and especially when it's a right hand, left hand combination. You've given away a run. You're now bowling against the other guy. Your plans are slightly different. Everyone's got to move. That must be so frustrating when you, as a bowler, have done anything wrong.
Well, it also puts the pressure on the point, who has to then probably come in a bit closer, and then if you get any width, you can then cut it, and he's in a position not to stop it.
Bamber on the money again. Quite often on first mornings here at the Kia Oval, it's quite difficult to assess what a good opening session is because conditions are generally in the favour of the side who bowls first. Win the toss and bowl every time these days here at the Kia Oval. Short and pulled over the leg side for 6. Statement of intent from the Surrey skipper. 11 runs from the over. They're now 48 for 1 after 13.
I'm not sure that's the length. You've got plenty in your favour. and he had a lot of time to play that, didn't he? In position very early, and very easily played for 6. I think would Surrey settle for 100 for 2 at lunch? I think that would be around about the even money, sort of, even if you're sort of 85, 90 for 2. I think it's a wicket. The first couple of days, I think we saw there's going to be a bit of sun around. I think it's going to get easier to bat on, especially as the ball just starts to get a little bit older. I'd be happy with their position at the moment. Yes, I know they've lost Dom Sibley, but I think they're in a good place, seeing off the opening bowlers, and I'm happy with where they are.
Booth to continue from the Vauxhall end. I think we often see that conditions for batting get better, not just across the first 2 days, but on the first day in particular. And that first session, even forgetting what the pitch is playing like, is always difficult against the Duke's ball. Often see it. It's around about now, actually, you sometimes start to see the ball swinging more than it does in the first 10. So you are really, as a batting side, tested throughout that first session. Driven through the vacant point region. Not timed to perfection by Pope, but timed well enough for him to scramble through for 2. Brings up Surrey's 50 for 1 in the 14th over.
I think we were very lucky. That I often talk about the openers as being sort of minesweepers and finding out what the wicket is like, especially as in one day. But we were very lucky with Ian Ward, who was the sort of player who would be sort of 30 not out at lunch, and made life so much easier for everyone else down in the order to go and play their games. And I think, if sorry, I think batting very well at this point, and only losing 1 wicket, I don't think that's a bad thing. But we were very fortunate to have someone who would see off the best of the opponents, and a lot of very good bowlers in that time, and make life a lot easier for us in the middle order, who could score at a quicker rate against the ball that was a bit older and some tiring bowlers.
I think it's been a huge and potentially underappreciated part of Surrey's recent success is the form of Burns and Sibley at the top of the order. Sibley up near the top of the run scoring charts this season, but even in years where his numbers have been less spectacular on paper.
I mean, really, they're international batsmen in waiting, aren't they? And it's only because of the current trend of Bazball that put them a little bit lower down the order. I think Ben Duckett's played really well, hasn't he? And I think Zach Crawley has taken a very positive mindset with them. They're a very good combination, aren't they? You've got one who's struggles for the rides at Chessington World Adventures, and another one who's will play a ball in a different way. So a ball that Duckett will cut, Crawley will get on the front foot and drive it, and I think that's what's made that combination really good. But you look at Burns and Sibley, and if there was a pandemic and those two weren't there, and the pandemic probably have to involve the coach because of the way that he's looking to play. But the way they've played all year has been has made it incredibly stable at the top.
Driven nicely from Burns, gives him 3. Another profitable over so far for Surrey. Slight momentum shift in terms of how the cricket's been played this morning. 11 runs off the previous over, 6 off the 5 deliveries so far in Booth's third.
I like the way they've actually been very positive as well. Of course, with a wicket like this, and they've got 3 or 4 slips in, they're attacking. But when that happens, that means that there's plenty of gaps, and you need to have that positive nature.
Looks like Ollie Pope's going to have a change of bat early on. It's a well-taped blade that he's using at the moment, isn't it?
Well, I'm a bit envious of the amount of bats coming out. I mean, I only ever had a maximum of 4 bats a year, and of course bats were built to last in those days, weren't they? But I think the current modern day batter has a few more than that, probably made up in a different way. And in fact, often through a season, I would get through generally a maximum of 2. I know that sounds weird because sometimes I'd sort of swing like a rusty gate, but I'd often have a couple of bats that weren't actually used.
Defended into the leg side by Ollie Pope. It ends the 14th over. Surrey 54 for 1. Another change in the commentary box. A few words from Ali Brown before before I hand over to Adam Collins.
Yeah, great start from Surrey this morning, 54 for 1, and Burns certainly looking in the mood today. Ollie Pope's playing very well too, and I think Surrey will be very happy with their position at the moment. Plenty of gaps in the outfield for some positive cricket, and I think potentially we might see a slip coming out, which would be a good sign for Surrey.
It would indeed, yes. They've put on 47 after losing Dom Sibley in the third over of play by Ethan Bamber, who started really nicely, outswinger, caught the outside edge, pouched safely by New Zealand international Will Young at third slip. And then from there, it's been fairly smooth sailing. The captain Burns, who was scratchy to begin, but now up to 26, and with him the England vice-captain on 17. And it's going to be a change from the pavilion end. Nathan Gilchrist into the attack, playing his first game for Warwickshire. He's on a 3-game loan, which becomes a multi-year deal next year, over from Kent, where he played 5 years, making his debut there in 2020. So new beginnings for one of Warwickshire's 5-seamers who will be on show this week.
And he'd be happy with his wicket, I think, to get a little bit of movement in there if he hits the right areas. I think there's still plenty happening, but you need to be on the fuller side.
Oh, down the leg side, decision to make. Thigh pad, says the umpire. So first ball from Gilchrist wasn't the type of delivery that you're necessarily looking for. Umpire Goff, one of the best in world cricket, spent years on the elite panel. We'll get a second look here.
Well, I just love the confidence of that he very, very quickly he was saying that was thigh pad. I know a few umpires. I think Ray Julian would have had that finger up quite quickly. But yeah, look, I think we're lucky to have umpires like this. I think he's a very good umpire.
Edged and through. Eventful start for Gilchrist. Past third slip, boundary for Burns moves him to 30.
Yeah, a little edgy, but yeah, as I said, I think Goff is a fantastic umpire, and I like the fact you see an umpire like that actually saying why he's not given that, which others might not be quite so confident. But
yeah, I think that it just builds your perspective as a former international, the perspective of the trust that it builds with both teams if you've got an umpire who's communicating clearly about what's going on early in a match.
Well, you feel sometimes when you've got an umpire with less experience, sometimes they can be pressured by certain bowlers, and the bigger the name, the more pressure on the umpire.
Like, I'm not saying that you want an umpire to give you the Gettysburg Address on every decision they make. That would be impractical. But just there, that subtle, it's clip the thigh pad, is a bit better than the umpire simply saying,
it was a confident decision.
Not out, go away.
Absolutely, that's a confident decision, which I think Warwickshire would be. They'd appreciate that they'd be happy with the decision. They prefer it to be given out, but I think it was the right one.
Going just on 4 and over, Surrey.
I do like the wicket, though. I think it's a good cricket wicket, and I fancy if either side bowl well on it, I think there'll be wickets around.
Yeah, it's that quintessential day one championship Surrey pitch we've had over the last, well, certainly as long as Surrey have been on this run. This is the surface that they can depend on having. Oftentimes they've had the chance to bowl on day one. Squared up. So through the cordon for the second time in the over, to the boundary for the second time as well.
That's a little harsh, isn't it? 8 runs down to third, and 2 good balls. But I think you need a little bit of luck on this wicket as well. I think they're actually finding the right areas now. We saw Rory Burns put that 6 into the stand with a fair degree of comfort, and but I think if you bang the right areas, I think there's plenty happening.
Third time in the over. Gosh, how unlucky Gilchrist. Genuine edge through third slip, where there has been a catcher for almost the entirety of the morning, and it would have been straight to that non-existent fielder on the chest.
Well, it would have been in the breadbasket, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what you want. But the that's where Surrey being positive has meant that actually they've taken out third. I don't know why they've taken out third, because it has gone exactly where third slip would have been. But a bit harsh on the face of it. 12 runs off the over doesn't sound like a particularly great start, but actually it's asked lots of questions.
Desperately unlucky watching that ball back there. So Burns advances to 38 with 12 runs from the over, 66 for 1, but Gilchrist right on top of him early on. Down there at long leg. What do you got to do? Booth continues away from us. Shot. Pope on drive, classic stuff.
That is the shot of the morning. I think especially on this wicket, well controlled. The on drive is actually one of the harder shots to play, and I describe that as a camera shot. Very impressive.
Seen Pope play some dazzling innings here late in the season. One that stands out, that proved crucial in the championship bid in 2023, a couple of years ago. Might have been 2022 actually, against Yorkshire. Mentioned we've got Andrew Sampson with us. I want to get into at some point. Just remind me of a number that he's brought up for us on the stream before. Now the off drive, consecutive deliveries. That makes 4 boundaries in 4 balls for Surrey, moving the game along quickly. 2 of them via the outside edge, but 2 right out of the screws. Pope 25, 74 for 1.
Well, those last 2 are about as good as it gets. On drive and off drive, both classical shots. Look very good. Just a good, strong punch, really. Just erring a little full, I would say, but yeah, brilliantly played.
Looking every bit the England number 3 there, Ollie Pope, who has such a massive winter ahead of him. Third slip in here. That is superb batting. Knew it was going to be a fraction shorter. Into position early across his stumps. Puts it away too. 3 boundaries on the trot. Pope racing through the 20s.
I mean, for me, it's actually quite nice to see Ollie play a 4-day game. I think he's been playing a lot of T20 and 100 cricket, where I felt he's trying to cut a lot. But I think just watching those 3 shots, and he played another one of those on the towards the gas holder side, just very, very controlled, very balanced, and those are 12 of your finest runs.
That is 5 boundaries in a row for Surrey. Last 5 balls have gone to the rope. Playing through the cordon, make it 6 balls in a row. 6 boundaries in a row for Surrey. 4 of them by Pope here, who is right on top of Booth. 2 beautifully driven 4s, followed by a tuck, followed by a dab to 33, 82 for 1. Having his say on this opening morning.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of them. That's he's played that quite late, but as I said, there's in full control, and another good boundary for Surrey. A real momentum switch.
And look, it's harsh to be critical of the skipper Davies, but that third slip not there in the previous over is from this end. The string of boundaries is interrupted. 6 in a row, then knocks it on the head. But the reason I raise that is that, and Andrew Sampson will detail this, that the average score here on day 1 in the last couple of years is 180 odd when you exclude the Kookaburra ball. You need a whole different data set when you're dealing with the Kookaburra ball. When you're dealing with the Dukes ball, it's been oftentimes about 180 all out, and then most of the time at Surrey about 60 for 1 or 60 for none at stumps. It's been the platform that they've laid. A very good over for the home side. 16 runs from it, 82 for 1. This partnership up to 75 in a real hurry now. But yeah, I suppose the point I'm making, Ali, is that 3 slips early on. I mean, you are expecting to have opportunities in the cordon all the way through the first and second session of these matches in these conditions with the Duke's ball. Got to give yourself every opportunity, surely.
Absolutely. I mean, to have 2 and then sort of a 4 is, I don't know. I mean, you look back, it's easy for us to say, in the armchair, saying, well, that's gone through third slip. But I just, I mean, Ollie Pope, actually, the 2 leaves there are just as good as the 4 fours for me. You know, I feel his head's in a really good position, and I think you just finding the ball just need to hit a good length without being too full. But Surrey have hit some great shots, some very good drives, and are seizing on any loose deliveries.
So Gilchrist to Burns. Remember, in the previous over, 3 boundaries through the cordon. Still got 2 slips and 1 gully. Bowls here. Burns getting well forward to offset the movement.
I mean, 36 and 2 overs is, I can't think of too many times that's happened, even in my career, I don't think.
Even when you're up there.
No.
Known for scoring very quickly, of course. Burns here, bending that back leg as contact's made, as he does so often. 1 to deep backward point.
Well, they're not just boundaries, they're just strong shots, aren't
Yeah.
they? I'd say they're imposing. I think it's one of those wickets as well that with the sun out, it's and if you can actually get in on it,
Yeah.
with attacking fields, you are going to get value. But it's just the drive straight down the ground that have been really impressive for me.
So laying the foundation here, Surrey. Third slip is there for Pope, interestingly. Oh, leaves close to the off stump. That jagged back off the seam. It's a different game with the Duke's ball. That much we know. Which is interesting because the Kookaburra balls have got this like steel reinforced seam these days and the extra layers of lacquer. But for whatever reason, you add the Duke's ball to county cricket and you see just gigantic scores. Don't for a second think that it'll be the same as that when the Ashes are played for later this year. That particular set of Kookaburra balls is high, combined with lively pitches in the last 5 years, has led to a plummeting of scores. So it'll be a series that's I think anyway, far more similar to what we saw when Australia hosted India last Australian summer, with lots of lateral movement and techniques being tested on a hour-to-hour basis.
It'd be an interesting series, wouldn't it? Because you've got some very good attacks. I think it's nicely balanced. I think Australia are probably rightful favourites, but not potentially to the 5-0 that 1 or 2 Australians might think it could be.
I mean, I hope not. I really, truly hope not, because how deathly boring was that series 4 years ago? Australia 4-0, but really, you exclude a couple of major moments. It was the familiarity of the cycle, and you go back to 17-18, a little bit of the same, albeit very different conditions in 17-18, and that COVID 21-22. But it would be terrific if we had a barnstorming series like we had here a couple of years ago, or indeed 2019, which was a cracker. So was 2009, 2005, 20 years ago, which we'll talk a little bit about through the course of this game. 83 for 1. I think we are crying out for a close Ashes series in Australia for the first time since 82-83. There's not been an actual close series where it's been in balance until the end. Yeah, that's 43 years ago.
Yeah, I think you can go there with I think Joe Root is looking better and better. He's like a fine wine, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's an outstanding. Well, he's not talent. I mean, he's a phenomenal player.
Yep.
I think he'll get his 100 in Australia.
Be special if he does, yeah.
I'm sure he will. I feel he just looks in all cricket, with even T20 100 cricket. He's just got time, and I really like the strength of the 4, 5, 6, 7 that England have. Of course, Australia have weaknesses at the top of their order. It's whether I think probably the concern is, can England's most striking bowlers, can they stay fit for long enough to expose that Australian top order? And if they can, I think we could have quite a close series. And if they can't, then I think from a spin perspective, I think Nathan Lyon is comfortably ahead of probably our spinners in those conditions, I would say, and that's a big advantage to Australia. But yeah, I think it'll be a very good series, and it'll be hard because the Australian seam attack is very impressive, isn't it? It's a good, diverse attack, strong, quick. I think it'd be a great series.
Booth bowling in the mid-80s. Sharper hits Pope on the hip. Run out opportunity, misses. It would have been gone, or at least would have been very close. Burns was coming, sent back. Direct hit would have left a very interesting decision. We'll see it back on replay.
Close.
So it was the pace from Booth that cramped up Pope and hit him on the hip, and you can see there that the captain thought it was on, and that was gone had it hit, I reckon. In his follow through, the collect and throw in one motion, missed by about a stump, I reckon.
I think sometimes you get on a green wicket running at that sort of pace. It's easy to, end up on the floor when you break. But a little bit of fortune and.
Burns able to have a laugh about it now. Might have caught a replay on the screen himself. Pope playing late there. Wants two and gets two. That's good running, but also not great intensity down at third man.
Well, I don't think the keeper even expected it, did he?
No.
But I like that. I think they've run hard this morning. I think that in their singles, that's a really good two. But you should just tell the way he ran the first single there that he was definitely looking for it, and keeper not even inside.
Yeah.
Comfortably home.
Just returning to that Ashes question that you raised before about like where England can sort of win the series. I agree with you. It's can the England seam group put Australia under enormous pressure? Then that would be fascinating if they can. My fear is the other side of it. My sort of instinctive fear, having watched those three quicks together for so long. I watched them in the West Indies recently. Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood bowling in sort of favourable conditions, as they will be in Australia. Those three have never been better together as a trio. That's going to be, to me anyway, the biggest challenge for England is how do they neutralise the threat of Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins. Now, they might be helped with Cummins in this back hot spot, I think they're calling it.
Yeah.
The lumbar pain, I think we had it described in the media last week, but if that would be the case, it does open up a world of opportunity for the visitors. Leg stump line again. Scoring at will here in this over. A couple of comfortable runs for the captain. Takes him into the 40s. Make that 42.
Yeah, very comfortable for Rory Burns through the leg side there, and approaching the 100 mark, 11 away from that. I think it's been an excellent morning for Surrey so far. Very well positioned. The weather looks fine, and two batsmen firmly in and looking to bat very positively.
Busy over for the host. 6 runs added, 89 for 1. Looks like, Ali, you're going to jump out. We'll catch you after lunch. Partnership of 82 recapping the morning so far. Surrey was sent in by Warwickshire skipper Alex Davies at the toss. And they lost Sibley early. Fine piece of bowling from Ethan Bamber. Caught in the cordon by Young. Sibley gone for 6, 7 for 1. But from there, as you can see, it's been Burns and Pope, who at one stage struck 6 boundaries in a row to take the ascendancy in this opening stanza, in which there are still, gosh, it's moved quickly. There's still 38 minutes till lunch. Cameron Ponsonby, who I haven't seen in a while. He's jumping in to join me. Hello.
How are you doing? Well?
Never better. Never better. Always nice to be positioned where we are on championship days. Gilchrist, his third over. Pope picks out backward point, no run. Isn't it nice to be back here at the Oval Championship business end? 3 rounds to go. Pretty open competition. We were talking in the first half an hour that even Warwickshire, who are in 4th spot, there is a route to victory for them, which is good. 4 teams in the mix at the end, at least.
Well, Surrey have got some pressure applied from Nottinghamshire already.
Yep.
So they have Worcestershire 47 for 5. They took 3 wickets in the space of 5 balls. So things are happening quickly on the first morning in September.
Going at 5 and over with the bat here, Surrey. Short, and Pope has one man to beat, doesn't quite. Diving stop, still enough time for a couple. Ethan Bamber, excellent boundary rider. 91 for 1.
It was a nasty slide for Bamber to have to execute, sliding over those wicket ends of the practice wickets. I think did I say this to you, or maybe it was across the women's commentary earlier in the year. I've kind of burned into my mind an image of kind of Rory Burns' shin at the end of a season of county cricket that someone posted on Twitter about a decade ago, and it was foul. A very gammy leg.
No, not for me. Mid-on and long barrier. It's jagged back as well. It's reached the gloves of Davies off the pad, but we've seen Gilchrist move the ball prodigiously back to Pope already. So that's where there is a bit of a point of difference playing his first game for Warwickshire. Mentioned at the start, he's on loan from Kent for now, but he'll be a full-timer on the staff there at Edgbaston next year.
Still trying to wrap my head around what I've thought of this morning, because until about 20 minutes ago I thought Warwickshire had been bowling very well.
You know what, it all came down to that. What a shot that is. Third time this morning that Pope's had the chance to drive straight and drive true. He joins Burns on 42. He's doing this in a hurry.
It was another excellent boundary for Surrey. And there's been such a flurry of them in the last kind of 15 or 20 minutes. There was that period of time where the ball kept on flying through the slip cordon, so you kind of trick yourself into thinking that Surrey were more on top than they actually were. But now, it feels like the momentum's all going in one direction. We're going at 5 runs and over. And Pope's on as good as a run of ball 42.
Yeah, if you're writing a match report of the first session, you come back to Gilchrist's first over. I think he, on 3 occasions, found the edge of Burns. Shout feels high, and yeah, that's the assessment of umpire Goff. Where, well, first ball of Gilchrist's spell, actually, he had a shout for caught behind down the leg side, which Goff turned down. But then he found the edge 3 times, 2 of which felt catchable. 1 certainly through third slip, and they're away at that point. And then the next over, Pope, 4 fours in a row, and it totally changed the energy of this first session, as Pope can do. He's played some sparkling innings here in the championship when Surrey have needed him over the years. Dancing and clipping here. Keeps the strike 7 runs from the over. He's up to 43 from just 51 balls. The England vice-captain at 96 for 1.
I think it was Somerset in their blast quarter final over the weekend. I think he scored 9 boundaries in a row, 9 fours in a row, which must have been a record of sorts.
Yep.
We had 6 in a row. We've got Andrew Sampson
I was
next.
going to say, I can't believe I didn't
Here
ask
we
for
go.
it. When was the last time 6 in a row in a county game? Just 4s.
Just 4s, I'll have to check that.
I'm not interested in clearing the road.
Yeah.
And then can we have like the all-time records? I messaged Andrew my time off yesterday, just out of my own extracurricular interest. I got you'll enjoy this, Adam. I got sent a remarkable scorecard from the Essex Leagues about 20 years ago. The man who played the perfect cricket match, a bloke called Cameron Napier, unbeaten ton and tenfer.
Oh.
And I've already had it turned down from one publication to write it up. We'll keep going. We'll keep trying.
Who's turned it down?
You can't say that publicly.
Probably not.
Yeah, it's fair reasoning. All very civilised. But I'll be pitching that round.
Yeah. That's I would say that I'd go, if it were me pitching it. Ed Barnard took a 5 here a couple of years ago. Like the cut of his jib. Away from us. 2 slips. Bowls here. In behind it. Hope that's the offside. Barnard, who's always in the game. He's an aggressive scorer. He's a lively batter. And when he's bowling, he's keeping the stumps in the frame as often as possible.
I've just seen something quite alarming. I'm trying to work out who that fielder is. Now number 31. He was shining the ball against his armpit.
It's Will Young. He's meant to be wearing 32 according to the team sheet, but he is wearing 31. So good from Pope. Barely an inch to work with. Galloped out of his crease to reach it on the half volley. And to 47 with one of the best shots of the morning. And there are many of them. It takes Surrey to 100 for 1. Pope, clinic.
I think Ed Barnard won't be best pleased with the fielding efforts of Han Dalby at mid-off there. Down in stages. It sneaks underneath the left hand of the seamer.
See the body language of the keeper, Captain Davies, when the ball went past Hannon Dalby's left mitt. Wasn't thrilled. Leading edge clears cover. That's not at all where it was meant to go. He'll get at least a couple, maybe a third, which would be his half century if it is. And so it proves. So Ollie Pope reaches his 50 in just 54 balls. He has been so busy, especially in the last half an hour of play, putting Surrey into a position of authority. Having been sent in on day one, never easy here on a pitch that always offers something to the fielding team front up, but 103 for one with Pope 50 of those. He's flying.
Surrey are flying as well. Last 5 overs, they've scored 42 runs. So galloping along at eight and a bit. And you mentioned the point that this first morning, the blueprints of winning games of cricket at the Oval is win, toss, bowl them out cheaply, and then the pitch almost gets better.
Yeah, day two's the day we've seen the runs really flow here at this kind of run rate, oftentimes when Surrey are batting second in the match. So 10 for 100. I'm going to be leaving comms soon. I'm just going to say, I reckon that's a Guardian spin column if ever I've seen it.
That works for me.
I would say that's a Guardian spin column. That's about a 900 to 1,000 word piece. Probably not much more than that realistically.
You don't. No one needs 1,200 and above of that.
Yeah.
There's a time and a place.
Yeah, you'll win with that. Oh, up to slip. That's just what they needed, Warwickshire. It only just reaches the man at first slip, Sam Hain. And right at the moment when Pope was getting so on top of the Warwickshire bowlers, it's Ed Barnard. He's often the man who can strike. He's often the man who can change directions of games. He's in the book in his first over. An excellent 50 for Pope, but he's gone at 104 for 2.
Relief for Warwickshire. Because this game was just spiralling out of control for them. They hadn't done too much wrong in the first hour or so of play here, and yet they found themselves at 100 for 1. Pope just looking to turn that ball around the corner. It just carries to first slip. 50 and out for Ollie Pope. He doesn't quite believe it. He thought for a second it might not have carried, but he has to go 50 or 55. Although his innings is over, he's given his team a jump start in this match.
Yeah, partnership that took Surrey from 7 to 104, so adding 97 for the second wicket. Still some 29 minutes until lunch.
We're seeing Ben Folkes coming out at 4.
Yeah.
Ahead of Dan Lawrence. Ben Folkes so often batting 5 in this team. It's kind of where he's synonymous with this Surrey lineup. It was almost his kind of, I don't know if downfall's too strong a word, but his criticism when he played for England was he wasn't able to move the kind of innings forward at the close because he was batting 7. It was a role he just wasn't familiar with. He batted 5 for Surrey. He was a top order or top middle order player. And here he is at 4.
Yeah, he's got a great record against Warwickshire, folks. Made an excellent 100 here a couple of seasons ago when there was a lot of conversation about where he fitted in England calculations. And a century against them early this year at Edgbaston as well, with 1 ball left in the over. With about 28 minutes to lunch. Cam Ponsonby will stay with you, then Yas Rana will follow me in.
So slight rejig with Ben Folkes up the order. He kept in a 2s game earlier this week, or last week I believe, at Guildford. Just to get some practice in. Yas Rana is arranging various bits and bobs. And now he's settled, ready.
Hello, Cam. That was a big moment, wasn't it? Sorry, threatening to really run away with things. 33 for 1 after 11 overs. 82 for 1 after 16. So 49 runs in a 5-over burst. And that ends Barnard's first over. It was expensive initially, 8 runs from the first 4 deliveries, but then he produced a peach of a ball to remove the ominously dangerous Ollie Pope. We know how good he is once he gets his start, through his start, and today he looked really in the mood.
Well, Yas, we've tasked Andrew with finding the most number of fours. Two things. One, when was the last time we had 6 fours in a row in a county championship game? And 2, just the record for number of fours in a row ever. We're not interested in 6s. They're too brutal. We're after elegance and class. Have we got an answer?
No, not yet.
Oh,
But yes,
I thought these things. I thought that spreadsheet was able to spit things out immediately.
sometimes it's not that simple.
Oh no.
Sadly. But yes, we are after elegance and class here.
Okay, always. That's why they got us 3 here.
Just a quick one. I mean, as Adam was mentioning, Ben Folkes' record against Warwickshire very good. 738 runs at 61.5, 300s in 11 matches.
That's a beautiful delivery from Nathan Gilchrist. Over the wicket, bit of away movement, departing away from the left-hander, and very, very nearly getting a nick on it. That's a brilliant delivery. Expensive first up, Gilchrist, but he'd really like that delivery. So it's a slightly odd morning, Cam, in that the Warwickshire bowlers have bowled lots and lots of very, very good balls. Yet you look at the scoreboard, Surrey are going at more than 5s.
It was a bit of a fever dream, kind of 6-7 over period, where everything seemed to go to the boundary, both the good balls and the bad balls. It always reminds me of just how fine the margins are when you're playing red ball cricket. Dropped into the leg side now. Scamper through for 1. So Ethan Bamber's bowling. He's got 4 slips and kind of a point and a wide mid-off. Your margin for error there is so slight. Imagine kind of, for everyone listening who's kind of plays amateur or club cricket, imagine you had 2 fielders. That's all you have. Those are the only people who are available to stop the ball for you. You have to be so accurate on your line and most importantly length to not just be kind of dropped into the offside or driven for 4. And the good balls that did find the edge flew through the slip cordon, either kind of almost as a catching chance or not, and then the bad balls were punished, and they kind of just escalated into the point where Surrey have got such a jump start in this game. That wicket of Pope is so crucial because Warwickshire, they weren't at risk of being out of the game by lunch on day 1, but they would have been a hell of a lot further behind than they'd have anticipated, given that these balls, like the one Gilchrist just bowled to Burns, are still possible from this wicket.
Flicked through the leg side by Ben Folkes. It's a shot he likes. Won't quite reach the boundary, but takes him off the mark. Picks up 3. Actually, that spell where Surrey scored 49 in 5 overs, it made me think of that piece that Steve Finn wrote for the BBC during the England tour of New Zealand, where he's essentially trying to explain why do bowlers like Bryden Cars do better at test levels than
Yes.
county level. And one of the things is that you tend in county cricket more often than not to be playing on a strip that has one particularly short boundary, so the ball just races and flies away to the boundary. We've got a quick outfield here anyway as Burns leaves that alone, completes Gilchrist's 4th over, 4 runs from it, Surrey 182.
I remember Mason Crane, obviously the leg spinner, talking about that as well, where the question was put to him, have you often not played in matches just because you're playing on a wicket that's on the side of the square, and so you've got one short side? And he's like, yeah, because your risk becomes so much greater than your potential reward. I've always kind of enjoyed just the simplistic nature of how could we develop more spinners in England? Play in the middle. Sounds. I mean, I'm being slightly facetious there, but what can you do?
Yeah, so today we are with 3 strips to the right as you look at the screen now, away from where you'd have the pitch for an international fixture. That's a brilliant shot from Ben Folkes. His Cam applauding in the commentary box. Sumptuously timed. They say the on drive is one of the hardest in the game, but Ben Folkes has made that look very easy.
It's almost just a defensive push. No real follow-through from Folkes. He strikes the ball back where it's come from. He's on 7 off 3. The momentum was meant to be swinging in Warwickshire's favour after that Pope wicket. Folkes is spinning it back the other way.
It's a better delivery from Barnard. Bit of nip into the right-handed Folkes. Also, another thing from this morning, Cam, it has raced along the ground. The outfield is lightning. So you get full value for your shots this morning. And of course, the point that Finn was making is that the bowlers with a little bit extra pace, it reaches the batter quicker, but also disappears off the bat quicker. And credit to Warwickshire, actually, they've, despite that flurry of boundaries that we saw 15 or so minutes ago, they've still attacked. They've still got 3 slips in place. Sam Hain with an excellent low catch to dismiss Ollie Pope in the cordon, but yeah, they've kept attacking with those 3 men alongside Davies behind the stumps. Nicely pushed into the offside by Folkes. He started really nicely. So the long side of the ground, so that'll be Folkes' second 3 in his first 6 balls of his innings. On liking 4s, by the way.
Yeah?
Warwickshire against Somerset in the Blast quarter-final. They scored 190 for 6.
Yes.
Without hitting a single 6.
That's a bit of Andrew, that.
That's
class
amazing.
and touch.
That's amazing.
I certainly never hit a 6 in my life, that's for sure.
Yeah, I believe there were 28 4s and no 6s in their innings, with 190 for 6 down at Taunton. Davies up top, 71
That
or
is
39 without hitting a 6.
There must be a... Andrew, I've got another question for you.
Busy morning.
What's the highest T20 score without a 6 being hit? That's got to be up there.
I'll check that out quickly in
There we
between all
go.
the other stuff that I'm busy with.
Nudged into leg side by Burns, he moves on to 45. 8 runs from the over. Surrey motoring along. 116 for 2. I always like to think Cam, and I've said this to Samba before, gives off a vibe of Jordan Pickford in that brilliant at his job but doesn't really want to do it.
Well, this is actually a bit easier than I'm trying to find all the consecutive 4s. So I'll be able to tell you this quite quickly, actually.
Well, we like to give you the quick wins and the
Highest
challenges.
total, with highest T20 total without a 6. I'm getting it up
I just
very
don't
soon.
understand how it's possible to find this information. My only route of knowing this is asking Andrew, but I don't know what he does from that then on.
I can answer that question for you after this ball.
But I'm still partly convinced he just makes it up because no one can
It's
disprove
a
him.
good point.
I mean, I can show you a table if you want. But I mean, I probably could make some things up if I wanted to. It's the second highest.
It's
in
the second
T20s.
highest. Goodness me.
190 for 6, and the highest was in 2003. Glamorgan Somerset at Cardiff, they made 193 for 7. That's in all T20s.
Wow. So that was 2003. So that's the first year of the competition.
Yep.
I think that. Go for a quick single here. Sorry. They may make it home. That makes more sense in my head because that's kind of we hadn't quite worked out how to play the format at that stage.
We were still doing elegance and
It was a
and
work
stuff
in
instead
progress,
of just
exactly.
smashing everything out the park like we do now.
On that game, by the way, I've just got the scorecard up from it. Robert Croft was opening the batting for Glamorgan as captain, so he had one look at T20 cricket. I was like, I'm going to open. Goes quite well, 28 off 18. Glamorgan lose the game, despite scoring 193. Somerset chased down 194 with 2 overs left spare. They themselves only hit 1-6. So a T20 game with nearly 400 runs in it from 38 overs had 1-6.
Quite a big outfield, Cardiff, isn't it?
But famously short, straight boundaries.
Short, straight. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm trying to work out what I've learnt from that. Not
If
quite
if
sure at the
anything.
moment. So this is what I mean. Yeah, as I'm looking at Andrew's spreadsheet now. Number 3 in the list. We've got Wayamba versus Kandurata domestic Sri Lankan T20 from 2010. And I know he wasn't there.
What do you think?
So how do you get all these games into this spreadsheet? How is it possible?
It's surely not manual data input. We so often ask him a question and the answer is something from like 1897. Andrew wasn't there typing away at his laptop, recording all the data.
Are you sure? Yeah. No, it's, I mean, I do have a system that it pulls scorecards off mostly Cricket Archive and goes into a database.
But would that happen
And
automatically for you?
Not quite automatically.
Okay.
But it's certainly not manual entry of every Smith, Court, Jones, Bolt, Brown, 27, whatever.
Down the leg side.
Yeah, and then it's a question of having programs that'll tell you how many boundaries there were in an innings, for example, which is what this one is.
Lovely.
And then the table comes out and says they scored that many runs total with that many fours, that many sixes, and then you just filter it on sixes equals naught for that kind of query. So anyway, back to consecutive fours.
Oh, brilliant!
I'm going to have to keep
I
figuring
love
that one
learning.
out. Well, I need to be able to get the computer to do that still. But we're getting there.
And is this how? I desperately hope this is all saved like the cloud somewhere, or is if this laptop breaks, is it a disaster?
No, it's not a disaster.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll be able to retire because it's gone. It's finished. No, there are backups. A few backups, various different places. Yeah.
A few. On the cricket here, Cam. Just 2 overs ago, we were talking about how Warwickshire was still on the attack with 3 slips. 2 slips now, a bit more cover and protection. Short, pull to the man at deep fine leg. You've got 3 men in on the 1 to Burns on the offside. And now 3 boundary fielders, 2 out deep on the leg side, and 1 man protecting the short fine leg boundary towards the Bedser stand. 2 men out for Folks, the new man who started well, 10 off 10. But still only 2 slips. There's 3 slips there for him the previous over, just a sign of what Surrey's intent has done. Play your shots and quite often you are rewarded with the removal of a catching fielder.
We'll also likely see Warwickshire bowling a little bit straighter when you move to these fields. So they've gone to a split field, 6-3. You've got cover on the leg side. Less so to Rory Burns because 2 of those fielders on the leg side are in the deep.
I'm interested by the deep square leg. Barnard bowled a bumper to Burns a couple of deliveries ago. Burns looked very assured against the short ball earlier on, dismissively pulling Ethan Bamber for 6 when he was batting at the other end. Bamber bowling from the pavilion end. It's interesting that they'll go to that ploy so early against someone like Burns. Guided to deep third. Moves on to 48. The Surrey skipper.
I don't necessarily think it's that much of a sign of a decrease in the attacking mindset of Warwickshire. You go, right, we've only got 2 slips in place now, we're going to go a bit straighter. Because in effect, when the ball's nipping around, yes, you go 4 slips, let's try and target the outside edge.
Big appeal for LBW. Corden really liked it. Bernard asking folks potentially, did he get any bat on it?
Well,
Possibly
another look at it
outside
from.
the line.
I imagine we'll have another look at it from behind the bowler's arm. Here we go.
Outside the line for me. Can see why they're interested though.
That kind of speaks to the point we were trying to make in that when you go a bit straighter, when you lose one of those slips or two of those slips, and you have a cover and a mid-wicket in place, you're now challenging the inside edge as well as the outside edge. You're trying to bring different types of dismissals in play rather than it just being a case of, right, we're trying to get people caught behind, we're trying to get people caught behind bowled and LBW. I see a bowling change here. Here's Hannon Dolby. He's going to come back into the attack. I don't think that LBW appeal was a bad one. He did a good job of thrusting his shin outside the line. A second or two afterwards. After impact even.
Short ball again to Rory Burns. Looks to pull it towards the leg side. There's a fielder out, 2 fielders out even on the leg side for him. Doesn't get hold of it at all, and in the end is fortunate the ball just spoons up into no man land.
Am I correct in saying it's felt like Warwickshire's slower seamers have been the ones to target Rory Burns with the short ball? You've got Hannon Dolby, Bamber, Barnard, and then Gilchrist and Booth haven't gone as short as much.
It's a good point. I think the Bamber short delivery, I think, was just a short delivery towards the end of a very long spell. Was it a tired ball? If you're right in terms of it being a deliberate plan with 2 men out on the leg side boundary, that has been from Barnard and Hannon Dolby, not from Booth and Gilchrist so far.
I would love. I don't have the exact data to back this up. I'd love the idea of the kind of scouting report on Rory Burns being like 75 mile an hour, halfway down, struggles.
Sometimes a lack of pace can make life very difficult for you. Going back to the Blast quarter-final that Surrey fans won't want me reminding them of last week. At the end of that game, Ben Sanderson and David Willey, impeccable control of their Yorkers. And Sanderson quite often bowling these 65 mph Yorkers that looked impossible to hit. And also I think with the Yorker, one of the reasons why it's gone out of fashion slightly is if you get it slightly wrong, or even if you get it right, sometimes the ball can fortuitously end up by the boundary. But it's harder for that to happen when there's so much less pace on the ball. And Sanderson operates closer to 70 than 80 mph. But even at the other end, David Willey, I got the sense that he was leaving a little out there in terms of the intensity. It was all about the precision of the Yorker rather than its speed.
An interesting development if we saw the Yorker make a real comeback, but from kind of slower bowlers. Because as you said, the kind of the area of the field you can protect when you're bowling very fast. It's harder because there's a greater variation. The ball can fly off in all 360 degrees. You can't protect everything. That's why kind of economy rates eventually even out with spinners. Is that spinners can be easier to get a hold of because they are slower, but also you only have to protect kind of in front of the wicket, really.
It's the end of Hannon Dolby's first over back into the attack. It's a maiden. There was one leg by, scored off it. Sorry, 121 for 2 after 25. Andrew Sampson.
Right, last time there were 6 consecutive 4s in a county championship game.
Yes.
Was in 2017 in August at Lord's. Middlesex versus Warwickshire. Nick Gubbins got 3 in a row of Chris Wright to end 1 over, and then Stephen Finn
Lovely. Second mention of Stephen Finn this morning.
Second mention of him this morning.
He's got a book out at the moment.
Got
Third mention.
got 3 in a row of Ryan Sidebottom.
He doesn't have a book out at the moment. I don't know if it 2017. I think I wanted it to be longer ago than that.
I wanted it to be a lot longer ago than that.
Yeah. What about 7 in a row?
Well, there was an 8 in a row. I'm just trying to get the details of that. Back in 2012.
He's ahead of you. So far ahead of
which
you.
is the first county championship season for which we have ball-by-ball data. So
Oh, lovely.
So if there was before that, then it's probably lost in the mists of time.
Another appeal, and given this time, Barnard strikes. Big appeal in his previous over, not given this time. Given Warwickshire, while they've conceded 122 runs, they have picked up a third wicket this morning, just 6 minutes before the interval.
This looked like a good appeal. Very similar to the one before. Folks might argue he's just got himself outside the line. But this is exactly the tactics we've been explaining how Warwickshire might be pursuing, trying to target these stumps, nipping the ball in as well as away from the right-hander. I'd say Surrey is still probably just about ahead in this game, 120 for 3. With the ball moving off the pitch the way it is, those 120 runs at this stage, pretty valuable.
Yeah, I think in both shouts, we've seen movement off the pitch. The ball's jagged in, off the seam, into folks. Very, very similar shout actually to the one that wasn't given in his previous over. But really probing stuff from Bernard. And what an impact he's made into just his 4th over of the morning. Ollie Pope looked $1 million before he was dismissed just after reaching 50. And Ben Folkes started briskly as well. 2 really important wickets shortly before the lunch break. Reminder, lunch is at 12:30. For viewers with us on YouTube, don't go anywhere, because during the interval, Dan Norcross will be talking to Dante O'Reilly from the Cricket Draft about the fantasy cricket leagues that the Cricket Draft operate. Very popular fantasy leagues.
Turns out the 8 was contrived.
Contrived?
So not
Don't
really,
give me
doesn't
this,
really
Andrew.
count.
What does that mean? What, declaration
So
bowling?
it was a good old declaration bowling, Gloucestershire against Yorkshire back in 2012, when Gloucestershire made 159 for naught and 10 overs to set up a declaration. Rob Nichol and Ben Howell smashed the quality bowling of Andrew Gale and Adam Lyth for 8 fours in a row at one point in that. So there's only been one authentic case. Sorry.
Oh, it's a beauty. First up, we were talking about how Bernard was getting the ball to jag into the right-hander previously. This one, like the Pope dismissal, moves away from the new man, Dan Lawrence. What a delivery this is. And with just 4 minutes left to the lunch break, I'm thinking get another slip in, just 2 in for the new man, Lawrence. Real opportunity, this for Warwickshire. That ball, as it so often does, the Dukes moving a lot. 25 or so overs into the innings. Quite often it doesn't move as much as you think it will in the first 10, but then overs 10 to 30 when bowlers can get the ball to talk at its loudest.
Well, I think Warwickshire should be in a little bit more of a hurry here. They've got 3.5 minutes. If Barnard can race through these last 2 deliveries, there's a chance. Oh, no, I don't think he'll get back on, will he?
No.
8 balls left to the break.
Left alone, but there's that shape again from Bernard.
It's interesting in terms of we've kind of hopped back in time 3 or 4 years here, where Dan Lawrence is stepping well across his stumps and trying to get himself outside the line. He's seen the way Ben Folkes has been dismissed. He's seen the movement off the pitch. So he's gone, right, how can I remove Bold and LBW from the equation? Barnard has replied immediately and started bowling big away swingers. So he's still challenging that outside edge, even though he's bowling kind of 6th, 7th stump.
This time straighter, and Lawrence is off the mark. Nudges it into leg side for a single. 2 runs from the over, but also the crucial wicket of Ben Folkes. Surrey 1, 2, 3 for 3. Almost certainly just 1 over left until the lunch break. Samo.
So this is only the second case in authentic situation.
Lovely.
In the
But
county
since
championship.
2010.
Since 2012, when
2012.
when we've
The Olympic legacy.
Ball-by-ball data for county championship cricket. So there you go. Doesn't happen very often.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
So in the knowledge that this will definitely be the final over before the lunch break, Warwickshire taking their time a little bit more before the start of this over, making sure that they get their field absolutely right for the new man Lawrence, who retained the strike with that single at the end of the previous over. 2 slips in place when Bernard was bowling to him, but 3 in place now. Hannon Dalby bowled just the 5 overs so far today. He's bowled accurately. Can he find a breakthrough just before the interval? Into Lawrence. Right on the money straight away. Bowling in that 5th, 6th stump channel. Also worth saying, there's a man catching short mid-wicket, really close in on the leg side. So 4 catches in. Amazing change of momentum. Surrey going well over 5 runs and over not too long ago. Warwickshire on the defensive now, a couple of wickets and they got 4 catches in. Left alone from Lawrence. This one coming just in to the new man. But as Cam says, Lawrence getting really across his stumps. So actually that was further away from the stumps than I initially thought because of where Lawrence is standing. A good session of cricket this morning, Cam.
It's been cricket on fast forward a little bit. We had that historic flurry of boundaries. We've also, I think, seen Warwickshire get the 3 wickets they've deserved. Still think they'll probably feel a little bit hard done by to be going into the break with Surrey already on 120. They know they're in a bit of a race against time here because the ball's still moving about. They'll need these wickets quickly and they want them now.
Another change in the field just before the interval. Hannon Dalby pointing to the man at cover who's coming across to the leg side. We know that Dan Lawrence loves a whip through mid-wicket. Well, there are 2 men about 20 yards away from him, almost holding hands at short mid-wicket. So 5 catches in for the final 2 deliveries before the lunch break, 3 slips and 2 short mid-wickets. Oh, brilliant. Lawrence dissects them. It's just to the left of the guy who's just been brought in at short mid-wicket. That field change did not deter Lawrence from playing a shot that he loves so much.
Nice little victory for Lawrence to end the session. Warwickshire almost bowling to his strengths there, kind of testing the ego. Got a subplot here as well, by the way. Rory Burns has ground to a halt in the last 6 or 7 overs. We've seen him score about 6 runs in that period of time. He was on 42 when Ollie Pope was dismissed, and he will not go into the lunch break with his half-century. So Warwickshire bowling well to the left-hander late in the session.
Left alone by Dan Lawrence, and that'll be that for the first session. As Cam said a couple of moments ago, a session played on fast forward. It was a relatively sedate start. Warwickshire through Ethan Bamber claimed the early wicket of Don Sibley. Surrey going along nicely, 33 for 1 after 11 overs, and then Ollie Pope and Rory Burns really went up through the gears, putting on 49 runs in a 5-over burst to get them up to 82 for 1 off 16. And it looked like Surrey would go into the interval in a completely dominant position, but Ed Bernard came into the attack and bowled a game-changing spell, 2 for 21 from his 4 overs. First the breakthrough of the England vice-captain, Ollie Pope. Caught well by Sam Hain in the slips. Brilliant piece of away swing bowling, drawing that edge, and then getting Ben Foakes with one that jagged back in. He had a really good shout turned down by the umpire in the previous over, and then a very similar shout was this time given. Foakes gone for 11, and Surrey reached the interval 127 for 3. Don't go anywhere during the interval, folks, because during the break, Dan Norcross will be talking to Dante O'Reilly from the cricket draft about all the fancy competitions that the cricket draft have been putting up, not just this year, for the last few years, that I know so many people watching this will be enjoying.
Is that you done? Yes? Go and have a lovely lunch, because you thoroughly deserve it. Yes, we are going to be chewing the cud about the cricket draft, which many of you, I'm no doubt, are playing. It's a kind of fantasy football for cricket, and it's obviously driving engagement and interest, and as a result, we're keeping Andrew Sampson from his lunch, because this is all about numbers.
But
Andrew,
I'm hungry, Dan.
I know you
That's
are.
all right,
I know. But the lunch will still be here. I imagine they might have forgotten it's 12:30 lunch, so with a bit of luck, we'll arrive just in time.
There you go.
Now, before we start this, Surrey County Cricket Club, by the way, I hope we can get some pictures of this, because there's a little ceremony taking place quite near Lee Fortis's hut in front of the scoreboard. Surrey County Cricket Club would like to celebrate the 21st anniversary of the Surrey Seniors Cricket Association winning the ECB over 50s national competition. There they are, you can see them. It was 21 years since these lads, well, they were over 50 at the time, so you do the maths. In 2004, the SSCA beat Kent in the final. So please join us. Give a round of applause to mark the 21st anniversary of that singular achievement. Well, here. There's some very, very fine-looking fellows, though. They're well turned out, I'd have to say. I particularly like the, well, it's Man City colours, but it's a lovely blue jacket there right in the middle. And it's the same colour as the sky, as our cameraman has decided to point out to us by showing us said sky. So congratulations to them. But to talk all things county cricket draft, or the cricket draft, as I should call it, I've got the extravagantly and brilliantly named Dante O'Reilly alongside me. Very good friends with Virgil O'Shaughnessy. And it's essentially what you've got to do is you've got to take the name of a famous epic poet and you've got to add it to an Irish surname. and then you get an entrepreneur. So, Dante, first of all, tell us about the cricket draft. When did it start? And just give us an overview of what it's all about for people who may not have played it.
Yeah, so we started the cricket draft in 2021. Myself and John, who came on earlier in the season and filled a similar slot. And at the time it was just to fill a gap that we felt was in the market. The Telegraph used to run their fantasy cricket game, and you used to kind of do it on the back of the newspaper back in the day. And we were both working full-time jobs, so we thought, okay, let's put together a really quick website, build this games and give fans some way of engaging with county cricket initially and domestic cricket in the UK. We built a very basic website, and it's grown through word of mouth over the years. We're now 2025, so 4 years in, almost at the end of our 5th season. And it's been fantastic. So we've had 50,000 users playing the game over the years. This year we've had 20,000 users on the game playing across the competitions that we're running. So the County Championship fancy game, the T20 Blast fancy game, the One Day Cup, and the Women's T20 Blast. So it's been a fantastic journey. Our mission really is to get fans engaged with what we've seen today and with county cricket, and eventually, beyond.
So do you have to pay to play the game, or?
No, it will always be a free-to-play fantasy cricket game. So we're there just to help people get engaged. So whether you're a Somerset fan watching your favourite players play up in Durham or whatever it is, we're a free-to-play game. You can play if you're of any age. We've got young kids playing it, and we've got over 80s playing it. We've got the full spectrum.
Over 80s, now that is very ambitious. I have a father-in-law who's 90, and we still have to say to him, it's a text message. So you look in the message bit. Is that email? No, not email. Is it WhatsApp? No, the message bit.
Well,
you're managing to get over 80s. I mean, what you're doing here is not just engaging people in cricket. You're actually providing basic IT services.
In technology, exactly.
Yeah, which is vital.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we can rebrand, but we get regular
An
messages.
NHS draft is what you can get for that.
we get regular messages from the over 80s who struggle to use the app. We launched the app in 2024, which was a brilliant innovation, and people love playing on the go while they're in the ground and they can keep track. The over 80s weren't such fans of the app, so we relaunched the website. Nice big display for them to read.
Good. Accessibility as well.
Accessibility.
Sweet. So, now the reason why we've got Andrew Sampson here is because, well, you can kind of guess. Let's kick off. County Championship, which is, I've got to be honest, my favourite. It's got the most sinuous narrative. 14 games, 4-day matches from April all the way through to the end of September. So, you've got a lot of people coming and going as well. Picking your side is going to be extremely difficult. There's injuries. There's people coming in and out of sides.
Yeah.
So you asked me the question outside, who would be in your fantasy team? And the first thing I said was that I would surprisingly have not as many Surrey players as I would otherwise have done because of the churn. Because I'm guessing that I'm penalised if I make too many transfers in and out.
Correct.
Would that be right? So
you at the start of the season, you pick your squad of 15 players,
Yep.
your 11 starting players and your 4 substitutes. Each week you're allowed to make 2 substitutions or 2 transfers. So if you use more than those 2, you get penalised, negative points essentially. So you can
use people from within the squad without penalty.
Exactly. So your substitutes can be brought in without penalty. But it means that you have to build a good core squad, and then every week you can only make small changes. So you don't want to pick someone who comes in for 1 week and then is out the next week. So you want to try and
find Kishore is right out.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Now, for Surrey, there are going to be some pretty much ever-presents. You've got your Burns and your Sibley.
Correct.
You've got your Lawrence, probably.
Lawrence right up there. I think he's our 4th highest scorer in the game.
Is he?
Yep.
Folks, I would imagine he'd be...
Folks is up there. Didn't play as much earlier in the season, I think.
Of course, because paternity and whatnot, yeah. And Surrey rotate their bowlers a lot, so Dan Worrell in and out. I suppose what you might do is you could be a little canny and have a few Surrey players, but not necessarily have them all in your starting lineup. So you could kind of rotate in and out.
Yep.
But then you've got to be thinking, where are players playing? What pitches are they playing on? And the oval pitch it's a good one. It's probably a medium type one for runs and wickets. So therefore a little bit more tricky. So you want your batters playing on grounds where they've got absolute flatties.
Correct.
Ideally. And you want your bowlers who play on the slightly more spicy tracks. That might be, say, well, it would be Worcestershire, but they're not performing too well. So Nottinghamshire bowlers, they would strike me as quite handy. But then you've got to try and think, I don't want the England players because they're going to be away and they get dragged off by the ECB. So then someone like, say, Dylan Pennington, would he come into the mix, or should I be thinking of that?
Pennington's doing very well. The other thing that you want to bear in mind is if early in the season you can identify young players who are cheaper in the game, because your Simon Harmers, your Liam Dawsons are very expensive.
Right.
You couldn't afford to stack your team with those kind of players, so you have to find the cheap players. So someone early in the season like Farhan Ahmed and Ots playing quite a lot. Calvin
and Rayhan must have been quite the
Rayhan Ahmed
has
been one of the top picks of the game. I think kind of what you always look for every year is who are going to be the superstar youngsters who are the budget enablers, cheaper players to bring into your team that will get you guaranteed points. So this year it's been Rayhan Ahmed. Calvin Harrison's been fantastic this year with bat and ball on loan at Northants. And Ben Kellaway at Glamorgan has got a lot of runs and wickets.
George Hill's
done very well.
Yorkshire, he strikes me as he'd be a good pick. But for me, my first name on the team sheet, as I said to you in the corridor just now, is, and I use a slight expletive because this man always does well against Surrey, but he's taking wickets and he's scoring runs. It's got to be Ed Barnard. He's picked up 2 more today. Andrew Sampson is alongside me. Ed Barnard feels like a man. Would I be right in suspecting?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Runs, wickets.
So this is game week 13. This round of county championship is game week 13 within the cricket draft. From rounds 1 to 12, we did a dream team. The top scorers in each position, and Ed Barnard is in that dream team.
Is he?
Runs, wickets, high match involvement is what you want from a player who's in your fantasy squad.
You also want a keeper because presumably the keepers.
You have to have a keeper.
You've got to have a keeper, but you want a keeper
who's going to get some dismissals.
And he's going to play week in, week out.
Yep.
So that's where the likes of your Alex Davis might be intriguing. There's a lot of seam bowlers. You thought there might be some dismissals.
John Simpson's been a good one.
And he scores a load of runs for Sussex.
Yep.
So Andrew, you're the doyen. You should be playing this game. I mean, you'd have an unfair advantage.
I think it would be
over
unfair
everybody.
if you played Andrew. I don't think we.
It's all right. I won't join in. It's fine.
So what would you be going with?
What would I be going with? I
Yeah.
haven't really thought about it. I was just looking at Ed Barnard's numbers, though. 815 runs at 58.
Oh, give
with
over.
300s, which puts him pretty elite in the batting to start with. 24 wickets, average a little bit higher than normal at 37, but then most people's averages are a bit higher this season because of kookaburra balls and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, does the average at which you take your wickets, is that relevant, or is it just the taking of the wickets that's vital?
It's the taking of the wickets and the economy rate that you get.
Economy rate, okay.
And it doesn't matter if through the season they have one bad game where they go for a few runs at not a bad economy rate, but don't pick up wickets. If the next game they pick up 7 wickets, 10 wickets, then through the season it doesn't.
So this is why you like Mo Abbas, isn't it? Because he's a guy who gives nothing away.
Yep.
And he nibbles it about,
Yep.
but it's at the right times of year. So that's the other part of this equation. So you want to kind of select a squad. This is very complicated.
Yeah, and you want to think this time of the season. Do you want spinners? Do you want seamers? So you start to rotate your squad through the season. But
I mean, I think I'm not sure if I'd go with any spinners at all. I've been so sort of Stockholm syndrome by being at Surrey. I think I might just pick a whole bunch of seamers.
Yeah,
is that normally the smart move or not?
I think at this stage of the season it is, but then you look at someone like Simon Harmer and you always think, okay, I'll take my spinners out, and Simon Harmer always gets wickets. He gets a few with the bat, so he's
and catches as well, because he tends to catch in the cordon, doesn't he?
He's a good catcher.
Because that's presumably also significant.
Yep.
So you really want your ideal opener. You want someone who's going to play every time but doesn't play for England.
Yep.
Hasib Hamid.
Yep.
Let's say, but Hasib Hamid doesn't field in the slips.
No, but he's done very well this season.
Rory Burnsfield. Oh, Dom Sibley. Dom Sibley's a slip fielder and an opening batter, and he's got over 1,000 runs. So is he on my team sheet?
I think he's a great pick. I think Dom Sibley is a great pick. Slight consideration with Dom is he doesn't score at a particularly high strike rate.
And that matters, does it?
Strike rate matters as well. So you get bonus points for high strike rates. So he'll consistently score runs, but is he ever going to have a game week where he scores 200 at a strike rate of 100? Maybe not.
Okay, so Dan Lawrence. I'm having him because he scores a high strike rate.
Yep.
Scores quite a lot of runs.
Bowls a few overs.
He's a very handy fielder.
Yep.
And he bowls those overs.
Yep.
And he bowls more than you would expect him to, because Surrey don't have a frontline spinner a lot of the time.
Yep.
Okay, my team's starting to make shape.
I think you need to start playing this game,
I think I do. And Ed Barnard's definitely in. Yep. So I'm opening. I'm going to have Sibley and
Lawrence.
Hamid.
Oh, and Hamid. Okay.
Sibley and Hamid to open the batting.
Yep.
I've got Lawrence in there somewhere, and I've got Ed Barnard in there somewhere. I like your John Simpson suggestion.
Yeah.
So
you've got George Hill. I
think I do have George Hill. How am I looking so far? Is this a decent team?
I think so. And George Hill's not too expensive within the game.
He wouldn't be.
So I think you're doing fine on budget as well.
Right.
Andrew, who else would you bring in?
Well, budget is a major factor, isn't it, in terms of who you're going to bring in, because obviously you can't pick all the great players. Like Harmer, as you said, would be.
Yep.
If you pick Harmer, it restricts the other guys you can pick in. I was just looking at the spinners for a start now. In the top 20 wicket takers in the season, there's 3 spinners.
Wow.
Which is Leach, Harmer and Harrison.
Now you mentioned Calvin Harrison, and he does a little bit with the bat as well.
So Calvin Harrison's been an interesting one. He's come into the north-hand side and he's batted quite high up the order. I think he was batting at 3 the other day. So he's down as a bowler. And what you really want, the kind of secret, is to find a batter who is designated in the game as a batter but bowls a few overs, picks up some points, and a bowler who is designated as a bowler but might
So
have
what's
a chance
Rehan Ahmed categorised as?
He's an all-rounder. So he is an all-rounder.
And how many all-rounders are you allowed?
So you're allowed 4. So 3 batters, 4 all-rounders, 1 wicket-keeper, 3 bowlers.
Right. Okay. I think my team is starting to take shape here. I'm definitely having Rehan in that side.
Yeah. So what does your opening batsman look like with Hamid and Sibley, who aren't going to take any wickets? Maybe you need one of somebody who's going to take a few wickets as well.
Yeah, that's it. The opening batters, this year, it's been very prosperous for opening batters, hasn't it? It's been one of those things where one of the major narratives of this season has been former England openers who are nowhere near getting selected because Bazball's decided that they're not going to play, scoring huge quantities of runs. And I'm thinking not just Hamid, obviously you got Hamid, Sibley, Jake Libby, didn't he go on a ridiculously fecund run of form at some point?
Yep. I'm just looking at the top run scorers amongst openers, and none of them bowled. So.
That's unfortunate. But do you have to have opening batters? Do they have to be specifically opening batters or just batters?
It's just any batter. So the batting or the order that you put your players in the team doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
So generally, actually, going with an opener is quite a risky move, because if it's nipping early on and they've got a chance of getting out, sometimes it's nice to find someone who bats at 3 or 4.
So James Vince would have been absolutely delicious for a while, wouldn't he? But obviously
not
off the
anymore
boil at the moment.
Yeah, very good in the blast game though.
Right.
Consistently a high score in the blast game, James Vince.
Okay, well let's move on for the county championship. Hard as it is for me so to do, because I can see that. See, this could keep me up at night for so long, and this is a dangerous thing.
Well, you've got the county championship, you've got the blast game. The one I love is actually the one day cup game this year has been fascinating, because you've got so many young. It's slightly harder to keep track of all the squad moves, but you've got all of these young guys coming in early on in the competition. You want to try and identify who are going to be the young guys who are cheap and who are going to get you.
So Thomas Rue must have been absolutely cheap as chips.
Thomas Rue was
at the start of the season.
So I think the lowest value players we've got in the game are about 4 million, and I think Thomas Rue was 4 point something, maybe 5.0. So perfect.
He would have been
Thomas
lovely.
Rue.
Yeah.
He was a great pick.
James Rue would have been expensive, I'm guessing, but also hugely reliable at Somerset.
Yeah, very good keeper to have. And then you've got some of these young guys who have come in. So Lord over at Notts was fantastic in the One Day Cup. Alex Green at Leicestershire was fantastic. Took a few fifers. Yeah. So early in the season, so like Mays over at Hampshire. These young guys who you probably never come across, and then suddenly you're playing the cricket draft game, and you're forced to go and search for those diamonds in the rough.
So has this driven, do you think, more engagement with these competitions? Because I know how easy it is to get completely obsessed by this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And suddenly, you're not just watching the Surrey live stream because you care about Surrey.
Yeah.
You're thinking, my number 4 is currently batting for Durham in the Metro Bank. I'm heading onto their live stream. I'm invested in him. I need him to get a quick fire 60, 70 in this game.
Yeah.
Are you finding there are tales of this happening?
I mean, I shouldn't say this on air, but I was not the most avid county cricket fan when I started this business with my co-founder. So John,
the Lord loves a sinner who repents, Dante. As a man called Dante should definitely know.
My co-founder is the real brains behind the fantasy cricket side of things, and I just love the concept of getting fans engaged with cricket. I loved cricket, loved playing it and watching it. But I'd never been down to Hove or never been to the Upton Still County Ground until we set up this business. And actually, I've become, just partly because it's now my job, but so engaged with cricket. And I do find myself coming down to the Oval to make sure that I go and watch when whoever it is, Rory Burns, is on 100. Or
is he in your team?
So Rory Burns was in my team earlier in the season.
Oh no, Rory, don't listen. You've been dropped.
He's been dropped. He has been dropped. But no, we frequently have stories, and at the end of every year we speak to our users, and such a high percentage of them are so much more engaged with county cricket across the board as a result of playing our games, and that's really what we went out to go and do, so we're really happy with that.
I think it's an absolutely wonderful initiative, and I guess the same thing will be happening because you're doing women's cricket as well.
Yep.
You didn't do the Metro Banks, but you did the T20 blast, which of course Surrey won. I'd just like to point that out. Inaugural winners of the T20 blast. Congratulations to Surrey's women. And that is a really fun one because this is the start of a new era in women's cricket.
Yep.
And there are plenty of players who, a lot of, I'd say, casual cricket fans will be well aware of, the Tammy Beaumonts and Heather Knights and whatnot of this world. But there are also coming to prominence some players, I'm thinking like Kira Chatley, but which may not have been household names, who've had fantastic seasons, Alexa Stonehouse, people like that coming along and really making a name. I mean, didn't Kaylee Moore the other day hit 70-odd for Surrey it was a Metro Bank game, but people like that. So you're suddenly actually driving engagement with parts of the game where these fans would otherwise not have known.
And it's so easy once you're on the app or on the website, you've got your account, you're playing the county championship game if that's the one that drew you to the game. But it's so easy to simply just click a button and then go, okay, what's this about, the T20 Blast Women's, and then suddenly you're so involved in it, and you find yourself setting alarms for the next game week starting, make sure you've made your transfers, researching squad news from the Blaze that you would have otherwise never have done. So That's what we're here for.
So are the ECB supportive of this? I mean, I would hope so, because what you're doing is driving engagement with the domestic game.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, the counties have been fantastic. So Surrey amongst them, but all of the counties have really embraced this and realised the positive force that we're having on supporting county cricket. And then recently we've been working with the ECB, and we've actually delivered a fancy game for them called Ultimate Picks, which people can go online and play now, which is focused on T20 cricket, both domestic and international. So you pick your squad of actually 4 players, so it's a slightly smaller game, and it could be international players playing in England, IT20s, men's and women's, or it could be domestic players playing in the Vitality Blast. And so we've done that with the ECB, and they've loved that, and so they totally buy into this concept that fantasy is a great way of getting fans more engaged with whatever cricket is going on.
I'm forced to ask, what can you win off the back of this? I mean, is this just honour and pride? Is it the thought that I could say to Samo, oh yeah, you're maybe the world's greatest statistician, but you totally missed George Hill at the start of the season. I got that. You didn't.
I did. I had George.
Did you? Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
But somebody else maybe. Yes.
So we regularly offer our prizes, whether it's for game week winners or for overall winners of the whole competition, whether it's County Champ or the T20 Blast. That might be some cricket kit, or it might be tickets or anything like that. But really, what we so often find is, the chance of coming in the top 10 when there's 10 or 20,000 people playing these games is quite low. The reason people play this is to play against their friends and families. They often have their own private leagues where they are competing for something, or competing to not have to pay a forfeit for not coming top. So it's really more about pride, I would say, and getting one up on your colleagues or your friends or your family.
So are you starting to see, are there any people out there who are consistently high performers? I mean, I know this in fantasy football, that there are some people who just devote so much time to this that they're eerily good at it.
Yeah, it's quite strange.
Are there any names out there? You don't have to give the actual names for data protection or whatever, but are there any names that keep cropping up week after week and you go, oh, he's done it again?
So often you think when you pick your team and you put a lot of thought into who you've selected. This week I brought in Mohammed Abbas, and he's probably going to end up not getting any wickets this innings.
Because of Dylan Pennington and
exactly. And
Josh Tongue.
So you think he'd been really smart about a pick, and then sometimes a bit of luck and it doesn't quite go your way. So you think, okay, no one can be consistently good at this.
You'd think.
Every year, and I looked at the table, the leaderboard this morning, and I recognised just through them having been there before, probably of the top 20, maybe 5 or 10 of the names have been there before.
Really?
So there's a couple of the usual suspects. Maybe Andrew's got some aliases.
No,
No,
it isn't me. But I was just going to say that does beg the question: is do the selectors, national selectors, consult these people at all if they're so good at it?
Yeah, very very good question. Well, we run a weekly YouTube channel, and we have a data analyst who's regularly on the show, and he works for some of the 100 teams. He's worked for overseas franchise competitions, so he's our kind of resident expert on the game, and you can see he kind of thinks about the game in a slightly different way, and some of the picks he makes are fantastic. So maybe we should be trying to push the selectors into the game as well.
Well, I think that's a particularly good idea. Okay, so players of the T20, tricky because you get a lot of churn.
Yep.
And this is what would concern me. There's a lot of churn of players, especially in the T20 Blast. Get a lot of players coming in and out. Do you have any restriction on overseas, for example?
No. So the only restrictions on these games is you're allowed 3 players from each squad. So you couldn't, if you're a Surrey fan, pack your squad full of 11 Surrey players.
Yep.
You could only pick your 3. But apart from that, you can have your overseas. Generally, the overseas are the more expensive players.
Yep.
So they'll be 8 million, 9 million, etc. So you need to kind of find some balance. But it's been really interesting actually with the restructuring of the Blast for 2026. I think it will make it a lot easier for fantasy managers next year because it's all in one block.
Yes.
So you don't have to, work out whether the overseas is going to go and then come back, or is he going to be back for the quarterfinals and then not the semi-finals. So you can kind of be a bit more thoughtful about your selections.
Who are the big names in this year's T20? Who are the ones that performed?
Good question. So someone like Chris Green.
Oh yes, perennial. Yeah, he's also got terrific hair and wonderful eyes. So he's kind of like goes in my team anyway, just for aesthetics. I mean, there should be extra points for aesthetics.
The one that was amazing. We were here the other night, and obviously Ravi Papara getting his 100.
Don't. You're triggering bad memories. Okay. Yeah.
as I say, you get bonus.
That's a lot of points
you get
for that.
bonus points for strike rate, particularly in the T20 game. You get extra bonus points if they score very fast. I think it's over 200 strike rate.
So would that be one of the most high-scoring points, if not the highest scoring, in a 14-over game? For I don't know, this is revisiting a painful memory, for Bopara to score 100.
It was right up there as the highest score of the season. Yeah, for sure.
Right, and was his season strong enough, therefore, to justify and have Ravi for the whole?
I don't think so, but obviously you move from the group stages to the quarterfinals, and you have a bit of a reshuffle.
Of course, because you're going to lose a whole load of players because they're out. Right.
So actually, what we do in the fantasy game is every week, as I say, you get 2 free transfers. When it gets to the knockout stages, you get 5 free transfers. I think it was for that game week, maybe 6. So you have more of a chance to have a bit of a squad reshuffle, and then the same again ahead of finals day. You'll have to fine tune the squad so that you've got players from just those 4 teams.
So there, you're looking more at people like, say, Dan Mosley. Perhaps, who could give you a little bit with both ball and bat. More spinners are going to come into play, I would have thought, once you get into T20 territory, because a lot of them will bowl in the middle overs.
Yeah.
People will be going after them. There's wickets to be had there as well.
Yeah.
So you're sort of Liam Livingston must be.
Liam Livingston. I've just pulled it up. David Willey, I forgot to mention.
David Willey,
was the man, wasn't he, at the start of the season?
Yeah, he's an obvious pick. Yeah.
And then your own Sam Curran was fantastic.
Well, the greatest.
Yeah, the greatest, but won't unfortunately play a part in finals day.
Again, no need to revisit that. Yep.
Ben Sanderson, who was fantastic.
Didn't he bowl brilliantly? Yeah.
Bowled fantastically.
So often it's guys that, I mean, in the case of Sam Curran, of course, he's a very well-known figure, but it's these guys just bubbling under the radar. Are the players themselves aware of it? Do you know if they play?
Yeah. So we've got quite a hardcore user base. I don't know if they would like me saying that, hardcore user base, but there's a players' league. We work with the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, and so through that we have quite a route into a lot of the players. And there's a players' league, and you get your regulars. Are
there some guys that you don't have to name them, but are consistently much better than others?
I would say so. Yeah. There's and actually,
and you can see those players, and you think, aha, he could be a coach in future.
But the interesting thing is actually of the players, it's the younger guys that really love the game. I think partly because they come into these squads and they go, okay, this is amazing. I've got a character in a video game or whatever they think, and then and they are generally just so passionate about county cricket, and so they love picking their icons or the people they grow up playing with. So there's a lot of the youngsters in county cricket are playing.
Now, you're doing more games in the close season, so if you're a player of fantasy cricket, or rather the cricket draft, you don't have to wait until April to satisfy this fix.
Correct, yeah.
So talk me through the plans for winter.
Yeah, no, stay with us, because the county championship ends late September. In October there's a Women's World Cup, and then the big one for us.
Are you doing the Women's World Cup?
I think we'll be running a game. We haven't completely decided whether we're going to pull the trigger.
Please do, because I'm going out for that one.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right,
I've got some ideas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so we'll do that one, and then the Ashes is the big one. So that's.
Now, how does that work? Because obviously there's a very limited gene pool in the Ashes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only England and Australia playing. Yeah. So are you still picking an 11?
You're still picking an 11. It's actually in some ways kind of it's different to a traditional fantasy game, having only 2 sides to pick from. Obviously, there's not the restriction of 3 per side. There's a restriction of something like 7 per side, I think it is, and just or 8 per side. So you have to pick from both teams, and you have to get a bit smart about. We value the players based on the ones we think are going to have very high match involvement or are the bigger names. And then the players who are slightly more on the fringe of each squad will be lower value, and so you have to each week move in and out players that you think will.
Well, what we're going to see is a pretty settled, you'd think, top 7 for both sides, aren't you? I mean, there's England's top 7 has been very settled for quite a while. Australia's top 7, we won't really know until we get to that point, because the opening batting slot's a little bit up in the air. Your Sam Constas, is he going to play? All England fans are desperately hoping that he will, which isn't a great sign for Sam Constas. Along with Usman Khawaja, you'd expect that to be much the same. Cameron Green, but you don't know whether Labuschane's going to be, in favour or not. When do you have to do the draft for that? Because obviously, if you have to do it, I don't know, in the middle of October,
Yeah.
that could be quite challenging. If you do it sort of on the eve of the first Test match, the dust is settling a little bit. You get a little bit of an idea of where Australia's top 7 thinking is.
Yeah, so we'll probably launch the game some point early or mid-November. The player values at that point will be set, and we'll include everyone who's named in the wider squads. People from that point can start picking their team, but really, you're going to build V1 of your squad, mid-November.
The night before.
Probably 10 minutes before the first ball is bowled.
Well,
you'll be making changes to it.
Good point, because Australia, they're very sneaky, aren't they? They play by the rules, and then they give you the team on the actual day.
Yeah.
Whereas England, in a sort of alpha move, like to let everybody know about a week in advance.
Yeah. But it's but you do end up with users having a lot of overlap in their squads, but then you have to select your captain who gets you double points, and it's about who you move in and out each match.
And your captain can be anybody. It doesn't have to be either captain. It could be...
Captain can be anybody, so a lot of squads are going to have Joe Root in them and Ben Stokes in them, but for example, Constas could come in and get some runs, and that could be a great pick for one of the game weeks. Maybe
because he'd be dirt cheap, I'm imagining.
He'll be cheaper than a lot of the other players, and maybe they play at the Gabba and you want to bring in, whatever it is,
a local player or something like, or a different kind of bowler.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and of course, if I'm selecting that squad now, I'm thinking I want both Wood and Archer because I'm expecting them to take a few wickets, but I think that way England are going to try and play at least one of those two in each game, so I can always bench the one that's not going to be selected.
Correct.
And I've got enough time with England because they're going to tell me the day before.
Yeah.
So
and
somehow having a few more England players there just allows you that bit more flexibility, so you're not stuck on the day with only 10 players instead of 11. Yeah.
Yep. Great point. I think. Because of that, and because of how well publicised it is, and because of how broadly televised it's going to be, it's a great game to play because it's so much easier to keep track of player news and these sorts of things. Andrew, who would you have in your Ashes 11?
Ashes 11. Quite a few Australians, mostly.
Oh, I see.
In Australia. Well,
I suppose in Australia,
as always, as always, England are hoping to do better than normal. But you wouldn't want to be as a normal Ashes series of the last few years. You wouldn't want to be at the 4th Test and having to pick 3 England players in your fantasy 11.
But don't forget strike rate, because you see, I'm thinking straight away that I'd want the England openers over the Aussie openers because the Aussie openers are either dashers who get out quickly in the case of Constas, or they go at a glacially slow pace. Usman Khawaja. And, in fairness, his eyes have gone, and the moment that Archer and Wood come into him, he's going to be in trouble. Whereas your Ducketts and your Crawleys of this world, they're going to get selected every time, and they're going to go hard. And we kind of think, don't we? I don't know why we do, but we think that Zach Crawley is going to prosper in Australia. It's been determined, doesn't it, Andrew?
Well, I'm not sure.
It's been said from up on high.
They certainly will score faster than the Australian openers. Yeah.
And that's still part of the equation, isn't it? The strike rate is going to be important.
And also you do economy rate from bowlers.
So Jofra Archer,
I'm just saying. Well, if you look in maybe not the ones who are going to take wickets at particularly good strike rates.
No.
So Archer and Wood wouldn't necessarily.
Josh Hazelwood's first.
So Hazelwood's probably first on your list.
Yeah,
for that.
he goes about
probably.
2.7
Cummins
and
is
over.
not that much difference. So.
Although
assuming he's around,
slight concerns over his back.
Yeah. So, what would you do in the middle order?
It's interesting whether you bring in someone like it.
Smith would have been there, obviously.
Smith would be a great pick.
But expensive, wouldn't
Jacob Bethel, if he got into the squad, would potentially he'd be quite a kind of boom or bust, but could score.
He'd obviously be a lot cheaper than Smith. So so that's where you're balancing those kind of things.
Travis Head. He goes fast, and he's in a rich vein of form at the moment. But of course, he's got yet to be tested against the extreme pace of the short ball from Wood and Archer. And who knows, Josh Tongue. Josh Tongue's an interesting one.
He'd be quite cheap as well, wouldn't he?
I imagine he'd be quite cheap, and I reckon he's going to play a couple of games. So if you can balance your squad, have him knocking about. I'd have him as one of my subs to do it, because they do call him the Hoover, don't they? Because he picks up those tail end wickets. I'm loving this. Right, the players are coming out very shortly. So before I let you go, let me just understand, when you do these games and they're not ECB games like the County Championship or whatever, how does that work with your relationship with, say, the Big Bash? Because that's a Cricket Australia game. And if you're doing an Indian T20, let's call it the IPL, but I believe you probably can't. how does that work? Do you have to develop relations with those boards in order to get the games off the ground?
Yeah, exactly. In the same way that we have done with the ECB, we'll go out and speak to SA20 or whoever it is, Cricket Australia. What we see our role as being, more or less all of our 50,000 users are UK based. What we want to do is put cricket on a pedestal in the UK, and if you take something like the SA20, big South African following, I'm guessing quite an emerging Indian following because of the ownership and TV rights, but what we could play a really great role there in getting English fans engaged with cricket at a time of year when there's not much else necessarily going on.
And there'll be quite a lot of English players in that as well.
And there'll be quite a lot of English players in that.
Yes. And do you find that sort of English cricket fans are drawn to selecting English players? I mean, that's quite an Indian thing to do, but if you really want to win, you've got to take all of those emotions out of it, haven't you? You've got to get it, because I have certain favourite players that I always would want to pick. I'd always want to be picking Sam Curran, things like that.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's a smart pick.
Yeah.
But you can't let your heart rule your head in these matters.
Yeah, good question. Maybe Andrew, we can speak afterwards. We can do some analysis on that one. I don't know, but certainly for the Big Bash, you've got some great English players who have gone over there over the years and actually performed really well. David Payne was a great one, who was a bit of an icon in T20 cricket. He was I think, top scorer of the T20 Blast game last year, and then has been great in the Big Bash. So someone like that is definitely a fan favourite.
Dante, thank you ever so much for coming in.
Pleasure.
You might even have got me hooked on the cricket draft, which is just dangerous because it's just something else for me to obsess over. And I'm not sure that I need it in my life, but I think there's every chance that it might end up in my life. Yas Rana is coming on in a minute. He is absolutely fertile territory for this kind of shebang. Do you play it? Do you?
I tell you asked me about names in the top 10. Yas is frequently right up there.
Is he?
Yes, I do. I keep
He's a
an eye
canny
out.
one, is Yas.
Yeah, no, these guys.
Oh, well, that's fascinating. Dante, we're going to let you go because we're going to bring Yas in. And I'm going to get out of the way shortly. But before I do, I'm going to quiz Yas on this because this is so Yas. I should have realised that it would be you. Yas, who's currently in your 11? Who's in your championship 11?
So I've not taken it as seriously in the last couple of rounds as I was at the start of this season, but I've had years where I've taken it extremely seriously. It's about picking players who've had surprisingly good starts to the season. Go heavy in Div 2. Always go heavy in Div 2. Especially with batters. Ian Holland this year with the cheat code. Ian Holland was by a mile the best player in the country at the start of the season. Sometimes a player can do too well and it ruins it a little bit. When Banton scored his 371, that ruined it a little bit because a few people captained Banton.
Oh no! And then he's got 742 points already, or something like that.
Exactly. But you would genuinely love it.
I think I would.
Potentially too much.
That's the problem.
But you would love it.
I'm going to get out of the way. Adam Collins is going to come in, and Surrey are resuming on 127 for 3. An even session maybe after Warwickshire won the toss and elected to bowl. I don't know. What's your thoughts? Yes, then I'm going to hand over to Colin.
Well, it was a strange session in terms of how differently paced it was. At the start, it was pretty sedate. Warwickshire struck early.
They're going to start with Ed Barnard. Picked up 2 wickets before lunch from our Vauxhall end. So what we're going to try and do here is we're going to try and switch headphones. It'll take some doing, but I believe we can do it between balls. I believe that we can win. Did anyone even notice? So back in the saddle. Yeah, I don't know, 3 wickets when you bowl first at the toss is par, I think, in Test cricket. But what we know about this ground and the Dukes and the captain Burns raising his half century. Batted so well through the middle passage of the session. Enjoyed a bit of luck along the way, but that's fine. That'll be required on morning 1 at the Oval. And lays the foundation for the home side. 128 for 3.
Yeah, strange session in that Surrey scored so quickly in that middle period, and it went from being a very controlled start from Warwickshire to becoming a morning where it was spiralling out of control for them. Ollie Pope and Rory Burns at one point hitting 6 fours in as many deliveries.
It was the one passage where it actually felt like Surrey were vulnerable right when Gilchrist started and had Burns through the cordon thrice, including 2 and 2 balls that were catchable height. But after that, the switch was flicked. Oh, inside edge onto Lawrence's front pad, which looks rather big there, but he survives, and you can see how close that was with Barnard's body language.
Well, he's been absolutely brilliant today, and it's with deliveries like that. He's been able to attack right-handers in two completely different ways. We saw how he dismissed Pope with a delivery that was a classical away swinger, leaving Pope at the last moment, but then also with how he was attacking folks. Had one very close LBW appeal turned down, and then a very, very similar shout given a couple of overs later with a ball that was jagging in, like that delivery there to Lawrence. And Cam was making the point just before the interval as well that Lawrence is looking to essentially eliminate the threat from the ball that jags in by coming across his stumps a little bit, trying to get outside the line of off stump, coming down the crease a little bit as well to try and negate that movement.
Yeah, and I get it. It does mean, though, that if it goes past the inside edge, he's got a pad that's there to be smacked by Barnard, who does naturally move the ball back towards the right hand. As we saw that here at the Oval with an excellent 5-wicket bag that he picked up here. Would have been a couple of seasons ago when Barnard picked up 5 for 66, so it was this corresponding week in 2023. And he's batted well against Surrey in the past as well, including an unbeaten 177 when these teams met back in May. So he enjoys stepping up and playing against the standard bearer in Division 1, which is Surrey. Getting there across the stumps, as you point out, Yas. So the single that brought Burns to 50 to start after lunch, 128 for 3.
We saw it in that second last ball of the over, just why he's so threatening at the moment, because if his only mode of attack was that ball coming into the right-hander, that's slightly easy to line up, but he's got 1 or 2 balls and over that swing away at the last moment, so attacking both the inside and outside edges of the right-hander.
It's going to be Ethan Bamber taking up the attack from the pavilion end, where he started the day. Picked up the wicket of Dom Sibley in the third over of the morning, caught in the cordon. Bamber's taken 35 wickets, low 30s, his first season at Warwickshire. I interviewed him the week he was leaving London. He lived in the street behind me, as it turns out, so we had a local cafe. We'd often run into each other there.
He's someone that you've watched a lot of.
Yeah, I sort of felt a bit of a kinship with him. You know, you watch a guy bowl a lot, as I was at the Middlesex at the time, and that breakout season that he enjoyed in 2021 was the year after the pandemic. But a lot happened to him in that period of time of various lockdowns, and his weight fluctuated wildly, and he's spoken very openly about some disordered eating challenges that he experienced, especially through that time. And he was incredibly open with me talking about that, and like he was keen not to try and overplay it, because he's a very modest young man, Ethan. He's a very self-effacing fella, incredibly easy to like. So he didn't want to make himself the story as such, but he understood that it was important to tell his story and explain that in the modern game, such an emphasis on looking a certain way and your body performing a certain way, which makes total sense in high-performance environments, but where he found himself falling into unhealthy habits around that time in the pandemic lockdowns. Or through, and the big appeal from both bowler and keeper. Burns unmoved, likewise umpire Goff. What's it hit on the way through? We saw Goff turn one down earlier today, which was spot on and difficult to tell from that angle, but must have been ever so close to kissing that inside edge. See from behind might help us here, Yas.
Yeah, body language is often the first thing I look for caught behind appeals, and I don't think Burns looked like a man who nicked it. There was no immediate turn of the head towards the keeper.
Bamber threatening right away, placed at the cover point for one here. Yeah, Bamber's sort of very realistic about knowing that he's never going to blow the speed radar up. He relies on getting everything out of himself. It's all about marginal gains. It's about how accurate can he be through a spell, how subtle can his variations be, that type of thing, to really be at his best in Division 1. Because his numbers have been terrific. Very consistent year in, year out after that breakout season in 2021 when he took over 50 wickets at 20, at Lords mostly. Got to 100 first-class wickets in a real hurry at an average again of sort of 21, 22 from memory. So he was a good recruit for Warwickshire. But yeah, I really enjoyed him feeling as though he should talk about how when you're striving to get everything out of yourself, that there can be an overcorrection, if you like, and that's where he lost so much weight in 2020 that he wasn't able to be selected. They sort of said that it wouldn't have been healthy to have picked him. He played one game in the Bob Willis Trophy, but they basically ruled a line through him because he was essentially underweight for where he needed to be with his muscle and body mass more widely. Terrific bowling. Ethan Bamber has gone past the edge again, or has he had it put down by the keeper? We'll need a second look here. Again, talk about body language. I reckon Lawrence has nicked that. First impression, Bamber was running straight towards the cordon. Must have hit it. Eventful over. Seeing it spun around for us. Oh dear. The keeper and Captain Davies had the chance for Warwickshire to strike straight after the break. It's the England international Lawrence who gets the life.
Yeah, body language from all involved there, suggesting that Lawrence did indeed get a feather on it, and that's a luckless over from Bamber rather. Huge appeal for a caught behind, not given early in the over to the Surrey skipper. This time, we're pretty certain, drawing an edge of Lawrence, but shelled by the skipper.
It was just the way in which the cordon were running. You can see we've got a delayed replay screen in our commentary box as well. The way the cordon started running towards the bowler, fists pumping. They didn't quite realise that Davies, who sort of gloved it in that conventional spot in front of the tummy with his fingers down, and as he was gathering the ball, it bounced straight out. How disappointing for the seamer Bamber. It was a lovely over. Having nearly picked up Burns, one that I suppose sort of 3 times out of 10 goes the way of the bowler who's appealing. And then the most conventional caught behind, having hit the seaman, just moved it away slightly, which is what he does so well. And it's the captain that puts down the chance.
Well, question for Samo when he returns from his lunch break. How many games has Davies kept wicket this season? Kai Smith, the man who's done it more often than not for Warwickshire.
Well, he kept in their most recent game against Essex as well, wide of the crease Barnard here. So they've decided to sort of recalibrate the side this week in giving themselves the flexibility to play, including Barnard, 5 seamers. And I get that, by the way. I mean, what have Surrey done for 3.5 years? Played 5 seamers, like almost always. Like it's the winning formula here at the Oval. I'm not questioning that, but it does mean that teams that come to the Oval have to think about what they do with the other 6 spots in the lineup. And oftentimes we do see a keeper in the top 4 or 5.
Well, sometimes we see teams get potentially a little bit carried away by the need for speed here at the Kia Oval. We saw Yorkshire visit here early in the summer, and they took with them 6 seamers.
That's right, yeah.
Dropping both of their spin bowlers, and you can only bowl 2 bowlers at once. If you have 6, you're probably not going to use at least 1, probably 2 of them that much at all.
You even hear that said in Test cricket when a captain will play 4 seamers, rare as it is. There'll be a dialogue around, well, 1 bowler will be underused. It always sort of works out that way. When you've got 6, yeah.
And also, if they're not vastly different in style, they tend to want to bowl at the same time. So they all want to bowl with a new ball. And what works for Surrey is that the different seam bowlers complement each other really well.
Burns will keep the strike with that flick. He's 52. The score's advanced by 3 since lunch, 130 for 3. But that's not the full story. It's that Lawrence has got a life on 5. Straightforward, caught behind opportunity for Alex Davies, the captain, who put it down from the bowling of Bamber. And we've broken record of us here, but when teams have come to the Oval, remembering that only one visiting team has won here in the last 5 years, that was Lancashire on the... I should notice it was my wedding day, the 26th of June 2023. That's the only time a visiting team has won here in the last 5 years. Not even entirely sure I've got the date right there, by the way.
Kookaburra round as well.
Kookaburra round, which made it all the more odd, given how many draws we see with the Kookaburra. Again, Bamber past the edge. He's got it on a string today. Just superb stuff from the Warwickshire number 1. Yeah, you need. Sorry, just to finish the point, you need a lot to go right. We see teams come here and have a really good half an hour or a really good hour, and somehow Surrey find a way of still winning 2 of the 3 sessions or whatever it works out to be, and winning the day, and that's how they grind you down. So opportunities like that to start a session become all the more important. A carbon copy of the ball that came before it. We saw Burns do some gardening on that spot on the pitch. He'll do so again here. This is round the wicket, angled in, making him play. 4th stump line. Beautiful.
It's that broad to Warner line, isn't it? From around the wicket, getting the ball to just stand up and hold its line. The left-hander has to cover it in case it doesn't move away from him.
Stumps in play that time.
Real test for Warwickshire, and going back to the point of having more seamers than they probably otherwise would have, is that we see some teams come here and the opening bowlers are brilliant. They're relentless. They're on the money completely. But the change bowlers, who potentially don't play as much cricket as the guys who are opening the bowling, don't back them up in the way that the Surrey first and second change bowlers do. And that's quite often where you compare 2 teams. That's where Surrey have often a very big advantage over the visiting teams.
It was 2 seasons ago where Jordan Clark took the new ball for the majority of the season from the pavilion end. And when they added to their stocks last year, he slots into bowling first or second change like it's not even a thing. His numbers barely change, but the roles, as you point out, there is some subtlety around being a new ball, straight up new ball bowler compared to being a change bowler, and Clark's been their most consistent in both roles. Oh, again, Bamber's finding the bottom of the bat, nearly trickles onto the woodwork. Whew.
He's been brilliant since the lunch break. 4 or 5 moments where he's come so close to picking up a 4th wicket. You feel like Burns is a huge scalp to get as well. Looked excellent before lunch.
Excellent maiden from Bamber. He's doing so much right since lunch. It remains 130 for 3.
Surrey will look at this passage of play and they'll be thinking, oh, if we get to 34, 35 overs here, quite often, sometimes the Duke's ball just stops swinging, or certainly there's a real reduction in the amount of movement that you see through the air. Quite often, as we see the banana guys again, some effort for first thing on a Monday morning.
I was going to say day 1, Monday morning, tube strike in the, I mean, we're thinking stag do, or something like that. Probably quite a low-key stag do on a Monday morning. Maybe the 4th or 5th day of it. Recovery. That's back off the scene from Barnard in that channel.
Trying to work out how old they are.
Yeah, probably too young for to be on a stag do. Looking a bit closer.
Students just before the return to uni.
Wonder who of the 4 of them had the idea. Let's dress up as bananas and sit in the front row. No criticism, just curious.
If anything, the opposite of criticism.
Yeah. Have you ever dressed up to go to a sporting event or anything like that?
I don't think I have. Well, actually, that's not quite true. I once went to a university student darts night dressed in full white. So the cricket club went in full white.
I've got a teammate that does that sometimes. Sometimes comes to Surrey as well, but not in his whites, but Sort of dodges the showers, stays in the whites, puts on the brown boots and goes dancing all night in the creams. Fast bowler too. Nicely played through cover. That's Lawrence making the most of Barnard being a fraction fuller. His first boundary of the session. First runs indeed, 134 for 3.
So often a player who starts his innings quickly. Lawrence has been kept quiet so far. Excellent bowling from both ends, both before and after the lunch break. But first time Lawrence has been able to break the infield. Picks up 4. I was actually walking down a street on Brixton on Saturday, and a float of line bikers came past me, and they were all wearing cricket whites.
Was it the England team? Oh, past the edge again. Barnard getting to go the other way. So they've done that, haven't they? They've all ridden to games on line bikes.
I don't think they were wearing full whites though.
No,
it was
true.
some image actually, seeing 6 or 7 of these guys in full whites.
I like you went to collecting that, a float of line bike riders.
They really have been excellent since the lunch break.
I think there are certain instances where full whites are allowed after. I think when you've won the comp, or a significant game, like Test cricketers, every win's like a trophy victory, right? Or if you've won your cup for the season, or won your league for the season, staying in your whites until the bitter end's all good. But just a regular run of the mill, get in the showers.
Well,
get out again.
It was the last league weekend in Surrey, so
yes.
I think it may well have been a league winning.
That's cool. This time, Lawrence. No, it's not. The way they responded, it seemed a formality, but Jack Chantry, the umpire, says you have to try again. So a bit going on since lunch. 134 for 3, we'll see it again. So we've seen Barnard bringing it back off the seam. This more sort of conventional outswinger. 2 of them in the over to Lawrence. So he's trying to threaten both edges and doing a good job of it.
Well, it's exactly right, Colo. It's the double threat. He's able to attack Lawrence's pads, but also when he's looking to drive through the covers, the outside edge too. And both we talked about sometimes teams come here to the Oval and attacks don't back themselves up, and this is what Warwickshire are doing at the moment. Bamber and Barnard, both brilliant, backing each other up. It's relentless bowling. They're getting the ball to move through the air. Incredibly unlucky not to have picked up an early breakthrough since the lunch break.
Got to make something of this. Partnership's only 12. Bamber bowls and past the edge once more. So Burns got big on him, bounced more than he anticipated. So it's both slow going, edges being beaten, and for all the gardening in the world down there from the captain, he's going to keep hitting the seam, Bamber. This is the benefit of bowling first. Day 1 at the Oval. Come back to it. Duke's ball, different game. But it'll count for nothing unless they can break up this partnership soon enough. Just the 2 slips, interestingly. Nobody in the gully, where Burns has been caught a number of times this year. There's a third man, a point. There was no third slip earlier when Gilchrist found Burns' edge. Wonder why they've only got the 2 catches, given the way that Bamber's bowled since the long interval.
I wonder if they're trying to encourage Burns to direct it to the man at deep third. It's a tempting release shot if he's struggling to get Bamber away at the moment. It's a wide delivery from Bamber that's left alone. I wonder if they're just trying to draw Burns into a poke that he otherwise wouldn't play, with 2 slips alongside Davies behind the stumps. Slow progress for the home side since the interval. 7 runs in the 20 minutes that we've had so far.
Catches the call, and it reaches Malik in the deep. Yeah, it does. That's the wicket they needed so badly. Bamber goes the shorter ball to Burns, and in some respects against what we were anticipating, Yas. He was going full and threatening the outside edge, something different. Captain falls for 52. He can't believe he's picked him out. 134 for 4. The partnership only reaches 12, and Warwickshire are right in this game.
Well, the fact that a wicket has fallen doesn't feel like a surprise. It felt like a wicket was coming, but the mode of dismissal is certainly a surprise. A shorter delivery, we were talking about it before the lunch break, that it seemed to be something that Warwickshire had planned against Rory Burns. Through a lot of his innings, they've had 2 men out in the deep. Early on, Burns pulled Bamber for 6 into the JM Finn stand, but this time the shorter delivery, Burns looks to attack it, doesn't fully get hold of it, and Malik, diving in from deep square leg, does brilliantly to get his fingers underneath the ball. There's a drop catch earlier on from the skipper, Davies, behind the stumps, but outstanding bit of fielding from Zen Malik in the deep. And deservedly, you'd have to say, Warwickshire have their 4th wicket.
Yeah, I absolutely share that view. Warwickshire have done so much right since lunch. Bowled without luck, not helping themselves with the aforementioned drop catch. And now they get a look at Ryan Patel. He's been sort of shuffled down to 6 with the availability of Ollie Pope this week. He's played some crucial hands for Surrey across their three-peat. There was an argument that he played some of the most important innings of the season last year. One late season here, the penultimate round, that 100 was essential to them lifting the trophy for the 3rd time, but having returned from injury, missed a bit of cricket through the Metro Bank. Played the quarter-final in the Blast the other night, only lasted 1 ball. What they would give for a meaningful contribution from their number 6 today. He'll be facing Bamber with now 3rd slip in position. Balloons up off the knee roll. I think they thought there was a good inside edge on that.
Played a really crucial hand in Surrey's most recent county championship game up at Durham. That crucial win up at Chester Street. Surrey winning by 5 wickets. They bowled Durham out for 153 in the first innings, but they themselves were 27 for 3. Ryan Patel at 3, then scored 58 of 72 to help rebuild things alongside the man he's with right now, Dan Lawrence. Lawrence ends up scoring 88, Jordan Clark 82. Sorry, get way out in front and seal the game.
Full and straight. Wicket maiden for Bamber. 134 for 4. An important passage of play.
Yeah, and they will sense that if they pick up 1 wicket now, Surrey bat deep, but at the same time it's not the extraordinary batting depth they have sometimes boasted this season. I think at times they've had Nathan Smith in at number 10.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark, very, very good all-rounder in at 7. Gus Atkinson, Test 100 to his name, in at number 8. You'll also feel these are players who don't often come in the first 35 or so overs. So if you can expose them to the slightly newer ball, you have a real chance of getting through this Surrey middle order.
Barnard continues. Vauxhall end. So the exaggerated across the stumps and down the track from Lawrence to offset the movement that that Barnard's been getting in his previous over.
Well fielded again there by Zen Malik. That catch really was excellent, not just in terms of the technical ability to make sure he gets there and gets his fingers underneath the ball, but also just the moment in the game. Warwickshire really needed a breakthrough to back up the good work after lunch.
Cramped up with the one that comes back. Yeah, had he put that down, it would have felt like, well, difficult a chance as it was, would do well. They've had a look at both bats since lunch, dropped them both, and the energy would have changed. Certainly they would have been deflated by it, given Bamber was the bowler on both occasions. But now they've managed to drag that run rate from 5 to 4 in a hurry too, which is not for nothing.
Still only 2 slips to Lawrence, who remains in single figures. Yeah, you do wonder, is this a good opportunity to pack the cordon again, or do they look at the other way with someone like Lawrence and Patel, to naturally free-scoring players? Actually, the way to apply a bit of pressure is to ensure that the runs don't flow too quickly. Bit more protection now. 5 fielders in on the single.
Oh, look at that jag back. This is probing stuff from Warwickshire's all-rounder. Picked up 2 wickets before lunch. Pope and Folkes, 2 England men. Ever so close here to adding a 3rd in Lawrence.
2 notable things about this delivery. One, the appreciable movement off the pitch. Lawrence looking to leave the ball, and then the ball sharply jags back into it. But the other thing is just the carry through to the keeper. Seeing that this is a pitch that edges will carry to the cordon.
How did your season finish off before I go? Last week of the Surrey Championship.
So I didn't play anywhere near as much cricket as I normally do this summer.
Because you were captaining old Pauline, weren't you?
Yeah, captain the 2s. But in the end, our 2s folded because of availability stuff. So
okay.
I had a much more reduced season than usual.
Maiden, so dotting it up here really well. Yet to open up this partnership. 134 for 4.
You still been playing a game every day?
Feels that way. Yeah, I'm in the 40s in terms of games played, which is rather ludicrous. I'll never do this again. I'll never play this many games in a season again. It's been a huge amount of fun, though. Played, I think, maybe 5 countries across this season. Had the great fortune of playing on the test ground at Grenada day after the Windies Australia test match there.
On the pitch that was used?
On the test ground. I negotiated that with Cricket West Indies, only for us to get rained out whilst I was batting before I got a chance to bowl on it, which is what I was really wanting to bowl. On a pitch that was ragging. Day 5, I was bang up for that, but sadly wasn't to be. But yeah, played yesterday. I think I've got 7 more fixtures all up, provided it doesn't rain, which it almost certainly will.
3 steps in now for the new man, Ryan Patel. So they plugged that gap that was there for Burns. Got to say that having 7 more games lined up on September the 8th is pretty good going.
It does sound excessive. I do note that. Admittedly, yeah, I think almost all of them are at the back end of the month. There's one on the 5th of October to round things out. I've got a view about that. I mean, Richie Benno used to always say that why don't they play cricket in October in England? That it's a more suitable month for cricket than April. You look at it like, I guess it's like days of rain per month or whatever. Or average temperature is probably the better measure. It's not far from the mark. So I know there are some teams that crack on and play until like late October. They find friendlies. I might be looking for one of them to get. I've got a sort of number in mind, and if I don't quite get there by October the 5th, I might be sourcing one of those clubs for one more game. Outside part of the bat. Had one man to beat at backward point and does so and gets off the mark with 4. Ryan Patel, not in control of the shot, but it'll do. 138 for 4 the score.
Outside half of the bat, but Patel does well to ensure that this wasn't too aerial. But it's another sign of just how threatening Ethan Bamber has been since the break. Picked up 1 wicket, that of Rory Burns, but could easily have had more. And he won't mind seeing Patel drive at a ball like that with 3 slips, waiting ominously.
Catches the call, but he's found the gap.
Got a challenge for you, Colo.
Yeah, go on.
Maybe not possible this year. You should try and play a game in the UK in every month of the year.
Yep. I think I'm on track to do that this year in countries.
Okay.
Plural.
Yes, you go to Australia.
Yeah, because I'm playing games in Australia during the Ashes and whatnot. But yeah, it's a worthy crack. The other one is one I was considering for next season. It's completely bonkers. I've got 2 young children. I should not be doing this. But with that caveat put to one side, I'd have to bring them with me probably. There are 38 cricket playing counties in England. And by that I mean there's the 20 minor counties and the 18 first class counties. There is a route you could take to play 38 games of cricket and play in every county in 1 month. Like there's a way of doing it where you play a couple of T20s a day, crossing county borders. And yeah, I do a fair bit for the Lord's Taverners with fundraising and so on. I thought that could be the sort of thing that could, but it would also take me out of circulation for an entire month playing cricket every waking minute, which is probably not very healthy. My body's feeling it now. Complete liability in the field at the moment. Through. Crash. 4 runs for Lawrence. We know the way that he can expand through an innings, and he's been hard held through the first half an hour after lunch, but at last double figures. 13 for him, 143 for 4 Surrey.
First sign of real aggression from Dan Lawrence. I was wondering when we'd see something like this from the Surrey number 4. His second boundary of the innings, his first much more conventional all along the floor through the offside, but this time going the aerial route to Ethan Bamber.
That's certainly his game, and that's certainly the short boundary this week with the way the ground's configured towards the dressing rooms and the beds to stand. We're playing on that side of the ground. I reckon Daniel Norcross was in for me about 5 minutes ago. Tends to be the way. Hello, Andrew Sampson.
Hello. No, he commandeered me for lunch, so we've just both been finishing lunch
That's
downstairs,
fine.
and he's just having a smoke break on his way to the commentary box.
Oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry, it wasn't Daniel. I've thrown him under the bus. Of course, we're not playing to time. We're playing to overs because of the extended middle session. Only 27 overs bowled in the first stanza.
Anyway, Dan's having a smoke, but I can recommend Chester Boughton Hall if you need a game in Cheshire.
Is that your club?
That's down the road from me, yeah.
Okay, will you put me up?
I'll put you up if you want, yeah.
I'd love that. Imagine having a little sleepover at Samo's house.
Would have been great if you said no.
I should have just said no, shouldn't I?
Can you imagine trawling through the books that Samo must have? And
It's a nice club, Chester Boughton Halls.
is it Chester? So is that in the Cheshire League?
It's in Cheshire League, yeah.
Which Didsbury won again on the weekend.
Didsbury's in, yeah.
They won the league and the cup, didn't they?
Yeah.
Up there.
No, yeah, Chester Boughton Hall are fairly middling this year.
Okay.
Middling to not very good.
You're trying to work out when to do it.
You have to go midsummer, wouldn't you? You'd have to pull out of July entirely, and that'd be the only way. With school holidays, there's more games and touring teams and that type of thing. Or not far away again, Barnard. So from around the wicket, it's got inside edge onto, well, protector, judging by the body language here. Yeah. He's bowled beautifully since lunch. They both have. The reward of 1 wicket. But Patel's certainly yet to settle. His boundary was flashy.
There was a period in the first session where Warwickshire were a little wayward, and Surrey really made hay during that spell, and it changed the complexion of the session actually in terms of how we'd look back on it. And
That's more convincing. So he gets inside the line and puts it away.
I was just about to say, sorry. Barely a bad ball bowled by the Warwickshire bowlers since the lunch break, but this time Barnard dropping a little bit short. Ryan Patel very quick on the pull shot, and actually that delivery has resulted in an immediate change of the field. The man who's in on the single in front of square on the leg side, he's gone back to the deep square leg boundary. And already just that one shot of aggression from Patel has also removed the fielder from the slip cordon. 2 slips rather than 3.
In behind it to finish. Just the boundary from the over, 147 for 4. So still 60 overs remaining, and we'll play through until that number hits 32. That's when tea will be. So still 28 overs, extended middle session. Adam Collins, Yas Rana, Andrew Sampson with you. Always a joy to have Samo joining us on the Surrey stream or any other of the places that Samo worked with us around the cricketing world. The last time we worked together, I think, Andrew, would have been the World Test Championship final.
Yep.
When you were virtually in tears at the back of my commentary box. There's some lovely social media footage, Yaz,
Oh dear.
in the SEM box of when the winning runs were hit. I was commentating, so sort of behind me, Andrew is overcome by the moment. And fair enough too. What a moment it was for South African cricket. It was hard not to get wrapped up in the emotion of the. Were you there on that final day?
Not the final day.
The
no.
last day, like when they were singing the national anthem beneath us in the Compton and Edrich stands, and those shots of all the various South African luminaries all in tears when they realised the job was basically done, only a couple of runs to go. That's as special a scene as I've seen in Test cricket. Very moving.
Best 4 days of my life.
And it was a cracking Test match. It feels an eternity ago, really, but it was at the very start of the Test summer. Well, there was one Test before that with England and Zimbabwe, but the start of that run where there were 6 Test matches in 6 weeks, and the way the Proteas hung in there after being behind in the match and conceding a first innings deficit, and the 100 from Markram that'll go down. I mean, it's an instant classic, an instant all-time innings. Perhaps the only sadness that day was that Markram got out with 5 or 6 runs left to win. It would have been so fitting had he struck the winning runs, but when he left the field at Lords and went back through the long room and up to the dressing room, and those pictures of him going back into the dressing room, they're extraordinarily special as well.
He really is a player of great innings, isn't he? He scored a totally absurd 100 against India, I want to say, at the start of 2024.
Yep, it was an innings which is the highest. The only time anyone's made a century in an innings which no one else scored more than 12.
Oh, a dance and a whoosh. And again, you can see what Lawrence wants to do to Bamber here. Transfer some pressure back on him. And he trusts his footwork to get near enough to the pitch, but lucky not to feather one through as well.
It's a fine line between aggressive and wild.
Yeah.
And I think some Surrey fans would perhaps describe that Lawrence attempted aerial shot over the offside as wild. But you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to disrupt the length that Bamber is settled on. And we saw him have success with a shot similar to that in the previous over. Lost his shape a little bit more on this occasion.
Yeah, you're right. He is a disruptor, Lawrence. Can he get going? Thinks better of it here. 5 dots.
I remember a game that we would have covered last season when Worcestershire had Surrey 4 down
15
really
for 4.
early on.
We were on together, I reckon. 15 for 4 in the first half an hour of the match.
And the way in which Surrey got back into the game was by counter-attacking.
It was Joe Leach running through him, wasn't it, that first morning, if I recall correctly? Another maiden from Bamber. Yas Rana will stay with you for the time being. Then it'll be Daniel Norcross taking over from me. And Surrey have had 20 runs since lunch and lost the wicket of Rory Burns, caught in the deep by Malik from the bowling of Bamber for 52.
Yeah, that Worcestershire game last season here at the Kia Oval. Surrey 15 for 4 first up. 2 wickets to Joe Leach and 2 wickets to Nathan Smith.
Oh, yes.
Who obviously ended up here at the Kia Oval this year. And then it was a partnership between Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence that got Surrey back in the game. Lawrence leading the way with 84 off 102. So you can see why he's trying to be aggressive. There's 2 conflicting ways of going about situations such as this when the opposition are bowling this well. One is to absorb the pressure, or as England love to say these days, it's apply pressure back onto the bowlers.
Run towards the danger. Ed Barnard is dangerous here. He's had another very fine season, and we've only got 2 wicket takers so far today. They're bowling in tandem. Have they bowled unchanged since lunch? So we've had 10 overs. So this is now the 6th over of Barnard's spell here. And they're starting to be hitting something like a red zone. It's not to decry the bowling that's backing them up, but they do pose a danger. Oh, that's a rash shot, is it? Or is it running towards the danger, Yas?
I think that's a case of the execution not being right. I don't think there's anything wrong in the decision to try and drive a ball like that. There was width. It was fuller than a good length. There are also only 2 slips in place. I think the shot was there for Patel to attack. He just didn't nail the execution.
Just one thing, though, is that you're very much aware, aren't you, when you're out there, of when a bowler's coming towards the end of a spell. You don't want to pass up runs that are on offer, but at the same time, just might want to see Ed Barnard off here.
A couple of streaky shots from Patel, but the difference between Patel and Lawrence is that when Lawrence is looked to attack, he's actually looking to attack pretty good balls, whereas Patel has looked to attack balls that conventionally a top order batter would look to attack.
Worcestershire, by the way, have lost a 7th wicket, 114 for 7 when I last looked. I think Surrey fans must give up hope of any help coming in that direction. What will be interesting to see is how Nottingshire's batting gets on there, because it has been quite tricky to bat on occasion at New Road this year, and batting points could become important. Just a reminder, Surrey are 9 points clear of Nottinghamshire. So for illustration, were they to get the same number of bonus points but draw this game while Nottinghamshire won theirs, if rain came towards the back end of this game and made forcing a result difficult, then Surrey would go into their game against Notts still 1 point ahead next week. I mean, that Surrey can lose this game and still the destination of the title will be in their hands, because they've got that little buffer, so they can afford to lose this game and beat Notts. They won't be thinking like that, but fans will be. Fans catastrophise at all times. I speak as a fan. I do nothing but catastrophise. It's going through quite low now to the keeper. And that is the end of Barnard's over. 2 for 36 from 12. 6 overs he's bowled since lunch. Will he bowl another?
You suspect that might just be it. We're seeing a change at the other end. Ollie Hannon-Dolby on for the first time since the lunch break. Interesting actually just watching the difference between Dan Lawrence at the different ends. It may be because there's a shorter boundary towards the Bedser stand. He's properly targeted that section of the ground when he's batting at the pavilion end, showing much more respect when he's at the other end.
Hannon-Dolby started from the Vauxhall end, didn't he? He's now at the pavilion end. Always a particularly parsimonious bowler, Hannon-Dolby. Has a podcast, I believe. Been doing a podcast as Hannon-Dolby.
Who did he do it with?
You put me on the spot. I do know, but I've forgotten. That's a cracking shot from Patel. He tried to play that shot in the previous over. A bit of width. Wasn't a full half volley by any means, but a very Ryan Patel shot.
Yeah, when he gets going, he can be so good through the covers, and as you say, not particularly full. What I really like about that shot is the conviction with which he's played it after playing and missing at one in the previous over, getting a boundary from another one a few overs before then, but streakily. He has put everything behind that shot, and he is rewarded with 4.
150's up. The match very much in the balance at the moment.
We were talking earlier about Aidan Markram being a player of great innings.
As opposed to a great player.
I didn't actually say that bit, but that was the insinuation.
Yes.
Well, Markham is the perfect example of someone whose average is just inexplicably about 8 lower than you feel like it should be.
Yep.
Maybe even more than that. KL Rahul's another one.
Because you remember the innings,
exactly,
don't you?
Exactly.
Yeah. Poor little streaky, but I think he's going to pick up 4. He will. Yep. Just got that fine enough. A bit of third slip there. I don't think it was a catchable height, but third slip would have saved 4.
A genuine false shot though from Patel, who's looking to be positive now. 18 off 18. Well, the reason why I brought up Markham again is I actually think Ryan Patel has a similar vibe here at the Kia Oval, in that he is a player who regularly puts in really important contributions, and it so happened it feels like in particularly important games.
Yes, I think that's a fair point. And I think there's a slight misconception about Ryan Patel, that he's kind of a squad player, but actually he's played
pretty much every week.
Yeah, he's played 10, has he, of the 11 games Surrey have played? Yes, he has. He's played. So this is his 11th out of 12. So he's pretty much ever present. And he's not let Surrey down at all. What's he averaging, Andrew, at the start of this game?
443 runs at 40.27 before the spell.
I mean, that is not bad at all. And he'll bat at various different points in the order as well. Oh, that's a fine shot. Just a little punch back past the bowler. The chase is on. Should be cut off. It will be, but they'll get back for another couple. And this is the thing, you see, I always tend to think that Ryan Patel is better when he's able or willing to go for a shot. He can get a little bit stuck sometimes, but he does play situations for Surrey really well, and I think he's identified this as a situation where Surrey can't afford just to sit back. They've seen off the 2 main threats after lunch as well. Oliver Hallen-Dolby's a very fine bowler, been around a long time, doesn't give much away, but if runs come off Hallen-Dolby, then it's a headache for the skipper. So 10 off that over, 158 for 4 at the end of it. Still a fair way to go before they can start thinking about a bonus point, but having been put into bat, the average score, I think when we last asked Andrew here, the average score at the end of the first day was something like 20 for 1 in reply to 270 all out. It was something of that sort, I think. We kind of tend to think of 250-ish as par in a first innings at the Oval, don't we?
On the perception of Patel being a squad player, which is statistically unfair given he's played every game but one, I think it's because his is the role that changes depending on other availability. He's a more than capable opener. Number 3, he's batted 7 at times, changing the bowling at the other end.
Double change.
Nathan Gilchrist on the first time since the lunch break. Expensive earlier on. His first 5 overs cost 25 runs. Interesting to see that Patel was really positive in the first over of Hallen-Dolby's spell there. If Surrey can score lots of runs quickly against the change bowlers, that gives Davies some serious headaches, especially given how long those spells were for Bamber and Barnard.
Yeah, this is a key moment in the game. We have found that there's a certain pattern that's developed at the Oval, certainly in the first 7 matches of the season. I say 7, in that first block, which was that oddly enough, wickets didn't tumble against the new ball. Tended to be a wicket before lunch and then a few soon after lunch, and this was often the most perilous of the 3 sessions to bat in. Well, so far Surrey have negotiated 51 minutes of it. They've lost big wicket, important wicket of their skipper Burns, but they're rebuilding here at the moment. Lawrence there's got right outside off stump.
Just a sign of
Gilchrist there.
how well Warwickshire bowling. How often is Dan Lawrence 13 or 41?
Yeah. Yep. It is pretty unusual. Still a fair bit in the pitch. I'm thinking Dan Worrell, for example, and Matt Fisher, who's back from injury and picked up a bit of form for the 2s. He'll be eyeing up this surface. So it doesn't look like it's going to flatten out any time particularly soon. You always give the first 2 days to the bowlers, wouldn't you say, Yas, here at the Oval?
Day 2 is often the best day to bat. This season has been different, I think. We've not really seen the pitch deteriorate as the game goes on. If anything, it's just got better and better. I do think, though, that cricket in September can be so different to the first half of the season. If you think about it, first half of the season is done before the end of May. And that's a really long time ago. Colo was talking earlier about how long ago the World Test final was. Well, the halfway point in the county championship season was 2 weeks before that.
Yep.
So I think it's difficult to compare what conditions are likely to be like now, especially nowadays, or this season at least. That middle section is played with a different ball that behaves differently.
There's warmth as well. There's ambient warmth in September, but there's also massive fluctuations in temperature. So you get big differences from morning to afternoon. Tight single, but well taken. So you do see conditions vary as the day progresses, don't you? It's kind of designed to make us look foolish. Not that that's awfully difficult a lot of the time. A little bit of fair weather cloud bubbling up, but that looks like it's going to pass fairly shortly. For aficionados of the Oval, the wind direction is the correct one. It's coming from the southwest, so the flags are moving from right to left as we look at the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion from the Vauxhall end. There were some very spooky games here earlier this season when we were getting easterly winds. That's flicked away fine. Chase is on. Good work down there, but they'll get back for another couple. And it's just always about what things should look like, you see. The flags need to be going in the right direction for me. I get very upset if they're going in the wrong direction. End of the over, another one passes. 161 for 4. Yas is taking a break. Ryan Patel, a runner ball 22. Dan Lawrence, as Yas has said, struggling to find his rhythm. There's Ali Brown's going to join us with the game deliciously poised. Ali, you said to me you thought 250 was kind of par first innings, and with that in mind, 161 for 4 is a pretty decent return, isn't it?
Yeah, I like where Surrey are at the moment. I think it's a good score. There's plenty happening. Obviously, we've seen the drop off Dan Lawrence, which would have made a difference. A couple of decisions. We've learnt that Jack Shantry is a not-outer.
He's a not-outer,
isn't he?
Yeah. I've holidayed with Jack Shantry.
Have you?
He felt like a not-outer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just tell. You can tell sometimes.
I think he is. I think Ben Folks was a little lucky earlier on, but yeah, in a very good position, and Ryan Patel making it look like an absolute road out there, which it isn't.
Oh, that's a good lead. Dan Lawrence has been trying to be aggressive, hasn't he? It hasn't quite come off for him yet.
He hasn't, but then he does like to sort of pick up, doesn't he, and maybe hit across the line. He certainly likes to hit leg side, and I think the ball's just holding it, isn't it, a little bit. There's been plenty of seam movement, and yeah, I think he's batted well. I know you were mentioning earlier that you haven't seen him be 14 or 45 before, but I think he's just going through. This is a difficult spell, and I think if he gets through it, Surrey will be in a good position.
And it's little nudges like that that are going to help, just to rotate strike, make sure Hannon Dolby, who's a rhythm bowler, can't just bowl at the same batter, has to adjust his line, left hand, right hand combination.
I think that's actually key, and I think what Dan Lawrence is doing is actually he's understanding the situation. You know, it's very easy to go and play some, expansive whip and then get caught a third man when you're trying to hit through square leg. But I think the wicket is it's a really good cricket wicket, isn't it? I think Warwickshire have bowled pretty well on it. But as I said, I like the way Ryan Patel's come in. I think he's looked really good. Some of his drives have been excellent.
Now then, that's a hopeful appeal. It's going to be a leg by, so umpire didn't think there was any bat on that. Coming round the wicket with that angle. Be interesting to see that front on replay. Get an idea of where the impact was. This will tell us a fair bit. That's a pretty good shout.
Well, I think he may be outside the line.
Just shuffling across enough. Yeah.
I certainly think there have been a couple that have been closer than that.
Well, there was a Chantry one, wasn't there? There was.
Well, I think
very close to folks.
And the first ball of the morning session.
Yes.
Was asking a question.
be a single there, although he is looking for one at all times.
But I think these are the sort of wickets that we actually want in county cricket.
Yeah, for sure.
I played on a few that I think it's really nicely poised. I don't think it's doing too much. I think if you hit the right areas, you get plenty of plenty out of it. And yet, I think Surrey are doing exactly the right thing with the being positive, and as I said, they're in a good position. You thought that was rain?
Well, I saw 3 drops of water. Now, slightly streaky, but it's going to bring him a couple of runs. Just the one in the end. Really good work down at deep backward point. Now, that water could have come from anything, of course, but there were definitely 3 droplets of something on that camera. If there is any kind of rain, it's going to pass very quickly. It's just from a slightly murky cloud overhead, but as you'll be able to see on our screens very shortly, the sun is breaking through again. The shadows will show you that there. You see, look, 1, 2, 3, 4 little droplets.
You can actually see on the roof actually over there. It is actually raining a bit more than you think from a sunny sky.
Oh yes, it is. I would expect the umpires will try to keep them out there if they can, because you've only got to look up to realise that taking them all off and bringing the covers on and coming back again is...
Even in the crowd, they are selling the old yellow banana suits to waterproofs.
Well, those bananas have been around, that little bunch, because they started over there at the SSE Energy Solutions stand, and they've gradually worked their way round the ground. I think there they are. 4 bananas, slightly colder now, so they're now putting on the thing that makes it look like the banana has gone moderately off.
So you're saying that the brown cover they put on is because they've been left out? They've been left
out too long. Yeah. A sort of like mature plantain. Oh, that's a nice shot. Perhaps it should have been stopped at mid-on. It was hit very sweetly. But that's a very Dan Lawrence shot, isn't it? Leg side, perfectly timed, very crisp. Takes him up to 20.
I think he's actually understanding the wicket and playing probably straighter than you might see him on a better wicket. And I think that's just experience as well.
Yeah, he's making that step across every time, isn't he? Getting outside the line if he's hitting the pad.
It is actually raining quite a bit.
I mean, it's bizarre because it's really bright.
It is. If it's here, it's not going to be for very long. But it is. I mean, I always like to gauge the rain on the roofs or the trees, dark trees. But yeah, it's a lot more than you think. But the sun is out.
I see no ground staff.
No.
Which is a good sign. Yeah. I mean, we love seeing lead forties, but at the right time. Now that is close. That is given. I'm not entirely surprised at that. He's shuffled across, but I think that might have hit him in line on this occasion. And I don't think it was going over. Surrey lose their 5th wicket. It's a big one of Dan Lawrence for 20. And once again, Warwickshire just making breakthroughs just when partnerships start to build and getting wickets at the right time. 168 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair on the replay, I think that's kind of close. You think he's outside the line?
I think that's the only consideration. It felt out in real time. Sometimes, I mean, we're a long way up, of course. Yeah. But you can see why the umpire would give that, can't you?
Yeah.
And that is the peril of getting outside the line, because sometimes you then got to access the ball that's coming into off stump and off on middle, and you've got to get your bat around that pad. But it's a big wicket. It brings Jordan Clark to the crease, batting at 7 today.
I think he's been pretty impressive, hasn't he, Gilchrist? His figures don't actually do him justice. He had those. He went for 12, didn't he, all off the edge in one of his earlier overs, and I think he's bowled very nicely. He's hit good areas, good pace. He's just about got his reward there.
Now Jordan Clark is a genuine all-rounder. Perhaps if Sam Curran hadn't been called up by England, he'd probably be down at 8, you'd imagine. You'd probably think perhaps between Tom Laws and Matt Fisher, who might have missed out, so Curran would have been higher up the order. But he's got a job to do here, because Surrey, well, first of all, they want to get to 250 plus, because that's kind of average for the first innings here. but also you just want to be in and around there for bonus points as well. Be keeping a little eye on that. And I just wonder if that shower might have juiced up the pitch ever so slightly. It might be more tricky for the bowlers if the ball gets across that slightly greasy outfield.
I think there's been plenty for them, and yeah, you're quite right. A little bit of that won't. Some of the bowlers won't be too worried about that. The rain has moved away now.
It's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I think we're safe with that. Yeah. It was a tiny smattering, and the umpires did well not to panic. Dickie Bird would have had him off in a flash 40 years ago. That's a fine shot to start with. Bit of wit. He's underway with a 4. Jordan Clark through backward point. Pretty much the ball you want when you just walk out in a tricky situation, isn't it? That
yeah,
one?
I think, short outside off stump is exactly what you don't want is something that's sort of fullish and straight but not too full. I think that's just making you play.
Yeah, before your feet have got going.
Yeah. And I feel that Warwickshire at the beginning of play, I just felt they bowled a little bit too full at times. They were a little bit unlucky as well, but there's plenty happening. But with the likes of a Dan Worrell or a Gus Atkinson, I think that's going to happen at even more pace.
Oh, edged and gone. Good catch at first slip. A wild drive to second ball. Just swinging away slightly, and Gilchrist has got 2 in this over now. Clark goes for 4. And Warwickshire, well, they're on top here. Surrey 172 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's bowled well. I mean, that, to be fair, I think that was a slightly loose shot outside the off stump, especially when you're first in getting used to the wicket. But yeah, well taken at first slip. That was going. Yeah, good catch.
It is a good catch because it was really travelling.
Yeah, half the time you're thinking the keeper might go for that as well. But I mean, with Davies being one of the shorter keepers in the country, good to let it go, and it's a well taken. But sometimes at slip you can, if ever you think, oh, the keeper's going to take it, and you have any sort of
hesitation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it's easy for that to go down. But well taken. 172 for 6.
And he won't be too happy with a shot, I don't think, there, Jordan Clark, because he got a gimme off the first ball, and then perhaps a little rush of blood. Sometimes it's there, it's full, it's wide. You fling the hands at it, and there is an argument that who knows what's being said in the dressing room, but it might be something along the lines of, we want a counter-attack here, because there's a couple of reasons why you might at the Oval. The best conditions for bowling tend to be first day and a half into the latter part of the second day, so you don't mind too much if you've got to near 250 but you've done it quickly enough to give yourself enough time on a pitch which is still responsive. So there's a logic to it. It's just a shot he probably won't want to replay too often. Brings Gus Atkinson to the crease.
I feel it's about Surrey being ruthless here. A pass score is not going to be as big as you might think, and I think if let's say Surrey were to have a complete collapse and be all out for 180, I still actually fancy with the Surrey bowlers that they could actually have a first innings lead.
Now Gus Atkinson is a man who's come back into the news because of yesterday, because Jacob Bethell got 100, and he's got his first 100 in professional cricket in an international match. Unusual, you'd imagine, for a batter. But I think as we ran through various lists of people who had done this, there were quite a few who were bowlers. Gus Atkinson won very famously that brilliant ton at Lords last year against the West Indies.
Sakleen Mushtaq?
There's an appeal for that, but that has just bounced off the pad. There's a little bit of theatrics from Alex Davis. Nonetheless, a splendid over from Gilchrist, picks up 2 in it. A couple of boundaries, 2 wickets, 172 for 6. Jason Gillespie, I was wondering.
Yeah, but that was a double 100.
That was a double. Yeah.
Was that Bangladesh?
Yep.
Yeah.
So did Saki get his first 100 was in an international?
I don't know. I mean, Saki was always one of my most fun players to bat with. He could be anything. I mean, he batted 11 for us, but he was a lot better than he was no rabbit. He was a very interesting night watchman because there weren't too many.
He's a night hawk, was he? He was the original night hawk.
He was more than a night hawk. We played a game at Chelmsford, and he actually ran down the wicket as night watchman and hit it over for the bowler's head for 6. Nice. So, which was entertaining. But he could bat. He was the night hawk before the night hawk.
Robin Marler might
Robin
have been
Marler, yeah.
the original. Was he out for 6 off 2?
He was stumped. Second ball for 6 as night watchman, yeah.
Yep. that really is trying to explain to your captain, "No, don't make me do this again."
Isn't that a bit
It's
like
not
short
gonna
leg? That's when players come in at short leg. You don't want to be too good at short leg, otherwise you're stuck there for life. I mean, there are bowlers that you want to be short leg for. Wacker Yunus was certainly one that I quite enjoyed when you saw the whites of the batsman's eyes. But there are a few that you didn't want to be short leg for, and it's.
Yes, I can imagine. I don't think you'd mind too much to say Colin Croft, because no one's really playing the shot that's going to get you in trouble, and all you've got to do is watch the flinch.
Yeah, Tony Gray was a good one as well for me. Especially when I was because no one really, the length he bowled, you knew you weren't really going to get hit, and that was quite nice. You could watch with a degree of comfort. I remember, I did actually have a game where I was short leg and James Boyling was bowling to Ian Botham, and I wasn't very. There wasn't much turn either, and I wasn't very keen at that. And he looked at me and said, "You don't want to be here." And I said, "I know I don't want to be here." He did get caught deep with wicket though in that game at Durham University.
It's been swung away for Atkinson's first run.
No one was more excited than I.
I bet. Spinners are the ones that you want to be kept, and leg spinners as well, because bless them, they can't help but drag the odd one down, can they?
Well, yeah. I mean, I said early on, Stuart McGill, I actually played 3rd grade cricket in Australia with him. So we played at North Perth together, and so I was short leg to him, which was hazardous because he could bowl you a long hop, but he could bowl an absolute jaffer as well. So,
well, that was the thing with McGill, wasn't it? He was capable of bowling balls just as well as Shane Warne, but he had slightly less control than the greatest leg spin bowler of all time, which is it's not a real criticism.
Yeah.
It's a high bar.
I mean, I was probably 18, 19 at the time, so
But you've lived to tell the tale.
I have, yeah. I didn't actually get hit, but there were a few close calls. But
Did you have helmets in those days?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Short leg always had a helmet, but it's weird that we were, both playing 3rd grade cricket and then both went on to play internationally.
Oh, little mix up there. He's going to get home safely. You can see here Patel is just looking to keep the pressure on the Warwickshire fielders. And so Atkinson's going to have to be alive to this.
Yeah, so there were short leg fielders without helmets, were they? What, Brian Close?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm old enough to remember Brian Close, and his skull was deemed strong enough to be a helmet. I mean, Brian Close said one of the most stupid things I've ever heard, but he meant it in the nicest way. He said, "How could it hurt? It's only on you for a second." I thought, well, so's a bullet. It's not the length of time it's on you, Brian. It's the impact.
Yeah, and that can last 6 weeks.
Yes. It's all beyond. I mean, do you remember, I think, was it Dilip Doshi here? Oh, no, hang on. Sorry, it was Dilip Doshi bowling. And it was Ian Botham batting when he scored 208 against India in 1982, I want to say. End of the over 175 for 6. And Sunil Gavaskar was was fielding at sort of silly point. Turned the ball away from Both. He dragged one down a bit short. Both cut it with incredible ferocity and shattered Sunil Gavaskar's shin. So I don't know what they had in the way of shin guards as well. It was 1982, so still there were plenty of batters that weren't wearing helmets. When I say plenty, they were mostly West Indian because they didn't have to face their own quick bowlers.
Yeah.
So I mean, when did Viv finally succumb? He barely did succumm to a helmet, did Viv?
He didn't wear a helmet, I don't think. I mean, I watched him play Duncan Spencer at Canterbury.
He was quick.
And Duncan Spencer was in the top 2 or 3 quickest bowlers I faced. And I knew what he was going to face, and I knew that he wouldn't wear a helmet. And I remember watching that live and fearing for him in a way, because I thought Duncan Spencer has a very quick bumper. He also has the odd slippery beamer occasionally. And if you...
Oh, sorry, that's a fine shot. Nearly wiped out Ryan Patel at the non-striker's end. That's a very Gus Atkinson shot, his first boundary. He's underway.
Yeah, but... sorry, I've lost my track.
There's Duncan Spencer bowling at Viv without a helmet.
Yes, he, as I said, he bowled short at him. I feared for him. But Viv said that was one of the quicker quicker bowlers.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Viv's swagger. He was one of my idols, so I didn't want to see him just at the end of his career
Well, that's the
come
thing.
to some sort of harm.
I think at the very end of his career, it's a beauty that beats the groping push of Atkinson. There's good stuff from Gilchrist with his tail up, a couple of wickets in his last over. I think he did wear a helmet a couple of times towards the back end. I'm trying to remember who it was that elicited it. It was a particular bowler.
Yeah, it was. I think it was one of his fellow West Indian.
I think it
fast
would have been,
bowlers.
yeah.
I can't remember. I'm trying to see if I can find the story, but I'm pretty sure. he did.
Ezra Mosley or somebody. It was somebody, I think, in the West Indies. Because, of course, I said blithely they didn't have to face their own bowlers. Of course, they did when they were playing for the Leeward Islands. Or Windward Islands. That's been pulled away nicely, but it'll just be the single. I mean, that must have been quite the competition. You find yourself playing against Barbados.
I did find that Viv had an aura about him, and when Viv came up against Wacker here, I was at short leg, and again I thought, Wacker obviously was young and quick and what have you, but there's a lot of respect from Wacker in that. Viv came out with a helmet. I think he was playing for Morgan, he certainly didn't bowl short of him.
Interesting.
But again, I got to see that from really close quarters. When you're looking at that you're watching your idol from 2 yards away against someone who I had seen bowl in Australia at the Wacker, where the keeper was actually outside the 30-yard circle. And I know that's at the time was the quickest wicket in the world. But so to see that was, again, from close range was good fun and very respectful.
Single to finish off the over, 7 from it, 182 for 6. What have you found for a
Well, Ezra Mosley brought back a memory
It was,
to me.
oh yes.
'Cause I don't know whether it was Viv, but I know Jimmy Cook didn't used to wear a helmet early on in his career, most of his career.
The
And
great South African opener.
that South African opener, he there was a West Indian Rebel tour there in 1983, and Ezra Mosley bowled a ball, which after which Jimmy Cook started to wear a helmet, and I found it on YouTube. So
The
you can
ball
have-
itself?
you can have- yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get it up here.
Let's get Ali's view of this. Let's see Ali wincing. This is great. This is Ali Brown watching Jimmy Cook being bounced by Ezra Mosley away to my left as Oliver Hallen Dolby slightly, that's more pedestrian pace, is driven away through the covers for 4. Lovely shot from Ryan Patel, who's looked in good touch today. And he's just trying to make sure that Surrey don't get stuck in a rut here, despite being a spot of bother.
Who was the West Indian that was known as the dentist? Was that Ezra Mosley?
There was a
Yeah.
guy, was it Maynard or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
He only played like a tour game against England or something. Yeah.
That's right. Jonathan Agnew tells stories about the dentist.
Dentist, yeah.
Yes.
That was close.
Was that
Can
close?
I have a look, Dan?
Yes, I do want to have a look. Yeah. You're going to have to turn this round for me to have a proper see. You might get a shriek from me. I can be quite squeamish on occasion. Right. So here we go. Here is Mosley, quite diminutive. He's into Cook. Oh, crikey, Moses. Yes, you'd wear a helmet after that.
Yep.
What age did you start wearing a helmet?
Do you know, I never did.
Yeah.
Because I was too young when I first started. I just couldn't get on with it. By the time I was 20 odd,
Yeah.
you were sort of expected to wear it. And because I played for 11 years without a helmet, I just couldn't get my eye correct. I couldn't
Yeah.
see properly. I found it really restrictive.
I was brought up without a helmet, so I didn't have a helmet until I was 16.
Quite difficult to adjust though, isn't it? Because keeping your head still.
Well, it was
making
weird
sure
the
that-
first time I wore a helmet because actually I felt impregnable, if that makes sense. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually thought if I do get hit, it's going to bounce off. But I've been brought up to hook one side of your
Yeah.
face, and then if you get your head the other side, then through your left ear and almost through your right ear, but keeping your eye on it. So it actually helped in playing the short ball, if that makes sense. And then you got to a level where it got quicker and quicker, and then you certainly needed one.
Yeah. Yes, the freedom of batting without a helmet. I mean, I have done it, and it just feels so clunky when you're not used to it. I mean, nowadays every kid wears a helmet the moment they start playing, don't they?
Well, I mean, up through schools, you
Yeah.
have to have them, and you see wicket keepers with them, and Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the way forward. And now the games I play for the PCA, the England Legends that we play for, you get some. Occasionally, you get some quick young first teamers that want to come in. And actually, last year I got hit from leading edge, so actually went through the helmet. But the helmet did certainly help me. Yeah.
Well, of course, that happened to not from a leading edge, but it happened to Stuart Broad, didn't it? People speculated a lot about that delivery from Baron Aram that got sort of jammed between the visor and the grill.
Yeah, I don't think he obviously got a 100 and he got a big
169
against Pakistan.
Yeah.
But after getting hit, he wasn't ever really the same batsman. But he could bat because he started as an opening batsman, didn't he?
Well, I mean, you can't score 169 without being pretty decent.
No,
and he had a bunch of half centuries as well. I mean, that wasn't an isolated.
No.
I mean, it was isolated insofar as it was his highest score, but he was very handy with the bat. But he sort of stopped getting in behind it, didn't he?
Yes.
He got very much leg side of it.
That was the difference.
Hence the Nighthawk. Oh, now then, that has carried. And that's the 7th wicket. Atkinson goes. Hannon Dolby with his first. I'd like to see that again. As that just left Atkinson a touch, taken the edge. And it went through pretty slowly to slip. But it did reach him. And Surrey have now lost their 7th, 187 for 7, still 63 runs shy of the first bonus point. It's well taken low to the ground, but that has just come off pretty slowly, hasn't it?
Well, Hannon Dolby's delivered it at. He's not quite as quick as some of the others, but he does get excellent movement, and that's the sort of catch you want at first slip.
It very much is, isn't it?
Low, not much pace. I mean, when we used to stand in the slips, we have someone like Martin Bicknell coming through. Some of them used to be quite nice. I mean, occasionally we have to get really close on the slower wickets, and that wasn't quite so nice, especially when there's a flashing blade. But that's the sort of pace of catch. You think I like that.
Well, the game is moving on at some pace as well. We're not even halfway through the day's play. Surrey have lost 7 wickets. Tom Laws is coming out at number 9. There's Fisher and Worrell to come, who can both hold a bat, but I imagine Patel's going to trust Tom Laws. Surrey will be looking at that sort of 250. They know that's par, but it's par and it's also a bonus point. And when you get to this stage in the season, every single point is significant. We look at the updated tables. Maximum points is of course 24. Surrey are 9 points ahead of Nottinghamshire at the moment, and I haven't actually checked on. I've checked on the score at New Road. I fear it's not going to bring a great deal of
joy.
No, I will update you all on these because today is moving on at pace, isn't it? Yes, at Worcester. Well, a bit of a fight back. 155 for 7 now, Worcestershire. With Gareth Roderick on 42 and Tom Taylor on 39. They've put on a partnership of 69 for the 8th wicket. There at New Road. But don't forget also Warwickshire are in the championship hunt here. They'll be eyeing a win here. Which if they can get it, will start to put pressure on Surrey and Notts at the top of the table. 45 overs gone, 187 for 7. One more over, and we are halfway through. Andrew.
John Maynard was the dentist. I played against England for Leeward Islands in 1994. We never played international cricket, but he hit former West Indies under-19 captain Zora Bartley once in the face. The teeth went flying.
And that's how he got the name, was it?
Yes. And here's a quote from him. It's from Wikipedia. If you can't get them out, you've got to hurt them till they get out, he once said.
Till they get out.
I think I've pretty much broken every part of the body so far, from the teeth to the jaw, to the nose, to the ribs, to the arms and the toes. I never worry about hurting them at the time.
He sounds like a very charming fellow. Just a reminder, by the way, that the Tom Taylor, who's got 39 not out, is of course James Taylor's brother. So involvement in the Taylor family in this championship, this round of championship matches. I'd like a bowler who relishes hitting people, though. In a way, you want him on your team, don't you?
Well, I came out. I mean, there's someone when I talk about the quickest bowlers we faced, Andre Van Troost was the quickest I ever faced. Duncan Spence was up there. There's a good. Someone called Philip Threlfall, who was very quick. I think he was formerly Warwickshire, then Sussex, but he didn't welcome you kindly.
No.
He sort of You know,
I mean, if you were a fast bowler, though, Ali, I mean, that's one of the powers you've got, is intimidation. You're going to use it, aren't you? And sometimes they seem like the loveliest of people. I mean, Jofra Archer's is a very laid-back guy, but we watched him yesterday at Southampton against South Africa. He knew there was something in that pitch. The clouds had rolled in. Nobody was enjoying facing him. He's cranking it up to 92 miles an hour. You're going to whack it in around the throat, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost Chris Lewis-esque. I thought, you know, Chris could find pace from as soon as he saw a wicket or something where he wanted to really turn it up a notch just to show how good he was. You know, he didn't do it all the time, but when he did, I mean, he was very special. And I think watching Jofra yesterday is just, that's a joy, isn't it? That's when we watched Australia, and he really put the Australians to the sword. And really put them under pressure a few years ago, and you know, to see him do that yesterday, you kept thinking, oh, can they just have one more over, because can I just take another wicket or two? And I think you bowlers like that, you can't wait for them to get them off their spell.
I mean, it's a thrilling sight to watch. Although I will say that it's a weird one as well, because that Lord's Test of 2019, I was working on the game, but I'd had a bit of a break, and I was sitting in the Warner stand, the new Warner stand, when he was really cranking it up to Steve Smith, and he was getting it to shoot past his face, and the crowd were baying for blood. They really wanted it. And then, of course, he hit Smith really badly, and suddenly there's this collective gasp from a crowd which suddenly realises that they're complicit in an act of violence. They think, oh no, what have we done? But of course, you know, it's nothing to do with them. It's to do with the bowler and the cricket. It's Steve Smith. If you're not allowed to bowl a bouncer at Steve Smith, then who can you bowl a bouncer at?
Yeah, I think Marnus Labuschagne came in and
they got hit first ball.
Yeah, but played gutsily, I thought, and both of those players, as you may or may not know, sort of trialled at Surrey.
Yes. Oh, there's another. That's the 8th, and it's Tom Laws this time. And Surrey are folding here. They've just lost 3 wickets for 16 runs. Gilchrist with his 3rd, 188 for 8, and they're struggling to get to 200, let alone 250. And we're still not halfway through the day's play, and we're nearly, well, at the end of the first innings of the match, Ali Brown.
Yeah, and I just think if they had a 3rd slip earlier in the day, there were quite a few balls that sort of went through there, and Gilchrist, you know, now with a 3rd slip in, is wishing he had one there earlier.
I mean, it was a ball that Tom Laws could have left, of course, but it was a ball also with a little bit of width, and you just get the feeling that Surrey have been on the front foot here. They've tried to counter-attack, they've tried to be aggressive as they've lost wickets. They may have been the architects of their own downfall in some instances, but what we absolutely definitely know now is that Surrey are going to be bowling today, and they're going to have plenty of overs to bowl. And look, you may be saying 188 for 8 is a pretty dismal position to find yourself in. In a first innings at the Oval, it's hard to tell, and if you get to bowl plenty enough overs on that first day, bearing in mind that there is some weather around, I might be looking at it as with a glass half full, Ali Brown, but at the same time, I think this is probably not the worst thing for the game.
No, I don't think weather is going to come into it anyway with the state of where the game is heading. I can understand why you know, obviously Surrey are playing positively, because there is you know, you do feel there is a ball with your name on it.
Keep with that thought, because I've got to get out of the way, because Adam Collins has got to get in before Surrey lose another wicket.
Thanks, Daniel. 5 for 54, the collapse, or 6 for 66 if you prefer. Either way, it's happening quickly here at the Kia Oval. Patel still there on 32. You know, we've crunched these numbers in the past about just how day one at the Oval this feels right now. It's a 200 to 220 all out kind of place, and then from there it becomes better to bat. It makes the toss so important. And Warwickshire, in fairness to them, held their nerve. There was the drop catch of Lawrence. There was the opportunity for Burns that was taken in the deep by Malik, and that got them going in this middle stanza. Bisecting the pair out on the leg side. The responsibility for Ryan Patel here. Can he get Surrey north of 200? Moves 236.
Yeah, just going back to the Rory Burns dismissal, I thought that was a great catch. I think too often you see batsmen who are on the fielders who are on the boundary, and of course he was in probably 3 or 4 yards, and that made the difference between making it a chance for that low catch. Of course, Rory would be disappointed to, he played the shot well, couldn't keep it quite down, but there've been plenty of opportunities and lots of chances for even more wickets.
Really making sure that he is the man here, Ryan Patel. Wants to make sure they're going to keep scoring quickly. Attacking Hanandolvi on consecutive deliveries. Had one man to beat the long rope, but struck it so well he had no chance.
He has looked an imperious Nick, hasn't he? Right from the get-go, I think he's struck some. His driving's been particularly impressive. He looks really well balanced, and he doesn't have to. He can trust those batters around him. He just got to marshal a little bit. And if he can get another 20 or 30 here, I think that puts Surrey in an excellent position.
He really has, over the last couple of years, or few years even, been a man that Surrey can depend on in tough situations. The latter part of that 2024 campaign, the last home game out here against Durham, striking 134. They had to win that game, Surrey. And then earlier in the season, a second innings 107 against Essex in extraordinarily challenging conditions. Half century and a further start against Durham up at Chester Street, a game they won away from home the last time Surrey played in June. A bit high there for a shout. And 92 up at Scarborough as well. So Patel, he's been dependable. Different kind of role here, needing to keep the board ticking over and to monopolise the strike. You'd think with one ball to come in the over.
What I really like,
game within a game.
Yeah, what I really like about him is I think he's getting forward more than most. And I think on wickets like this, you've got to get your head forward. And some of the dismissals, especially in the slips, are where those have been sort of pushing at balls, maybe a little bit outside, in front of them. I think he's been very balanced, and he's looked really good.
Pace off, dealt with. That's the short boundary this week. Beds a stand, and he waited and waited and waited some more before placing it down to long on for a boundary to bring up the Surrey 200 in a hurry. 12 valuable runs from the over. He gets the 44 from as many deliveries himself. Great cricket.
As I said, his weight looks really good. His head's ready on the ball, and when he sees something that's a little bit less pace, he's still there to punch that away quite well. And I said lots of boundaries here for Surrey, and there will be, but he'll be fully aware that I think trying to break down, can they get 210, 220? I know there's only 2 wickets left, but for every 10 that they get is invaluable in this game today.
It's raining at New Road. For those following the other fixture at the top of Division 1, where Notts have taken 8 wickets, but Worcester have stabilised things to a certain extent. 158 for 8, with the match delayed there in Worcester. So Fisher's first ball made runs against Warwickshire earlier this season at Edgbaston. There was I'm looking towards Andrew Sampson to confirm my hunch here. Was it the highest Surrey 10th wicket stand against Warwickshire in first class history, something like that, along those lines.
I think that wicket is a lot flatter than,
than quite.
This one.
It's been a season of some real flatties, hasn't it? Some record scores, including the 800 plus that Surrey made here against Durham. There have been days for the batters to fill their boots. This isn't one of those.
Well, this is a Duke ball for a start, on a wicket that's quite green in September.
Yeah.
So very playable. But yeah, it's just enough happening if you can hit the right areas on a regular basis.
I was going through Andrew Sampson's masterful prep document for today and looking at some of the sort of records between the teams over the years. And it seems inconceivable, some of the numbers that he pulls out in this document that he slaves over before sending it to us and makes us, well, in a perfect world, sound smart. Take, for instance, that Jack Hobbs made 14 first-class hundreds against Warwickshire, averaging mid-60s, 9 for Tom Hayward, Andy Ducat, 8. John Edrich 6 and Bobby Abel 6. Of course, we're going back a long time here, but the volume of cricket. Hobbs played 39 first-class games against Warwickshire. Massive tallies. Records that'll never be broken. Samo?
Yep, that's for sure. Days of the 28-match county season, sadly long gone. They should bring it back. But
Bring
never
it
mind.
back.
Bring it back. Anyway, so you mean you'd have 14 first-class hundreds is a good career for anyone these days. Never mind just against one team. But that partnership you were talking about, 158 against Warwickshire, was the overall the third highest ever for the 10th wicket for Surrey in the county championship, just 15 short of the overall record.
Thank you, Samo. 2 left in the over. Nice bat and pad close together. Push out to the offside. Fisher's got a job to do here, which is get... Ed Barnard plays around at mid-off to get through the over and give Patel another chance.
Yeah, I mean, those days were a 3-day, sort of 3-day cricket, wasn't it? So, we became 4-day cricket, which I think is a really positive thing, 4-day cricket, especially with the 3-day cricket format was if you had a day of rain, it then became sort of 2 extended 1-day games, really.
Left alone, he's done his job, Fisher. Sees through a maiden. Back to Patel at 200 for 8. Even this, Percy Fender, captain Surrey, 20 times against Warwickshire. I mean, wild numbers really when you consider what we're conditioned to now. And indeed, Fender picked up 111 wickets in these contests at 19, which is the leading wicket taker. And on the other side of the ledger, I'm mindful of Warwickshire viewers and listeners as well. I'll should do the right thing when it comes to that. MJK Smith captained Warwickshire 19 times against Surrey, of course, former England captain. And for runs, who are we looking at here, Samo? Who made all the runs for Warwickshire?
Let's pull up the table. MJK Smith, also the former president of the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians, believe it or not.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You celebrated your 50th birthday this year?
It was a couple of years. It was October 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
He was there. He wasn't. His presidency had come to an end by then. He's in his 90s now.
I love that you guys are in the publishing business these days, Samo. Excellent books. Here's Ethan Bamber. Eric Hollies took 143 wickets for Warwickshire against Surrey alone.
And he's famous only for one ball, really, isn't he?
Did a lot more than that.
Billy Quaife, assuming that's how you pronounce it, 3,000 runs.
Yeah. He's the leading century maker as well with half a dozen. An unexpected fastest 50. If you threw a lot of darts at the dartboard, I doubt you're getting... Oh, Patel takes on Bamber. Out to cover there should be a consideration of a second, but they call it off, and that gives them a crack at the number 10 here. It was Liam Norwell. He's made the fastest ever 50 for Warwickshire against Surrey.
where we know balls faced, which is
true.
There's probably one or two might have been faster back in the day.
So you're saying that would be a pointless answer?
Yes.
It could be a pointless answer. It could well be. Who? I don't know whether that's going to make the show, sadly. Who scored the fastest 50 for Warwickshire against Surrey? Maybe the Andrew Sampson.
I wouldn't have got that. I'd have to look it up on the spreadsheet.
Sun now hiding behind a cloud. Ethan Bamber bowled beautifully after lunch, either side of lunch really.
Yeah, I think they've actually bowled quite well. They were a little bit full at times, but now they found the right length. But having said that, I think they're showing Surrey the length of the bowl and the skill set that the Surrey bowlers have. I think will be very tough for the Warwickshire batters.
Feels like the kind of performance where he deserves to pick up the last couple here, Bamber, and finish with 4 for. Set the standard to begin both sessions. But Fisher again, most competent, pushing it to the offside.
I think he knows his role. So I think if Ryan Patel can get 60 plus here, I think Surrey looking at 225, 230 is a big score. It probably doesn't sound it, but I think in the way this game's gone and the amount of movement that we've seen, I think that'll be tricky to surpass.
Those Surrey bowlers will be licking their lips. How much damage can they do? So much cricket yet to be played. We're barely beyond halfway on day one. 47 overs to go after this delivery. Bumper to finish.
What chance of seeing Sibley and Burns bat again today?
Now that would be interesting. We've had days of wild fluctuations here at the Oval, but I don't think we've had sort of like a 20 wicket day. I think that's the one thing we missed on the bingo card the last 4 seasons of doing the stream here. We've seen teams collapse, but it's typically Surrey bowling a team out in a session. Warwickshire were one of those. Last year, when Kemar Roach got the ball, reverse swinging around corners, a 6-wicket burst from him, which was to die for. The great West Indian.
I do think wickets are falling clusters. I think if you can put together a partnership, you can score on it, which Ryan Patel is proving.
It's back on strike here. First ball of the over. Does take the single, so we're not playing the milk the strike game necessarily. Happy to trust Fisher to occupy the crease and build into his own innings. 202 for 8. Also useful. It's a long way away, but 48 runs for a batting point when you consider how close this title race might turn out to be. Whilst we're thinking about what damage Surrey might be able to do with the ball, fair enough as well, but if these two can occupy and occupy, it might give Patel a chance with sort of 20 or so runs to get, that he can try and get it in the space of a couple of overs. But work to do before they reach that point. Fisher doing his bit so far, 11 dots, but that's fine.
I think he would look to target that, but he probably, Surrey need to get to sort of 225 before you can really start to target 250. Plenty of time obviously left in the game.
Oh, that's a beauty. Gilchrist, who, from the moment he came into the attack this morning, looked like he was up and about. Didn't get the rewards before lunch, then 2 wickets in a burst to open up this middle session. Lawrence, then Clark. And he's really bending his back. Bowling in the low 80s, decent pace. Unlucky not to either clip off stump or the edge here.
He's bowling a good length, isn't he?
Yeah.
Good length, decent pace. He's asked a lot of questions.
Good acquisition as well. First game for the club, here on loan for now. After arriving at Kent back in the pandemic days, the Bob Willis Trophy days.
Well, if ever you're having an audition, I mean, this is probably the sort of wicket that you'd want to take around with you, isn't it?
Absolutely. So how will Patel size this up, do you think? 2 balls left in the over. Is he looking to retain the strike and go down the other end when he's hitting to the shorter boundary, potentially?
I think he'd still be looking for boundary options, but at the same time, if he had a chance for a single, I think it would bring him one striker ball later. So
flashy, but that's fine. He gets 1 to deep backward point. Third man even, where Hannon Dolby sweeping up to 47, 204 for 8.
I mean, he's played so solidly, doesn't he? That even that's not a bad shot at all. He knows that he's only got a clear point, but he's hit so many crisp shots on a wicket that's done plenty. I think it's been a very impressive knock in the middle order.
There's 3 waiting slips behind Fisher. Tucks it fine for 4 valuable runs. Best possible outcome for Surrey. A boundary, and Patel gets the strike back. 208 for 8. The partnership moves to 20. It's the first time that Gilchrist earned was that final ball. Trying to zero in on Fisher stumps, not quite.
Well, just a bit greedy, and a lot of that is probably down to the way that Ryan Patel is playing so well. He thinks he's got a chance. He's got 1 ball to potentially get him. He's just been a little bit greedy on leg stump and just clipped off the middle of the bat down a fine leg. So.
Well dealt
A
with.
handy boundary.
Yep. Warwickshire need to hold their nerve here. They need to finish Surrey off. 2 slips for Bamber, bowling to Patel. Men out on both sides of the ground. As we've noted before with Yas talking about it earlier in the session, where teams have come to the Oval and given themselves an opening, or more of an opening, and then they can't seize it. And this is the situation that Warwickshire find themselves in. They've only put on 20, of course, let's not get carried away, but if that 20 becomes 40, the game will feel radically different.
But in the context of the game, 20 is a lot more than 20, isn't
Yep.
it? It's going to be a low-scoring game.
Change of pace, placed out to point. We've got some visitors coming in who are joining us in the commentary box. Always a nice part of doing games here at the Oval. Come down and get the tour. Not sure if we've got Combox Cam in operation right now. Maybe they can see themselves on telly if we can get that up. We'll see. Here we go. Hey, queued it up. Come down and get yourself a tour and join us in the Combox. I'm actually not sure how one gets on a tour. I'm sure it's not that difficult. I came to visit the Oval for the first time in 2005, Ashes summer, but I came down to watch a T20, and as you do as a 20-year-old, I just thought I'd just try and get in wherever I can get into and see what's what. Ended up pulling up in a corporate box that was being hosted by none other than Alex Stewart, and just pretended like I was meant to be there, and got to watch Alec tell stories for 2 hours about, because it was raining, of course. Tell stories about being an England great. It was terrific fun. Drinking all the booze that was being put on by the club, despite just being a backpacking blagger.
Well, Alec wouldn't have had much to drink. He's
No,
a very
no.
steady
This was
the
sort of those who were filling up. Would have been one of the boxes beneath us, I suppose, in the Vauxhall end of the ground.
Yeah, I think I started my time here back in the 80s, so early 80s.
When it was a vast space this way, right, to our Vauxhall end where the...
Yeah, this is very different. When the OCS came up in, I think, 2002, something like that. This used to be the old Vauxhall end, so you had like prefab buildings here, and there was a Ladbrokes kind of, I don't know what you call it really, a sort of shipping container it was over there. It was very, very different. And also, this end was a good 10, 15 yards further back. The boundaries were a lot longer.
Last cracker Fisher here for Bamber. Takes the single on offer, so complete faith in Surrey's number 10. He moves to 6, it's 210 for 8. Partnership now 22.
But it's amazing how the ground has changed over the years. If you think that this is, you've obviously got one oval square over there on the far side of the ground. You've got, the old OCS JM Finn stand at this end. You've got the Ken Barrington stand there. It's changed a lot from when I first came on the staff. So I think it looks great. I think the ground is almost a museum of achievements. I think as you go around there. I said back in the early 80s, I used to walk around it when it was in trouble. It's not so much in trouble now, but save the Foster's Oval as it was back in the day. We used to walk around. I think I got about £1 a lap or something, so about £20 or something that you donate to the. But those are back in the days. And then
didn't realise that was the ground in jeopardy for any particular reason. Do you remember what the catalyst?
I can't remember why that was, but we're probably talking about 1980, 82, something like that. But yeah, going back to what this was at this end, we used to have nets down here. So where there's now a bit of a concourse at the back, that's where the old nets used to be, which weren't great.
Booth in to replace Gilchrist, and first ball jags off the seam and hits Fisher on the hip. Low 80s. He bowled quite sharply before lunch. Please continue. Tell us about old times.
No. As I said, it was very different. You look at it now, and you've probably got here when you look at the sort of top floor and you look out over London, you've got an amazing view. It was nothing like that. It was a very low stand. So probably up to around about the first floor. But some of the changes here are obviously fantastic and make it the wonderful ground that it is.
One of the great grounds in world cricket. Privileged to be here always as Fisher backs out. So yeah, the stand that went up probably 5 years ago now, the SSE Energy Solutions stand, which absorbs the Loch Laker and to an extent the Peter May, remains the terrace, but that side of the ground. Far more seating, lovely spot there. Great corporate hosting in there too. Gives far more options and joins up to the pavilion. Edgy, but there's a third man in position just for one, Fisher. And then the other side that connects to the pavilion, the Bedser stand, which has got fewer seats, but that's where the dressing rooms are and offices and more corporate suites and that type of thing. And the club's based in there, isn't it? The administration of the club.
But also, I mean, it's not just inside the ground. It's the way the gas holder is changing, and the way that's all being developed, which is really good. So I know a number of players and those highly elevated in the ECB are getting apartments in there.
Huh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Didn't know that was the case. Should have assumed it. It does stand to reason that if you were, wanting to spend a lot of time at the Oval, an apartment next door, it was always I'm not sure if it's still the case, but you think about the 2005 and indeed the 2009 Ashes at the end where those apartments were on, I doubt it was called Airbnb then, but whatever it was, they were selling balcony access over there to still see the game.
It's very different now. And talking about selling, it's Tom Jewell and Chris Tremlett that are actually part of those actually selling the new gas holder site. They're selling very well. There's various penthouses you can have in there, and I understand Chris Jordan's got one. Joffre, I think, has one. So
nice.
Yeah. So
Got one myself.
It's a popular site. I even think Richard Thompson has got something in there as well, apparently.
There you go.
So, yeah, former chairman here at Surrey.
Saw him interviewed on Sky yesterday during the One Day International. Takes on the short ball. Yes, he's their lunch break, or innings break, clashed with our tea break in our game, so we all kind of sat in there in a very civilised manner, sat down and watched the ECB chairman get interviewed when we're having a cup of tea before going out again. But yeah, watching him talk about, well, obviously the schedule is the main game right now for ECB, about what county cricket looks like next year and the recalibration of the championship to maybe have fewer games, maybe not, maybe change the divisions, maybe not. A lot of this is still to be determined, and Steve Elworthy, the chief executive here, is on the subcommittee that's been going through all of these options throughout 2025, end of the over. Patel, one away from a half century. He's back on strike at 2-1-2 for 8. So one would assume in the next couple of weeks, they had that big meeting at Lord's last week, that we'll know a lot more. Yeah,
I mean, they're talking about 13 or 14 games, aren't they? And we'll find out whether that happens. I mean, Richard Thompson he used to be 30 years ago. He was my personal sponsor at Surrey. So we go back a long way. It's been great to see his climb. He's very passionate about his cricket, and obviously had, I think, about 12 years here as chairman, and now doing great things with the ECB.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ali. It looks like you're jumping out for Cameron Ponsonby. We'll hear from you again straight after the tea interval. As Ethan Bamber tries to break up this nagging stand worth 24 for the 9th wicket. Patel works into the offside for a really well-made half-century in the context of a low-scoring afternoon where 5 wickets fell in a hurry for Surrey in the hour after lunch. He's been the man who's held it all together. 50 from just 54 balls, still going strong. 213 for 8, Cam Ponsonby.
Well, Ryan Patel's made himself a reputation for scoring important runs. I think he scored a century against Essex last year, which included a rearguard action where he batted with the tail. He's doing it again here. Yeah,
we mentioned before there was the Durham 100, the Essex 100. Oh, shout, ballooned up, Bamber, athletic. Was there an edge onto the pad? Umpire Goff says no, it didn't look like it, but athleticism from Bamber all the same. Yeah, the 100 against Durham late in the season, the 100 against Essex in the second innings early in the year. Runs at Durham a couple of weeks ago, lower scoring game. It's good. It's a good reputation to have, to be the guy. It also gets you out of strife.
I'm kind of deliberately using the wrong phrase here. For a bit part player, for the fill-in player, who isn't necessarily the first name on the team sheet in that top 6. He's played, I think, all bar one county championship this season.
What a shot that is. The square drive from Matt Fisher. And suddenly that 250 batting point feels like it might be in the frame. 29 the partnership.
I'm just wondering... Sorry, Adam. I'm just wondering if we're creeping into that territory where weirdly, when the wickets were falling in a flurry, I was thinking, you know what? I don't think Surrey, kind of 250 and 50 overs is worth more than 250 and 90 overs. If the pitch is darting around, you almost want to get bowling quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Surrey's dream outcome would be, well, there's 43.2 overs to go, right? Let's do some maths here. If they were still batting at about T, let's say, that'll mean they will have cleared the hurdle of the 250. You know, that batting point, every little bit counts in a tightly fought championship campaign, and have a full session at Warwickshire tonight. That could move the game on dramatically if they get their act together with the ball, and most of the time that's been the case, especially on day one with the Dukes, even if it is late. That's a waft.
And you sometimes get a little bit concerned when your number 10, starts playing cover drives on the up. You think, we actually left a few runs out there. It's a bit easier than we thought it might have been. And I think we're looking at a 15-wicket day here. I've got that feeling it's going to keep nipping around. There's a reason why good players are getting out, and there has been a batting collapse of what's typically one of the strongest batting lineups in the country.
Keeps the strike as well. He's played himself in, Fisher. He took 12 or 13 balls to get off the mark, and a couple of boundaries since. He's keeping the strike on 12. Patel 52, 18 for 8. Still 11 overs till afternoon tea here at the Kia Oval. So tea will be, give or take, about 10 to 4. Unless these two batters are removed. Seen the card here. 3 half centuries. 2 of those were cut off as soon as they were reached in Burns and Pope, but Patel's still here.
It's a frustrating kind of flurry of single-figure scores there between Clark, Atkinson and Laws.
Inside edge. Yeah, it did feel like they were going to get result, didn't it? That 188 for 8. They'd lost 5 for 54. Clark 4 from 2, so a boundary out next ball. Atkinson caught in the cordon regulation from the bowling of Hannon Dolby. And then Laws also caught behind the wicket by New Zealander Will Young. Gilchrist, his third in that spell for Laws as well. It did feel like this was ending in a hurry, but to the credit of Fisher, who's facing here, he's done everything right to partner with Patel, given him the space.
I found Clark's innings interesting because he got off the mark of a boundary from his first delivery. Then he kind of attacked his second ball as well and nicked off. I thought that was an innings indicative of how Surrey thought the wicket was playing, and it was a case of get your runs quickly, go out and take the attack to your opponents. But all of 3 of those players, in Clark, Atkinson and Laws, were kind of externally potentially batting one spot higher than people would typically associate them with, but internally at least, you ask each of those players individually, and I guarantee you Gus Atkinson would be happier at 8 than 9. Clark would be backing himself in at 7 rather than 8, and similarly Tom Laws kind of has been cursed with playing at Surrey, where you can be a very competent batter and find yourself stranded down the tail end of the order. So a frustrating kind of trio of failures, as it were, from their personal perspectives.
Run rate's still healthy. It's got as high as 5 when Surrey went on that mini rampage in the middle of the first session, but pegged back to 4 as the wickets fell. He's been sharp, Booth. Noticeably so. reached 86 mile an hour before lunch.
You missed it. Did you ever get your answer for the last? We found out that last time 6 boundaries in a row had been scored.
I didn't. I mean, I'm going to take a guess that it was in Rawalpindi in the Test match when it was done by.
Harry Brook did it in one
Brook.
over. But we went county championship only.
Yep.
And the answer, I believe, was 2017.
That was it. Yep.
There we go.
Do you remember who it was?
It was a batter
He played cricket. He
Played cricket.
enjoyed the game. Played professionally.
in the county championship.
Terrific. Good on him. Last ball here, Maiden. Back to Patel. 218 for 8.
Yeah, in 2017, well, it was Steve Finn and Nick Gubbins scored the runs off Chris Wright and someone else.
There we go.
Earlier.
So Steve,
we're across all the
Steve
details.
batting records noteworthy
Yeah,
yourself.
well, they were, I think it looked like they were having a bit of a slog at the end of the game.
Still.
Because the last wicket fell shortly afterwards. But that is the only other time since 2012 there have been 6 consecutive fours in a championship game, and that's 2012 is since we've had ball-by-ball records.
And I was on air for it. I'll tell the grandkids that. Special. Steve Finn batting record. They don't come up every day. I played against Finney a couple of weeks ago in a charity game where he was dismissed second ball of the match. Wasn't best pleased. Given that leg before.
Opening the batting, obviously.
He was opening the batting. He didn't intend on bowling. And he, to be fair, it did hit him on the back leg. But, you know, if it didn't hit him on the back leg and it's Steve Finn and it's not the actual pad, I understand why he felt aggrieved. It's on the thigh somewhere. Patel pulling. Only for 1. Giving the strike back to Fisher. 219 for 8. Partnership now 31 this pair. I hoped he would bowl, but no. He was fielding with his phone in his pocket instead, which is a real sign of a former pro playing a charity game, just checking the phone from time to time.
Was that for the good or the bad of the game that Finn was out second ball?
It worked out okay. It provided space for others who don't play often to do okay. Alex Horn of Taskmaster fame got a dogged 47. He batted through the majority of their 25 overs, I think it was. 30 over game, 30 over game, I think. He batted for most of them and got them up to a sort of creditable 130 odd. This was Daniel Norcross's pod against my pod. And then the final word got over the line with a over to spare. Sheehan Arnott batting at number 11, smacked the boundary to get the winning runs.
Perfect.
It couldn't have gone any better. Exactly what you want for a charity day, and money all going to the Lord's Taverners in their 75th year. So nice stuff all around.
That's what you want. 19 wickets falling. Well, I don't know if the first innings was bowled out, but we want it going down to the wire in some respect.
It was about that. It was about 18, 19 wickets, something like that. And yeah, as you say, down to the wire. Kate Mason, who's worked with us on the Surrey stream before, she batted for like quite a while, for about 20 odd, and laced a couple of cover drives. She was elated. She was not happy about having to walk out and bat at 4. She wanted to bat down the list, but she came out there and did her job and got us close, which was great. Swing and a miss from Fisher.
Fisher's playing his shots now. He was batting within himself across his first dozen deliveries. It was a case of whether Ryan Patel was just going to take charge of the whole situation. Now we're seeing some flashes of the blade.
Yep.
He was batting up the order for the 2s last week, Matt Fisher. I believe he got some runs.
You can see it. I mean, a couple of the shots he's played today have been classy. Not so much that he's just trying to find his way through this Bamber over. Bamber's bowled without luck, 2 for 46, but it could be a great deal better than that today for the attack leader for Warwickshire, who is as dependable as bowlers come in the championship, week in, week out. Keeps landing the ball in that shoebox.
Fisher's got a very good record for someone who's batting number 10 in this team. First class average of 18, a couple of half centuries in there, high score of 88.
At the deep point, Fisher will keep the strike. I'm going to hand over to a delighted Daniel Norcross, who's seeing this partnership swell to 32 at 220 for 8, and he'll be thinking batting point. He'll be thinking 250. He'll have gamed it. He'll be looking at the rain at New Road. He'll have his app out. He's the man with a plan. 41 overs left in the day. Cameron Ponsonby, more from you. Then my dear friend Daniel to replace me.
Well, not to do Andrew Sampson out of a job, but Matt Fisher.
Yep.
In that with that first boundary of his innings today, it was his 100th first-class 4.
Was it?
Matt Fisher.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been looking at his stats. He's obviously improved quite a bit in the last few years with the bat.
Booth is going to continue as we talk about how much Matt Fisher's batting has improved. He's got a little play and a miss at one outside the off stump.
That last single was his 150th run for the season, which is the most he's ever got in a season. He got 140 back in 2023, which is the only other season that he's played 9 games. So he obviously injuries and whatever hasn't
And
played
rested
that much.
rotations.
Rotations. So he might actually play his 10th game of the season for the first time ever, sometime in the next few weeks. But yeah.
There's a little appeal there. Might have been a little noise off pad. He's looked good when he's batted so far this season. It's a very handy number 10 to have, isn't he?
Yep, and that 88 he got last season, he had 4 innings last season and averaged 33. So he's kind of gone from an average of 13 to 18 in the last couple of years.
Well, I am indeed gaming that bonus point, but the other thing I'm thoroughly enjoying is that it's raining at New Road. Long may that persist. I mean, not so much that it floods again, you understand, but just enough to keep the players from ever bowling another ball. That would be helpful. How are you, punters?
I'm well, Daniel.
Yep.
I know this is self-indulged, but I can't remember the last time I've sat alongside you, microphone over mouth rather than in hand. Got the headsets on.
Yeah, I suppose it would probably been July or whenever.
It's been too long.
June? So Surrey didn't play a home game in the last tranche, did they? There were 2 away games of the Kookaburra. Well, he's larruped that out towards deep mid-wicket. The chase is on, and it's just going to dribble over the rope. Every boundary here getting warm applause from this crowd. 225 for 8. We've talked about the par being about 250. It's almost within sight, this partnership now having put on 37 for the 9th wicket. It's a tricky balancing act for the fan. Of course, for the players, they don't have any balancing acts. They're trying to score as many runs as they can. They don't want to get out. That's all very simple. But of course, those fans here will be saying, oh, I almost feel like I want Surrey to be bowling now, while the pitch is still doing a bit. The more overs they can bowl today. But, you know, if that really were the case, then Rory Burns would declare, wouldn't he? Which I don't think he's going to do, because every run is precious. It's another one there, out towards deep mid-wicket. Well, they come back for a second on the misfield, which will make sure that Ryan Patel keeps the strike. Ryan Patel, an unsung hero of this Surrey side, going along at a runner ball 57. The 3rd half-century maker for Surrey today, after Ollie Pope initially made a round 50 before being caught at slip. Then Rory Burns also passing the half-century mark. Now he's giving himself a bit of room there. He's looking to access backward point because there's a big gap between deep third and backward point. That's the idea. He's almost trying to get that up and over there, but doesn't quite connect. So 7 off that Booth over. Surrey finish at 227 for 8. You see their minimum overs remaining today, and almost a perfect scenario would be Surrey to have a thrash for 8 overs, get over 250, be bowled out, and then have a full 32 over session to bowl at Warwickshire. That wouldn't be a bad outcome, would it, Cameron?
Well, you and Adam Collins are very similar tactical minds when it comes to the game.
We do, Mr. Faulty.
We've been referring to the fact that weird kind of 250 and 50 overs is worth more than 250 and 90 overs in this context.
That's correct,
because
yes.
We've seen the pitch get easier to bat on at the Oval over the years.
Ed Barnard in the attack. He's got a thorn in Surrey's side on many occasions. But yes, you're right. So you actually don't want to take too long getting to your target score so that you can make the most of the bowling conditions.
Well, this could be a very unique time to do some declaration speculation. I would love it. Could you imagine the left field thinking, if Rory Burns went, enough's enough, let's go and have a bowl. Didn't Justin Langer do that or something? He declared at Lords with Somerset 9 down.
Well, I'll give you a couple of funky declarations. Beats the bat flies through to the keeper, Davis. The most recent of the funky declarations I can think of, well, I suppose you've got Ben Stokes at Edgbaston, but you've also got Michael Clark in the first Test match of the Border Gavaskar Series of 2013. He declared 9 down. Didn't work for him, unfortunately. Shikhar Dhawan, I seem to recall.
And was this like a pink ball test where they wanted to...
No, it wasn't. My favourite funky declarations are in the days of uncovered wickets, of course. Now, who was it who declared would score like 32 for 7? That was a wacky one.
That was in Bridgeton. It was Wally Hammond. Hammond was the captain.
Yep.
There was one in pink ball test. There might have been one or two others, but there was one in South Africa played a pink ball test in Australia, and David Warner had been off the field. And there was South Africa batting, were 9 down.
Cunning.
Half an hour to go or whatever. And declared, and Warner hadn't been back on the field for long enough to open the batting.
That's genius.
Which was so genius, clever. But it then launched Usman Khawaja's career as an opener, because he went into open because Warner wasn't there, and made 143 and never looked back.
Okay.
But anyway.
Well, look, the
Wally
idea
Hammond,
was
I'll find
nice.
that test match.
Was it 32 for 7?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'll find those ones. There's some classic sticky wicket ones.
Because of course you get that, and then you get the reversing the batting order jobby as a result. Because I'm sure there's one where England declare, stupidly early it would appear, get Australia in. Australia go, I see your cunning plan. We're going to put numbers 11, 10, 9 and 8 in at the top of the order.
But I still think that works. You just get them out.
Well, but it takes long enough for the pusillanimous coward that was Don Bradman to be able to walk out at number 7 and then have the highest 6-wicket partnership of all time between him and Jack Fingleton.
Oh, this is why the saying is trust the process, not the result.
Right.
Bradman said that all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes. I like to think actually that Don Bradman never talked about the execution of a shot.
He was more control the controllables man.
I'm not sure any of that dribble speak was around in those days.
Donald Bradman was famously always where his feet were.
Knew where his feet were?
He knew where they were, and he was always there.
Yeah.
I found the Justin Langer declaration.
Thank you. 228 for 8 at the end of the over, by the way. Yep.
His team were 50 for 8.
Nice.
At Lords. And he said, right, that's enough. While the pitch still is damp, let's have a go with the ball.
How did it go?
One question at a time.
Boo's going to continue from the Vauxhall end. It's nicely tucked away by Fisher. I think they'll just be happy with a single. It gets Ryan Patel back on strike. 21 runs now away from a potentially precious batting point. So just start to be irksome for Warwickshire. They had that lovely flourish where they picked up 4 for 20 from 168 for 4. I wouldn't say Surrey were cruising as such. The game was in the balance, but then they definitely got into the ascendancy by taking those 4 quick wickets, and then 41 added for the 9th wicket. That'll start to become a little bit irksome. Well, that has been hammered away, and it's gone all the way over mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there who's 5 or 6 yards inside the boundary, but Ryan Patel fully committed to that shot.
It's a big hit over the gasometer side of the ground. We're on a pitch over towards the Harleyford Road, and so Patel's taken that on and succeeded.
I'm sorry to be pedantic, but we're going to call it a gas holder.
So I'm happy with either way. I don't really mind.
You shouldn't be, because a gasometer would obviously be something which has a dial that tells you how much gas there is in it, rather than something that simply contains gas.
There's definitely like a gauge.
Concur, Andrew?
Yes. 32 for 7.
32 for 7, yes.
Actually, Lindsay Hassett declared on 32 for 7.
Lindsay Hassett.
So I'm confusing that with the other famous sticky wicket match in Bridgetown. So Brisbane in 1950.
There is the gasometer.
Sorry, there is the gas holder,
there
yes. Do you see a dial anywhere there, Cameron Ponsonby?
They should put one, a big one, like a thermometer on the side.
Number of apartments sold.
Like a thermometer? This is getting even more terrifying. I don't want to Don't want the heat of the gas. Sorry. Back to Lindsay
Back
Hassett.
to Lindsay Hassett, Brisbane 1950. Australia batted first, made 228,
Ah, yes.
which was the closest place score in the first day. I think, I don't know whether the rain probably came that day.
And then England all out for 60.
Proper Brisbane thunderstorm. No
Yes.
play on the second day. England declared.
Oh, is it?
Freddie Brown declared at
Yes.
68 for 7.
68 for 7, that's right.
Australia then declared on 32 for 7.
That's been hammered away. Should be a couple. Doesn't quite time. Well, no, they're going to stick to the one, because thinking about it, with one ball left in the over, it means that Patel's at the correct end. So, to be clear here, he's declared on 32 for 7, leaving what you would think is a relatively modest target, one of under 200.
193 is the target, yep.
But 193 on a Brisbane sticky.
Well, I mean, that's where Hutton played probably his greatest innings.
All out 52. Did he get 30 something?
Well, that's one. Not the 30. He made 30 out of 52. He made 62 not out of 122, coming in at number 8.
Number 8.
It's still lost by. Lost
Well,
by 70 runs.
So now they've taken a single off the last ball of that over. So Fisher will be on strike. They're picking up every run they can get here. Surrey 237 for 8, zeroing in on that 250. Patel 64. Those are the kind of games you like. Len Hutton batting down at 8.
Well, I'm very confused by the third innings declaration. I kind of understand it when runs don't feel like they have the same tangible nature.
Still
sticky, okay.
Still sticky. Yeah. And the danger is if you just batted through that bit, then you kind of lose about half an hour of its most potent awfulness, which is sort of what we're talking about here. That would Surrey want to declare? Of course they're not going to, but back in the day, they might have done that.
I've had a Google of gasometers.
Yes. Have you?
By definition, a gas holder or gas holder.
Yes.
One or two words.
I imagine it's something that holds gas, isn't it?
Also known as a gasometer.
I'm not having it.
Yeah, but this is a thesaurus.
50
debate.
partnership, by the way. 50 partnership, which is why there's more than a ripple of applause. It's very warm applause because it's a partnership that's got Surrey back into the game when they threatened to be bundled out for under 200. But this 9th wicket partnership is giving them a toehold in the match. Just 73 balls it's taken. Ryan Patel, the majority shareholder in that partnership. It's flashed away. Fielder won't get to it. And Patel, he's been aggressive throughout this innings. I always feel he looks great when he's actually looking to score runs quickly. And in a way, he's been able to bat with a bit of license, coming in and batting with the tail. Surrey in trouble, looking to counter-attack. Others around him have tried and failed. He's done well. He's prospered. He's still there. With 5.4 overs to go till tea, unless
1 wicket falls.
Correct, Cameron. Oh, that is absolutely sumptuous from Patel. It's going to bring him 4 more. The previous shot maybe a trifle streaky, but that was as pure a shot as you will see. Not a long half volley, wonderfully placed through extra cover. And now, one more of those, Surrey had grabbed themselves a point.
Just on the partnerships and looking back at Fisher, who obviously had that famous one with Folkes of 158, but the average partnership he's been involved in this season so far is currently 44.1.
That's not bad, is it?
The 158 plus 3 other 50 partnerships now out of 11 partnerships he's been involved in.
Well, that is the power of runs or solid batting down the order sometimes.
Is there any way we can kind of quantify that against other batters who play at 9 or 10?
No.
Can we understand where he ranks?
You're never satisfied, are you?
No.
Can you not just be happy?
I was delighted, but can I be happier? Can I be happier?
There's commiserations, by the way, on Wimbledon's victory over Spencer the other day, confirming them as Premier League champions, Surrey Championship Premier League champions.
Sorry, you were talking about the first team. I don't worry about the first team.
Don't worry about the first team.
The second 11 is the most important cricket.
How are you getting on?
We had a very heartbreaking occurrence, actually, and I can't wait to speak about it.
Oh, my word. That's come between bat and pad and stumps. But Patel survives. 246 for 8. 37 overs left in the day. 5 overs till tea if these two are still there. If a 9th wicket goes down, there are 32 overs left. We continue for another 8 overs. Which plays merry havoc with our producers. Rotor, of course, but he'll survive.
I actually think that delivery will kind of boost morale further in the Surrey dressing room, because that ball has still nipped off the surface. And rather than it being a case that these runs are simply being scored because the wickets died down a little bit and it's become easier to bat, there's still life.
And it's a 59 over old ball, which has taken a bit of tap as well. So it's in many ways, it's a slightly older 59 over old ball. It's like a sort of a 59-year-old man who was also, I don't know, maybe a footballer for 25 years.
I thought you were going to say kind of indulged in kind of alcohol and nicotine.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
It's a Daniel Norcross.
Hang on. It's a long paper-rounded ball, is what I'm saying. So tell me about the heartbreak.
Oh, I don't know why I mentioned it, to be honest.
Did you lose by 1 run or a
no,
wicket?
we did. I know you're often fascinated in kind of the league structure of the Surrey Championship. So we're in Division 3 East, and the winner of the East and West leagues both get promoted, and then the best second place finish of those 2 leagues also go up.
Oh dear, I think I can see where this might be going. Now that is tight. He's begging and pleading his Booth down on his knees. Umpire entirely unmoved. You see this again. Was that just snaking down the leg side? Well, it's a tight one, isn't it? But I think just drifting down leg, perhaps.
It just didn't. There was something about it which didn't look quite right. But I still
didn't feel perfect, did it?
Didn't feel perfect. But I've seen them given.
Absolutely. You're auditioning for match of the day here, aren't you? Now that's even closer, and it's given. That's the breakthrough. Umpire Chantry raises his finger, and Fisher has to go. It's been a really fine partnership of 58, but it has been broken, with Surrey still 4 runs adrift of that magic 250 mark, with Dan Worrell to come in. 2 balls left in the over. It's good bowling from Booth, just targeting the pads, and a shake of the head from Matt Fisher. I don't think it's about the decision particularly as we look at that again. That looked absolutely stone dead. We'll have a look again. Yes, that's on the shin. The ball's gone down, not up off the shin, so height's not an issue. Hit him in front of middle and off, and I don't think umpire Chantry had a choice there but to raise his finger, and Surrey lose their 9th. Warwickshire pick up their 3rd bonus point. And Dan Worrell, well, he's a naturally attacking batter, but he's got 2 balls either to survive or to try and hit the 4 runs that Surrey need for 250. With Dan Worrell, you never quite know which way he's going to approach it.
Well, you also never know whose kits Dan Worrell is using. I was alerted to this by Mark Church, who made the point that Dan Worrell only owns a box, a helmet, and some thigh pads.
Well, it's good that he owns that.
And so
it's funny he doesn't own any actual pads.
Well, you can now gloves. Take a look at the kit he's wearing right now. You can see he's wearing some GM pads, which I assume are Dan Lawrence's, and he's got a pink-handled grey Nichols bat, which I assume is Ollie Pope's.
Ollie Pope's, I would have thought. Yeah.
So he just kind of has a miscellaneous assortment of kit. And I think this is a situation Surrey wouldn't be very happy for Dan Worrell to come in to, because there's just a tiny bit of jeopardy. If in 4 runs' time you put him there, you
don't really mind.
You're happy. You go, what? He might have a thrash, and he could get us up to 275. Here, you need 2 balls of sensibleness.
Oh my goodness me! Well, it's hit the stumps. That has hit the stumps and flown away down to the boundary, and Surrey have been bowled out. Booth with 2 in 2, and Surrey tantalisingly close to that first batting point. And it looked like they were going to get there until two terrific balls from Booth. Firstly, catching Fisher, and then that one just clipping the top of the stumps and flying away over the keeper's gloves and down to the boundary. So, well, Warwickshire, I think, will be delighted with that. 246 all out. It's job done by them. 250 or so is par, so Surrey will feel that they're also very much in the game. And with 36 overs remaining today, I'm pretty sure that'll be tea, you know.
I imagine it would be. I feel like a sensible course of action.
I think that will be tea. So there'll be a 36 over final session, which will begin at around about 7 or 8 minutes to 4. There, take a look at that card. Ryan Patel, unbeaten on 72 from 67 balls. Two other half-centurions, Rory Burns with 52, Ollie Pope with 50 at one stage. Surrey were riding high, 100 odd for one, but then wickets for Bamber, for Barnard, for Gilchrist, and then the last two there for Booth, ensuring that Surrey will fall, as I say, tantalisingly short of that first batting point. We'll take a look at the bowling figures. Some impressive bowlers on show here today. Ethan Bamber, 2 for 47 from 16. Hannon Dolby, just the 1 wicket for 47. Booth, expensive in his first spell, but picked up those last 2, mopping up the tail. Gilchrist with 3 for 51, 2 in and over that really shifted the momentum of the innings. And Ed Barnard, a thorn in Surrey's side so many times, 2 for 42. From 104 for 1, Surrey collapsed to 188 for 8, losing 7 for 84, at 1 point 4 for 20, which was a real guts of their middle order blown away. But then that partnership of 58 between Fisher and Patel getting things slightly back on track. The main partnership for the second wicket, Ollie Pope, who looked brilliant for his 50 before he was caught at slip, 50 from 55 balls, looked in very fine touch. Dan Lawrence slightly struggled to get going today, but contributed in that middle order. There's just the 3 half-centurions, and Ryan Patel, the pick of the bunch, unbeaten on 72 at the end, just couldn't quite find someone to stay with him long enough to get Surrey up to that 250 mark. But the game is deliciously poised, and we will have an elongated final session of 36 overs in which who knows what can happen. The pitch still doing stuff, and it could be a very exciting one. So don't go away. I mean, you can go away for a little while if you like, for about 15 minutes, but it being tea, we're going to go off and have our own tea. We'll be back in time for the resumption, which will be soon after 10 to 4 or so. Curtis is coming in any minute now, and he's got Charlie Tafo from Surrey Wildlife Trust, and he should be talking about the club's partnership any minute now.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, what a fascinating day of cricket so far. Really amazing evening session to come, where we'll really see how this game is going to be moving on. But for now, Charlie Tafo is here. Charlie is from the Surrey Wildlife Trust, one of the many charity partners that Surrey have this year. So, Charlie, welcome, first of all.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you having me today. Seen quite a few wickets already in my short time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you've certainly, for someone that doesn't watch a huge amount of cricket, you've come in on an active morning, active afternoon. Tell us firstly about the Surrey Wildlife Trust. What are your goals as a charity? It sounds one of those. It's like one of those charities where your name is sort of relatively obvious in what you put on the tin. But yeah, tell us about you as a charity, your history, and what your goals are.
Yeah, absolutely. So many people have heard of the Wildlife Trusts. So you've got 46 wildlife trusts in the UK, and we're all part of one federated movement. So we've got around 850,000 members across the UK. And what a lot of people don't know, we're actually probably the 6th or 7th biggest landowner in the UK.
Really?
If you take all of the Wildlife Trust nature reserves and combine them together. So we've got more nature reserves than train stations, which is amazing.
No.
Yeah. So
how many nature reserves?
Well, there's You know what? I don't know the answer to that. But we've got more than train stations.
How many train stations?
I'll tell you that. Yeah, we've got. Well, like I say, 6th or 7th biggest landowner, but that's combined throughout the UK.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all the individual wildlife trusts.
Yeah.
But we are separate charities, so we're experts in nature in the own area where we work.
Yeah.
So we're the Surrey Wildlife Trust, and we look after between 3 to 5% of land in Surrey.
Right. That's a huge amount.
Yeah, and everything we do is underscored by the 30 by 30 goal.
Yeah. So tell us about 30 by 30. This is a really interesting mission, isn't it?
Yeah, so 30 by 30, it comes from the Global Biodiversity Framework from one of the COPs, from COP15. Essentially, it's to restore 30% of land and sea to good health, to good natural ecosystem health by 2030. So this has kind of been seen as the minimum we need to do to restore the decline of nature. Because in the UK, we're very good at pointing the finger abroad and saying, look at what everyone else is doing when it comes to nature, but unfortunately we're actually one of the most nature depleted countries in the world. Only 1 in 6 of our ecosystems is in good health at the moment, and that's according to the 2022 State of Nature report. So in Surrey we're doing lots of good work. We're restoring heathlands, we're planting lots of hedgerows, which Surrey Cricket Club has been supporting us with, and we're also doing a lot of work with farmers, golf courses and private landowners.
Well, I was going to say that's I think an interesting thing from the perspective of a sporting organisation like Surrey, and a lot of sports fans are going to be listening to this. So golf courses, obviously, are super interesting because people view them as a sports, place to go and play sports, or if they're really good, potentially a place to go and watch other people play sports. But also a real nature opportunity there at golf courses, right? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So Surrey has the most golf courses per sort of square metre of any county, which might not be a surprise.
I don't think that's a huge shock to anybody. Some of them are excellent golf courses.
Oh, there's some really good ones. And the point is, if we're going to restore nature, we have our wonderful wildlife reserves. They're sanctuaries, but they're like islands. They're intersected by motorways, by all sorts of infrastructure and development. So golf courses provide a really good opportunity for us to help reconnect nature. We've got a big project at the moment going on called Heathland Connections.
Okay.
So Lowland Heath, it's a rare landscape. Surrey is home to a lot of the UK's remaining lowland heath, which is home to...
So explain what a lowland heath is briefly.
So a lowland heath it's a landscape actually somewhat man-made by prehistoric farmers.
Okay.
And it's characterised by draining soils and quite an acidic soil type.
Okay.
Which means certain types of species thrive and survive, such as heather. And so there's not many trees. It's lots of low grassland. And we have, for example, a lot of ground nesting birds that live there. And in Surrey, we're lucky to have all 6 of the UK's reptiles.
Really?
So bringing it back to golf courses, a lot of Surrey's courses are historic heathland courses. So we're looking to bring heathland onto the courses and advise them on how to better manage things for nature.
So you're talking about sort of big wide fairways, but then lots of rough on either side.
Absolutely.
And sort of not one of those golf courses which I particularly hate, where you have to be bolt straight off the tee, because otherwise you're going to be going into some tall trees on either side.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a nice golf course where you could just you don't worry too much if you're a little bit left, a little bit right off the tee, because you've got this big old fairway. But actually that, as you say, is offering a really good opportunity for wildlife as well.
Yeah, it's all about the boundaries, the rough areas, like you say, and it's the same on farms. Farms in the UK, we've lost a lot of our hedgerow since the 1940s, and so we're working with farmers to help them restore hedgerow on the edges of farms, which are kind of like wildlife corridors.
Well, I want to get back to hedgerows in a minute, because I think that's really interesting. But let's talk about the club's partnership with the Surrey Wildlife Trust. So we had a T20 early this summer, the catchily named Sustainability 20. Well done again, Sustainability 20. So you are one of the beneficiaries of that game. So tell us about how the partnership came about, and precisely what it is that the club is doing to support the work of the Surrey Wildlife Trust.
Yeah, absolutely. So as many know, Kia Oval are already doing excellent work on sustainability. Reusable cups have got a net zero pledge. A lot of I think it's nearly all renewable energy now in the ground. And so we're connected with Emily Iveson-Pritchard, Sustainability Head, and we spoke about what could Surrey Cricket Club do for nature, and supporting the Wildlife Trust in Surrey was the natural conclusion. So raised up to, I think, almost £5,000 for us earlier this year on the Sustainability Day, and that's all going directly into funding hedgerow replanting in Surrey. And then as well as that, we're helping with knowledge sharing, so helping the C-suite understand the kind of risks and opportunities in the nature space over the coming years.
Yeah, so interesting. So I suppose one thing actually, just to talk about briefly, is Surrey. ultimately as a place and sort of what that entails, because a lot of people, obviously, we're sat here at the Kia Oval, which is firmly plonked in the centre of South London.
Yeah.
Almost central London, really. But I always like to think I was a very South London character.
Oh, absolutely. We're south of the river.
We're
No
south of the river here,
no
no
doubt.
And therefore, people think about Surrey working in Lambeth and in Southwark and in Wandsworth and out in Croydon and that sort of South London area. But also, of course, Surrey County Cricket Club also responsible within it with cricketing terms for the county of Surrey as well, which is a remarkably different place to what you see on the streets around the Kia Oval. So tell us, how far down does Surrey go? What are we talking about in terms of a sort of geographical mass that you guys work with?
Yeah, so Surrey's a really interesting county. I grew up on kind of the borders between Surrey and London, so this point is really relevant to me in my life. But Surrey's interesting because although we're very close to London, we're the most wooded county in England per square metre.
You wouldn't think that, would you?
You wouldn't. So we've got about 24% woodland coverage. And
across the whole county, 24% woodland coverage.
Correct.
Wow.
Yes, it's quite high.
When you think about how many big towns there are in Surrey and that as well, so the 24% of the county is covered by woodland.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the UK's got, I think, the second lowest woodland in Europe. So, we don't have a high bar, but Surrey's doing great on that aspect. But in terms of Surrey itself, it's interesting because we've had historically less farming than some of the other home counties. And also we've just sort of got fantastic biodiversity. So it is a smaller county, but we've got a lot of ancient woodland. In the east of Surrey, you've got a lot of wetland sites. And then we've got that lowland heath that I spoke about. And many people will know about the historic North Downs, the Surrey Hills, stretches throughout Surrey. It's a really fantastic county to work in, very biodiverse, and for people in South London, very easy to access, really, with trains and driving down to our reserves.
Yeah, absolutely. Overground trains, clearly big topic of conversation this week as well.
With the tube strikes.
For a lot of people. But let's go back. I did say we go back to hedgerows. So let's go back to hedgerows.
Yeah.
So we had this Sustainability 20, and a lot of the money that was raised there, I remember it being advertised specifically on the day. A lot of Surrey fans probably would have seen this around. The money that was raised was being specifically, put into supporting and regrowing and supporting your work around hedgerows. So what is it specifically Surrey Wildlife Trust are doing around the sort of mass network of hedgerows in Surrey?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a team called the Nature-Based Solutions team. So I told you about our private reserves. We manage those, all good. But if we're going to actually connect and restore nature, we have to work with private landowners such as farmers. So what we do is we bring volunteer parties, and I'm going to get some of your players out at some point in the off-season. Hopefully, we're going to go and do planting hedgerows. But we go onto farms and we fund the tree saplings, and we actually plant hedgerows.
Right.
And then the hedgerow is a real heritage habitat in the UK. There's some that are thousands of years old on Dartmoor, for example.
Yeah.
And what we're doing, we're restoring these wildlife corridors that pollinators, mammals, bird species use to travel throughout the landscape on kind of fringe edge areas of the farms. So yeah, it was initially a project sponsored by the National Lottery called Hedgerow Heritage, and we're just rolling on and continuing with that.
Because heritage is the key word, isn't it? Because I've talked to people about this in the past as well. I'm frequently chatting about hedgerows in my private life. But
of course you are. Yeah.
Genuinely, because it's actually a very, very historic thing. I did a podcast last year on the history of the Oval and the history of the club with a guy called Tom Holland, who hosts the Rest is History podcast. And again, something I've spoken to Tom about, because it really does, like, if you look at the way that the country is laid out, even now in 2025, a lot of that is based around hedgerow lines from many, many hundreds of years ago, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And we lost so many of the hedgerows after the Second World War, when every square metre was needed to plant and grow food. So it's fantastic, it's something people are aware of. And it comes back to that heritage point, like you said. I think when we talk about the value of nature, we often talk about, fighting climate change or the economy or flood risk management. It's also really important to think about the cultural and spiritual elements of nature in this country and how we link to them. So the heritage point, absolutely, it's huge.
Yeah, this sounds a lot to me. There's a sort of buzz phrase at the moment, if you like, called rewilding. This sounds to me a lot like rewilding. Is that the case? Tell me about the difference. What's the difference? We talked about rewilding, we talked about preservation, we talk about conservation. Where does this sit within that sort of vernacular?
Yeah, great point. And the rewilding term has become really popular recently, which is fantastic. We talk about restoring nature, and that can mean many different things. You've got conservation is traditionally when you have more of a sort of an intensive approach of going in from the outside and replacing what a species may have done. So, for example, on our heathland sites, we go on as volunteers and we take off invasive species of trees. That would be an example of conservation. Rewilding is a slightly more hands-off approach, but it's not completely leaving things alone. It's more restoring natural processes. So it could be putting back species into the ecosystem that we've lost, and it could be sort of managing things with a slightly more hands-off approach. But conservation, rewilding, they're kind of two sides of the same coin when it comes to restoring nature, really.
You hear the phrase rewilding, and some people think, oh, they want to put, they want to put bears into the suburbs of Guildford or something like that. It's not the case.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. No, we're not putting bears into Guildford. Bears were once native to the UK, as you know, but no, rewilding is really just a slightly more hands-off approach to nature restoration, but still very much is managed. The Knepp Estate in Sussex is a really good example of rewilding in the UK. We've got a huge red deer project over in Pirbright, which is an example of rewilding.
Yep.
But then we also do lots of practical conservation too. But in terms of species recovery, we are looking to hopefully put beavers back into Surrey in the next year or two.
Beavers are in Ealing at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, there's beavers in London, in Ealing. Near where I live, you've got Beverley Brook River, which is the Beaverley Brook. So again, heritage. These are species that can help us manage flooding. And it gets people excited, really, talking about species recovery.
Maybe we should get some beavers up at Worcester for the start of the season. You always hear about the Worcestershire ground spending the first, usually the last month of pre-season, the first month of the season largely underwater. So maybe we can bring in some beavers up there as well.
Bring in some beavers there wouldn't be bad,
I think that'd be good. Look, for the eagle-eared amongst you would have heard the 5-minute bell ring there. So our time with Charlie Tafo from the Surrey Wildlife Trust here is coming to an end. We're going to hand you back over to some proper cricket commentators to talk about what will be an absolutely stellar session of cricket shortly. But
brilliant.
Charlie, before we end, I want to ask you. I'm sat at home watching this. I'm inspired by what you said. How can I get involved? I'm a Surrey fan. I'm suddenly thinking about the county I live in a slightly different way. How can I get involved with the Surrey Wildlife Trust?
Yeah, so first thing I'd recommend is joining the Surrey Wildlife Trust or your local wildlife trust.
Go online, just give it a Google.
Give it a Google. We've got family memberships, very affordable, or individual memberships. That's one of the best ways you can support us. Mm-hmm. Another way is practicing wildlife gardening. If you're lucky enough to own a garden, you are a land manager to some degree. So look online at wildlife gardening, no mow may, creating variation in your landscape.
No mow may?
Yeah, no mow may.
So that's not mowing your lawn in the month of May?
Correct.
And why would people not do that?
Helps pollinator species and many insect species, gives them more habitat to live in without being cut down too early.
Okay.
And then the third thing is just getting out into nature. As much what we do is around shouting, it's about getting people inspired by nature, and people won't protect what they don't care about. So getting into nature, bringing your family or young people into nature and helping to inspire. So look at our reserves on the website. But yeah, I'd say join your local trust, get into wildlife gardening.
Yeah.
And you can also download an app called Seek.
Seek?
Yeah.
Okay. S-E-E-S-E-A?
S-E-E-K. And it's fantastic for IDing wildlife. So you can go out and get involved in citizen science. You take pictures and you upload it to the cloud. And then we actually create a picture of what wildlife is where. So there's 3 ways.
I've got a very similar app called Merlin, which helps you identify birdsong as well.
Merlin's great too.
I would recommend to anyone one of the great apps in the world. Well, look, Charlie Tafo from the Surrey Wildlife Trust, thanks so much for joining us. Surrey County Cricket Club Gold members of the Surrey Wildlife Trust.
Yeah.
Going out of our way to work with, as part of our goal to be net zero by 2030, going out of our way to work with the Surrey Wildlife Trust. It sounds like you're doing some fascinating and brilliant work out in the wider county of Surrey. What will also be fascinating and brilliant now is the remaining 34. We haven't lost any overs. The remaining 30, I think 34. Dan Norcross is making some fingers behind me, but I do not understand what that means. 36 overs. Thank you very much. 5 and 6. Yes, okay. So 36 overs of the day's play. A lot can happen in the next 36 overs. It's going to be very exciting. And to what will be an absolutely riveting session, you're going to start off with Dan Norcross and Surrey legend Alistair Brown.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Right, yes, this is, well, it's kind of, who knows if it's the perfect scenario. Time will tell. I know Ali Brown thinks that this could be an absolutely mouth-watering session. It's going to be tough to bat, certainly for Warwickshire. They'll believe that they're on top here, having restricted Surrey to 246, but we've kept on telling you all day that 250 is kind of the par score on the first day at the Oval, and it is September, and Surrey have got a 5-pronged seam attack. And tell me, Ali, with 36 overs to bowl today, what Rory Burns can do is look at this 5-pronged team attack and go, that's basically 7 overs each, lads, or more for one if one of them gets on a roll.
I think, well, they've got a hell of a bowling lineup, haven't they? And I think on this wicket we've seen there's plenty happening if you can hit the right areas. I think the first 5 to 10 overs would be hard work. Darren Royal, of course, is the last person I'd like to face in this scenario, and here he comes.
First ball of the Warwickshire reply. And they're underway straight away. It's a little nudge from Rob Yates into the offside. Alex Davis, keeper and skipper, out there for Warwickshire. They've got a fine batting lineup themselves. Ed Barnard has got very good memories of the Oval, having got 100 here before. So there's no underestimation going on, but Surrey have by batting so dynamically, they've just given themselves a bit of time here at the back end of the day. They always want to bowl first if they can at the Oval. They didn't get that opportunity today, having lost the toss. They've sort of made up a bit of time with their batting, and already just a bit of gentle swing. I think gloves of Ben Folkes. Those 3 slips in place will be eager to snaffle any edges that may come their way. And what we have seen in the past, actually, and I think Hampshire were guilty of this when they bowled Surrey out for a very similar score on the first day. They got themselves into a real rut, and it's difficult because when you bowl a side out for 246, you're thinking to yourself, aren't you, okay lads, get rid of the shine, just take it easy, we've got plenty of time in the game, we don't need to go after it, we don't need to chase anything. But if you do that too much, then you find you've gone nowhere, and that's what happened to Hampshire in their first innings. They ended up going at a glacial rate, about 1.5 and over, and suddenly a couple of quick wickets went. They looked up the scoreboard, and from a position of relative calm, they were suddenly in a position of relative panic. And the Surrey bowling attack with 5 seamers, supplemented by Dan Lawrence as the one spin option, means that you've got bowlers coming at you all the time. And with a 36 over session, the bowlers, first time the ball's beaten the bat, only 4 balls in. With a 36 over session, bowlers don't have to leave anything out there, do they? They don't have to think about their second spell. They've got this session, then it's feet up time, and then they can come back again tomorrow with a ball that's still young enough at 36 overs to give you something.
I think we've seen it do plenty, and Demerol's first few balls here have been almost setting up the batter. I think just we've seen the swing there, and then he's just pushing it a little bit closer. He's not being too greedy. He probably knows he doesn't need to be greedy on this wicket. He's got a high level of skill, and he's going to make the batsman play. And I think the thing is the 3 slips there, and I think third slip is a key position. I think we saw it in the first couple of sessions. Quite a few balls went through there for Warwickshire in their innings, and they left a few out there. A bit unlucky with a couple of LBWs, a drop catch behind that should have been taken, and a number of balls going through that third slip area that went for boundaries. And I think you see that Dan Worrell, be fairly tight, give nothing away, and be targeting the top of that off stump.
It's right in that channel, well left by Davis, last ball of the over. Because the other thing he's got is that sneaky one that does come back. And that's one of the things I love about the Dan Worrell setup, because he sends it outside off stump, and if they don't nibble, there comes a point when he just brings the one back in. Frequently, up goes the finger, trapped bang in front.
But it's that ball there that Alex Davis left, but that's pretty close to where he wants to be, and he's sort of found his zone, his area now. And I think it's going to be hard work for the batters.
This is interesting. It's going to be Gus Atkinson with the new ball. Hasn't always been the case for Surrey this season. Been Jordan Clark frequently with the new ball. He's going to start from the pavilion end around the wicket. The left-handed Yates still got 3 slips in place. The skipper Rory Burns in at third slip. And on top of these 2 opening bowlers, of course, there is still Jordan Clark, Surrey's leading wicket taker this season. A nod of the head from Andrew Sampson. Not to mention Matt Fisher, possibly the most luckless Surrey bowler, I would say, this season. He's bowled for my money as well as anybody, but somehow just hasn't had the rewards.
And then the golden arm of Tom Laws. So there's plenty of options for Rory Burns. Just from that other viewpoint, though, just flipping our, what we're looking at here. The danger for Surrey is searching too much, isn't it? At 36 overs, you see that there's such a great opportunity. You'll walk down those steps going, come on, lads, 4 wickets, 5 wickets, could be more if we get in a roll. If you don't get instant rewards, it's not searching for it too much, because the lacquer on the ball, first few overs, often at the Oval, that's not necessarily the most dangerous time to bat.
Yeah, I feel they're probably a little bit too experienced for that. I mean, I've been watching Gus over the last month, even when at LSE I went to go and watch Nathan Barnwell bowl, actually, and I met up with a good friend of mine, Mark Elam, who was watching his 2 sons there. So we got to watch Gus before he even came back to first-class cricket, and he bowled really well on what was a pretty placid wicket, but he gets pace from nowhere, and I think he also bowls pretty well to left-handers as well. So that's possibly why Rory Burns has opened up with him.
Digs out that Yorker very well, does Yates.
But I think a less experienced side would probably think, 248, do we need to go chasing wickets? And they don't. Dan Worrell can probably keep it on a piece of string, just outside that off stump, and then target that. And it's going to be really hard for any batsman coming in. The last thing you want is to be playing. We've already seen in the first over Dan Worrell getting quite a fair amount of swing in a perfect length. So I think the way they've started, patience, and dry out that scoreboard.
That's been carved away, and it's going to be the first boundary of the innings, is it? No. Really good work down there at deep third by Tom Laws. Keeps them to 2. That's going to be another important part of how Surrey go about this. You have to be right on it with the fielding.
And I think they don't need to chase either. I think the score they've got is at the very least par.
Competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, there's plenty happening. As I said, you'll have that period probably after 5-10 overs where it will start to, maybe the lacquer will come off, and you'll get that as well. We've seen seam movement and plenty of swing.
It's really attacking those stumps in that over is Gus Atkinson. Just the 2 from it, 3 without loss. Warwickshire after the first couple of overs. Now, it was raining at New Road, and I haven't checked in to see what's going on there. And the reason that game's significant, of course, is because Worcestershire are playing Nottinghamshire, who are second in the table, and that game is still being delayed by rain. 158 for 8 Worcestershire. Looking around the grounds elsewhere, Somerset 155 for 3, rain there as well. Durham 248 for 4 against Essex. It's more of a sort of relegation tussle there. Goes after that, there's Alex Davis, and gets off the mark, thick edge down to deep third. Hampshire 193 for 7 against Sussex. Not necessarily easy batting conditions around the country today in the First Division. And the other part of this equation is that we've seen the weather forecast, and Wednesday and Thursday is looking more than a bit iffy. If Nottinghamshire are looking like getting an early-ish win against Worcestershire, then Surrey and indeed Warwickshire still will believe that they're in the hunt for the title. They're going to want there to be enough time in this game to be able to get a victory. Now that has swung nicely back into the pads. That's an ooh from on my left-hand side from Ali Brown.
I'm loving the shape. I mean, even to the right-hander, I just love the field set. So you've got your 3 slips, encouraging the drive. You know, you're leaving that extra cover open, and you know, could easily go to backward point. Third man is exactly where you want him. So, yeah, I think that looks really good, and there's plenty of swing on show.
It's a very familiar arc that we're seeing from Dan Worrell, isn't it? That lovely sort of crescent shape that he creates.
But on any given ball, you know, you just got to make one mistake, and you know, I found, you know, if I play someone like Murali as an example, every single ball, if you made one, you could cover a number of them, but just one mistake, and that's what Dan Worrell brings in from a seamer's perspective. The way he swings the ball, you know, he's almost trying to play with you and get you across your stumps. You know, soon I should think he'll push one, it'll go across. But he's trying to get that one that comes back, and if you get the wrong side of one ball, it's taking the stumps out.
Are you able to give us his relative record, Andrew Sampson, against lefties and righties, or is that? Yeah, we can. That was a nod. That wasn't a grimace and an ugly look.
I can give you the grimace and ugly look as well if you want.
Well, I don't feel like it's a proper day on the Surrey live stream without a grimace and an ugly look from you at some point. It's a really lovely evening out there. It's a beautiful early autumn day. Gentle breeze. That's the one just outside the off stump. Yates very sensibly letting it go.
He's very clever with his wrist. I mean, Martin Bicknell opened the bowling for us, and he had great swing, would go away, and he got very excited by his in-swinger, which would literally start so early and go so big. Dan Worrell's change of angle is far more sort of discreet. We'll just hold that, and said bowling great lengths. Now really toying with the batsman.
He's also got a breeze that's slightly assisting what he's doing. It's coming from right to left as you're looking at it on the screen. But again, well left by Yates. He's not been tempted. 4 without loss, 3 overs gone after Surrey were put in today. Bowled out for 246 half centuries for Rory Burns, Ollie Pope, and a terrific unbeaten 72 from Ryan Patel, who's just so reliable. He's such a dependable player now for Surrey, isn't he? And so unsung, really. No one sort of thinks about his contribution to the side because other players take the plaudits, the likes of Lawrence, Folkes, Pope, Burns, Sibley. But he's a really important part of that batting.
All of them, basically.
All of them, really. Well, yeah, kind of. Well, you invest slightly different hopes, I think, in those players. And Will Jack, Sam Curran, when they're available as well. But Ryan Patel is so consistent. And he plays a map situation so well. Today it was clear that Surrey were on the counter attack.
Well, early on he looked very he looks in great form. You know, I know in the 14 over game he got a duck, but you could just tell by the way he drove. He drove as well as anyone. His balance was very good, and really got Surrey to a position. If they'd been bowled out for under 200, then maybe they would have gone chasing a bit more because they realised that. I think he played a stellar knock, and he looked really good throughout the whole innings. I think he timed it better than anyone.
Nice carry through to Folkes. Medication from Atkinson.
Worrell's in the county championship against right-handers. He's got 150 wickets at 19.88, and
it's not bad.
Left-handers 58 at 25.77.
So he finds it a little bit tougher. That's not unusual.
Yep.
But there are some players who are the other way around, aren't they? Jofra Archer loves bowling at left-handers. He's got an absurd average against left-handers.
He kind of just leaves them late, doesn't he?
He gets that little nick through, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But what's different is he gets it from over the wicket.
Yeah.
I mean, so many bowlers recently, especially, I mean, since the paradigm of this is Stuart Broad coming round the wicket to David Warner, and actually started doing that a little earlier, didn't he? And we saw it a bit in the 2005 Ashes when Flintoff would come round the wicket to Adam Gilchrist the moment Gilchrist came in. But Broad got to a point when he saw a left-hander, and that meant he came round the wicket. And if you can master that ball, it's horrendous, I should think, for the left-hander with that angle.
What is now the most self-proclaimed sort of best bowler at left-handers, isn't it? If you watch the latest adverts.
Yes. It made me the best bowler in the world.
Yes.
Which I thought was
a tad smug, but
well,
I mean
classic modesty. I thought.
But he was. I think when obviously I was with him at Notts, and but when he sort of developed that wobble seam as well, I think that was when he really sort of went up a gear from being a very good bowler to an exceptional one, in particular to left-handers. And I remember watching Warner here when he got Warner out in the Test match a couple of 2 or 3 years ago, and everyone just almost believed it was going to happen, and then it did.
A little too short and cracked away for 4. There's no one on the boundary this early in the innings. First boundary of the innings, Yates to 7.
And Test cricket, Archer averages 22 against left-handers and 34 against right-handers.
That's
Quite
strange.
a big difference.
And like I say, often it's nicking them from over the wicket. He sort of bowls a ball and it lands around about leg stump. They feel they've got to play at it, and it just leaves them at that horrible pace at 92 miles an hour or so.
But the thing is with a Jofra or a Gus Atkinson, that they are bowlers that seem to get pace from a run-up that maybe doesn't indicate that. You know, I remember facing Mohammed Sami, played for Pakistan, and he could bowl at the early 90s, up to 95. It didn't look like he could bowl that quickly. And I think the thing about Jofra and Gus to an extent, they are bowlers that run up and can get, with their wrist as well, exceptional pace. So the batsman's already sitting back a little bit, and then when you get that movement, you know, you're not thinking, I must dash forward.
Sort of weights back,
yeah.
Sort of in no man's land as it comes
Of
across.
course, yeah. You know they've got that one that can slip it under your chin at very decent pace. So, of course, you don't get that far forward, but it does have that element of movement, and that's where Jofra is, you know, in his element, that he hits that area, late swing, and you know, that's where he, even when he wasn't taking wickets of the day, he looked like he could take lots of wickets with other balls that he bowled.
Just before that, we got 2,516 walk-ins today. So that's that, or is that that's the total crowd? Is it, excluding members? Now, of course, I'm sure if we take a little look at the members' pavilion, you'll see that it is very healthily populated. So it's another good crowd for a county championship match here at the Oval. Records have been broken throughout this season. We've had over 6,000 on one gloriously sunny day back in the height of summer. I suppose, you know, if your team's doing well, there's a good chance you're going to get more people in. But I think there's something slightly more to it than that. I went down and sat with the crowd. There were quite a few Warwickshire fans in. It's the advantage of being in London, isn't it, I suppose? Cosmopolitan environment.
Well, I mean, there's a train strike today as well, so
yeah,
there'll be some in London that probably can't get to Oval Tube.
Edged and taken. Rory Burns with a catch, a really good one, diving away to his right. That is the breakthrough. It is Dan Worrell. Change of angle coming round the wicket. He picks up Yates for 7. And Warwickshire, well, they've lost their first. They're 10 for 1.
I thought he played very well, actually. He didn't do a lot wrong, did he? But Dan Worrell coming round the wicket just held its line. Good catch from Rory Burns. But third slip is the gap that Warwickshire left, and the one that Surrey haven't.
Well, you did say that. You said look out for third slip.
That's Dan Worrell's 400th first-class wicket. 209 in the Championship, 183 in the Sheffield Shield, and 7 for Australia A. Just in case you're interested.
209, 183 and 7. Doesn't add up to 400?
184.
Ah, 184. Okay. Yeah.
That adds up to 400.
That does add up to 400.
Used to anyway, when I could do maths.
Well, congratulations to
There
Dan
you go.
Worrell. It brings Will Young to the crease. And foolishly, I've left my notepad with all my Will Young puns. I'll leave them out for whoever's ball by bowling after me.
Do you have a list of puns?
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing was, we were doing a game. Who would it have been? It was a Champions Trophy match in, I want to say, not Karachi. Although it must have been Karachi. It's either Karachi or Islamabad. It was Karachi. We had Tim Southey was joining us on the commentary, and Will Young was playing, of course. As Young is facing up. And
don't miss that.
No, don't. And I just said idly to Tim Southey, do you know the other Will Young? And he said, no, I have no idea who you're talking about. So I said, okay, well, just don't be surprised if when Will Young is out, the commentator suddenly says a whole series of words that you think don't entirely make sense. Because we commentators prepare every single song made by Will Young and try to find a sentence that is appropriate to the moment. As he gets off the mark with a little push. Tight single. But he's underway. And sure enough, it did happen. And much to Tim Southey's bafflement, commentator then reeled off a series of Will Young song puns. He just said, "Is this what you guys do on the radio?" "Yes, I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid it is, Tim. You're just gonna, you'll get used to it in time." There's one very obvious one, which I'll save for if I'm on when it happens. Are you familiar with the songs of Will Young?
I do. Oh, yeah, I know Will Young. I'm not.
Yep.
He's not on my. Not a lot of them on my playlist. If I'm honest with you, but
no, the same for me. I did have to Google, but you know, the other one is Sam Cooke, of course, because we always, if Sam Cooke's doing well, we always dig out the Sam Cooke playlist and try to find the most appropriate song. It's a wonderful life. It's a wonderful world, whichever one it is. It's one of them for Sam Cooke when he gets his 5th wicket in the game, that sort of thing.
So where does Mark Butcher fit into that as a cricketer and a songwriter?
Well, that's tricky, isn't it? I suppose he wasn't a songwriter so much when he was playing, or if he was, we weren't as familiar with his catalogue. Oh, just managed to dig that out.
Because he does a very good Tina Turner.
Does he?
He does, yeah.
End of the over, a successful one for Surrey, 14 for 1. Does he?
Yeah, we had a karaoke night back in the day when Bernie Coleman was our president, and we took over his bar and he had a karaoke night, which was great. And Butch actually did Tina Turner in a dress. He had a full.
Oh right, full on.
Yeah.
Full Ronnie Barker type.
He was excellent. I mean, he's.
Does he have the rasp?
Yeah, well, he's very good. I mean, obviously people would see a lot more of his music now that he's when he occasionally fits it in. He's commentated most of the time, or he's very busy with that.
He's got a new album out, doesn't he? This year, I think he's got a new album out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I actually went to school with Butch many years ago, back in our Cumnor House days.
That's nicely put away. The placement and timing of that was exceptional from Davis. There is a man at backward point, and he's got that dead square, just rode the bounce, got right on top of it. And there are plenty of gaps in this field to start with, as Rory Burns not searching or hunting wickets, but while that ball is new, there are going to be slips in place, and of course that will lead to gaps elsewhere in the field. So was he musical as a young lad?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was nice in the dressing room. Himself and Ben Hollyoake were two that used to get the guitar out in the dressing room, which was always very calming. So yeah, they're both very good.
Oh, that's a tight leave, but a successful one. I mean, it's moderately sickening when people are that good at both cricket and music.
I know, and not only that. I mean, Butch plays golf right-handed, so he can bat left-handed, play golf to around about 5.
So who knows what he might have been like as a right-handed batter? I
mean, if I play golf left-handed, I'll be terrible. But he's very good at that, frustratingly so.
Well, the modern day version of that, everyone says, is Chris Wokes. Everyone who plays cricket with Chris Wokes claims that he's just frighteningly brilliant at anything he picks up. So he's apparently an exceptionally good dart player, as well as golf off scratch.
Well, he probably gets a lot of time to practice. I mean, we're not so sponsored. Well, Gunnermore is a unicorn, which is so we had when we went on a tour for our away games. I remember Alex Hales having a dartboard that was strapped to like a sort of a door in the hotel. So yeah, but when we went, I played in the Legends series last year, a couple of games at Edgbaston, and there is a dartboard in the dressing room. So I imagine he had a lot of time to practice.
Yes, I can imagine he would have. I imagine he'd be an absolutely brilliant snooker player as well. I think he is, from what I've heard. Just sickeningly good at all things. Of course, he's got a bit of a battle on his hands with that dislocated shoulder. Which he suffered here, of course, in the last Test match against India. Slightly hopping around a touch there, Alex Davis. Ball sort of jagging into the ribs and sternum. He's not the tallest man, so doesn't have to be quite as short, do you?
What you mean, like a right-handed Ben Duckett? Is that what you?
Yes,
is that what you're saying?
kind of. Yeah.
He's a good player. I mean, he played very well the other day when Warwickshire were turned over down at Taunton. I thought he looked in prime nick, but he's going to have to play slightly more circumspect innings today.
Six overs gone, 4 off that over, 18 for 1. Andrew.
Speaking of Sam Cooke, as you were a bit earlier, you know how close we were to one of the greatest moments in the history of cricket during the Test match at Nottingham.
Okay, now the Test
I
match
told
at
you this
Nottingham was
before.
against Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yeah.
I don't think you have told me this.
Well, I mean, Sam Cooke, who was wearing shirt number 86, was bowling to Brian Bennett, the Zimbabwe opener, made 100 in that Test, who was also wearing shirt number 86.
No.
And Bennett at one point was on 84 off 84 balls.
Oh.
So if we'd had a 2 and then a wicket, 86 would have 86 to 86 for 86 of 86.
Oh, no.
It was so sad when it didn't happen.
Well, I'm sorry for you, because I know how much these things matter.
I'm sure Brian Bennett was much happier to make 138 though, rather.
It's quite the knock, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
My God, that feels like an entirely different season now. So long ago.
But didn't Alex Stewart get the same amount of runs as his date of birth?
He did, yeah. It's the same birthday as my wife. The 8th of the 4th, but not 1963. He's 8463, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, I'm not going to embarrass my wife by saying how old she is, but it's not as old.
Is she
gaffer.
tuning in?
I wouldn't have thought so. I think she hears quite enough from me as it is without having this piping away in the background. So still some swing. Well, I say still. If anything, probably starting to get a little bit more now from Worrell. Having got rid of the left-hander, 2 right-handers to bowl at. Slip still in place. Just getting into his work now, into the 4th over of his spell. It's nicely played by Davis, but good fielding in the follow-through. Now Rory Burns rushing up to him. What's he seen? What's he telling him here, I wonder? He's pointing at backward point or deep third. So what plan is being hatched here, Ali?
Well, the way he played at Taunton, he sort of opened himself up. I'm not saying that he's going to try and hit it. You know, maybe he's saying potentially going over point, but he's just, you know, that's where he hit a lot of balls sort of in that area. He looked to go over extra cover and wasn't afraid to get that to go into out. So potentially a little bit shorter.
But what has, excuse me, what has happened is that deep third's gone much, much wider. And Ryan Patel's moved in front of square on the offside. So they've effectively brought 2 fielders sort of wider or more in front of square. I don't think necessarily for the, maybe it's the aerial drive. It could
Well,
be
if he was, I think he'd be 5 yards further in for the potential catch for a cut in that area. One thing I would say that I think Surrey need to be aware of is I think Warwickshire have run their singles very well. It's something that Surrey did well in their innings. They didn't negate the 1s and 2s, or in particular the 1s, the drop and goes. I think they're very important. You're going to pick up your boundaries from time to time, but you just want to keep strike rotating. And I'd say Warwickshire have stolen 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to be proactive here because it's an awkward session. They don't want to get stuck as Hampshire did. Now that has found the gap. Chase is on. I think the ball is just going to win, and it does. It's a fine shot that from Davis to finish the over. He goes to 14, 23 for 1, 7 overs gone. 29 remain in the day's play. I should imagine there'll be another over or 2 from Worrell before we see a change. Jordan Clark's preferred end tends to be the pavilion end, so the switch you'd expect to see possibly first might be Atkinson out the attack, Jordan Clark in. think I've seen, my mind's eye, I see Fisher bowling from the Vauxhall end more often than not, largely because I've seen a number of shouts for LBW that look really good, not given over the course of this season. He's just been the most luckless bowler in the Surrey lineup.
Well, I hope he doesn't go for Jack Chantry's end.
Well, I think he might be at Jack Chantry's end, is he?
Dickie Chantry.
Yes. Well, he's been very, very strict on the LBW. I think you've got to be hitting middle for Jack.
Yes. Yeah, but that's not a bad thing.
No.
I mean, look,
well, you're a batter. You would have loved Jack Chantry, wouldn't you?
Oh, I like Dickie Bird. I like Dickie Bird.
Yeah.
I didn't like Ray Julian.
I was going to say, I was just about to try and guess who it would be, and Ray Julian would be the obvious one.
Well, but he always do it with a smile on his face.
Yes, I'm sure.
He got cramp in his arm a few times.
And he was Charlie Dagnall's bête noire. Because the stories used to be told about Ray Julian were effectively that if you came in at 10 and 11, he thought there's no point in wasting everybody's time. If it's hitting the pad, it might as well be this ball as the next ball. And of course, bowlers believe that they're much better than that. And they also believe that they get the worst decisions. And there may be some truth in that. I don't know. There may be. Never really done the analysis on it. But or it could just be that bowlers are very, very bad judges of when they're out. Oh, that's a beauty. Beats the outside edge of Will Young's bat.
I mean, Ray was mahogany skinned. So, I mean, if he could get a day off.
Yes.
To be spent on a sunbed somewhere.
Also, I dare say rush hour was quite significant, wasn't it? Or the approach of it, the avoidance thereof. Well, this is a story that often used to be told about Malcolm Marshall, wasn't it? That he would bowl within himself. They'd have to be reminded by Mark Nicholas, you know, look, it's 2 o'clock, we need 4 wickets. The motorway's going to get snarled in no time. Could you just slip the handbrake? Oh, okay. Boom, boom, boom. And away you go. We're painting a very peculiar picture of county cricket in the 80s, 90s and ooze here.
Well, no, I mean, I think Umpire of the Year is probably selected differently now rather than the vote of. If you think you've got like roughly half bowlers, half batters, and most of the bowlers would go for. I know he won Umpire of the Year at least 2 years on the trot.
Did he, Ray? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Now that might have just struck a bit of glove there. It's getting some nice bounce off this wicket. There's still a bit of life. Well, more than a bit for Atkinson. I met Ray Julian a few times and found him a thoroughly agreeable man.
Oh, look,
lovely man.
Very amiable. I mean, wouldn't have an enemy anywhere. I mean, just you know, good guy to have around.
Just keep the pads away.
Yes, just get hit on the pad.
Well, fair enough. You've got a bat there, Ali. You know.
I know. I've always thought that. I think, especially towards the end of my career, I was thinking, you know, I'm in charge of the ball not hitting my pad.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Another leave to finish. Maiden over from Gus Atkinson. A decent pace, 83 miles an hour that last ball. 23 for 1 from 8. The man to go, Rob Yates. Very well caught by the skipper Burns at third slip off Dan Worrell. I think, just having a little signs here. Yeah, Worrell's going to continue. He's going to bowl a 5th. I'm just wondering whether Atkinson's going to take a blow. Might be able to move to Vauxhall end.
I think
later on, you've got so many ways of skinning this cat, really, with 36 overs and 5 bowlers.
That conversation with Rory Burns was there. Do you want one more, or shall I hold you back and maybe have a late burst tonight?
It's well fielded in his follow through that by Worrell. I mean, that's presumably the way a skipper is looking at this, with 36 overs, 5 seamers, probably thinking one of them gets on a roll, then that's, you know, maybe 2 of them might bowl 9 or 10 overs. If it's not happening, you're looking at a maximum really of 7 overs per bowler, 1 spare, and separating that into 2 spells or 1. It's going to be how he looks at this.
I think obviously Dan Worrell up front is always going to be asking questions every ball. I'd say Warwickshire have actually marshalled these first 8 overs quite well with
with the exception of the catch and the wicket, I think they've looked quite compact.
They have. But we've seen how things can happen when this ball just gets that little bit older. So the fielding side starts to be able to work on one side of the ball. Again, nice shape for Worrell into Folkes' gloves. It's free after tea, by the way, so if you were thinking of popping in, it's great when you get a long session, 36 overs. It's still free, doesn't matter. If it's tea, it's tea. That's right, isn't it, Yas? That is right. It's 36 over session, you get 4 overs more for your money. Or I'd say money, for your no money. Which is a great deal. And if you're wondering how to get here without oval tube, well, you go to Vauxhall on the Overland.
I mean, that's one of the joys of the Oval, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant.
I mean, I know there's a tube strike, but it's so easy to access. You know, it's literally 10 minutes from Clapham Junction, and
if that. Well, I mean, yes, it is.
5 minute walk, but that's you know, to have that is really good. I mean, I remember when you leave the ground, especially from the big games, you sort of disperse, and that's really good. I remember being at the old Aegeus Bowl when that first started up, and that was like, I think they had Park and Punch or something there, because it used to take about 45 minutes to get out of the ground. It was like a bottleneck.
Still does. I did it yesterday.
Did you?
Yes. It's not the worst. That's a great shot. Straight as straight can be. Only just missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Alex Davis is looking good here. He moves to 18, 27 for 1. Yeah, the worst is unequivocally Cardiff. I don't know why anybody would drive there. There's no point. Honestly, if we have a hotel in town, which we always do in Cardiff, it would need to be about a 50-minute walk before you would think of taking the car. Because you may as well just leave your car in the hotel and walk, because you'll just be entirely stationary for the best part of an hour.
Could you not park somewhere and canoe up there or something like that?
Well, you could, couldn't you? Yeah, along the Taff.
Yeah.
It's quite a nice walk along it, though.
Yeah.
He's reached for that, and he finds the middle of his bat just past the diving Patel in the covers. 2 fine drives from Alex Davis. He moves to 22. I wonder if that's going to be the end of this first burst from Dan Worrell. 8 from the over, 9 gone, 31 for 1. I'm going to get out of the way because Yas Rana's going to join us as Surrey hunt for wickets in the last 27 overs of the day.
Fluent start from Davies up top, 22 off just 27 deliveries. There's a game last year here when Warwickshire came to the Oval where up until that point in the season Surrey were particularly dominant and Warwickshire came out and properly counter-attacked up top. And that will be at least 2 more in a way that basically hadn't happened to Surrey. And initially it was very successful actually, because not many teams take the attack to the Surrey new ball bowlers. And Davies again, he started fluently and started well.
He looks in very good form, doesn't he? I think they've sort of nullified the first 9 overs and looked fairly comfortable to this point. As I said, he looked very good the other day, and he's playing like a couple of nice check drives through the offside. He looks like a man in form.
Gus Atkinson bowling this over from the pavilion end, Dan Worrell at the other end. Samo, I've got a question for you. Surrey seamers with more than 100 wickets, first class wickets here at the Kia Oval. Where does Worrell's average rank? Well, certainly post-war, because I know he averages less than 20 here, and that's pretty good going. That is pretty good going.
feel that it's almost time for a change, don't you? In terms of, I think Gus has bowled nicely without going past the outside edge too much. And again, I think Dan Worrell's bowled well, but I think you fancy just shuffling the pack a little. And when you say counter-attacking, I just think they just played good shots, haven't they? They've just waited for the ball to be in their area, and yeah, on a wicket that's I think offered quite a bit. They've whether it's the sun getting on it, it's just easing out a little bit. I don't know, but it looks a little. Ryan Patel made it look easier, perhaps in the back end of the innings, and whether that's a sort of a slightly drying surface.
I suppose there are two ways of countering helpful bowling conditions. It's either absorbing pressure or applying pressure back on, and sometimes you see players, their sole aim is survival, and there may be balls to attack, but they're not opting to because they just want to get through initial burst. So it's encouraging at least to see that Davies is taking on those run scoring opportunities. We saw Patel have a lot of success looking to be positive early on in his innings, raced to 20 off 20.
But I think good players are always looking to score. I mean, I remember when Ricky Ponting was here, his first thought was, boundary if it was there. And I think what Warwickshire have done well to this point is wait for the ball in their areas, leave the balls that, be watchful of the ball that could come back or hold its line, leave the balls that are just outside of stump that they don't really need to chase, and just punch or drive the ones in their areas, which I think has been quite impressive to this point.
Ali, you were talking about potentially looking at a change in the bowling attack, and we have one. It's our first bowling change brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Tom Laws is on from the Vauxhall end, replacing Dan Worrell. Samo.
Surrey bowlers with 100 county championship wickets at the Oval since the war. Dan Worrell's now got 108 at 18.5. It's the 5th best average. Some good names ahead of him. Peter Loader is the best, with 436 wickets at 16.61. He played in that era with Locke and Laker, and when Surrey were dominant. But then the next three you'll probably recognise. A chap called Sylvester Clark got 300 wickets here for Surrey at 16.79.
16!
Which is better than Waka Yunus, who's 102 cost 18.01. And of course probably the greatest of the Surrey seam is Alec Betzer. And post-war 582 wickets at 18.02.
Yeah, that's pretty handy.
And then Worrell.
So Worrell's record is pretty much identical to that of Waqar Yunus.
Yep.
Ali, did you overlap with Waqar?
Yeah. I got to see Waqar actually, I was mentioning earlier on comms. I saw him when I was about 18, 19. I was in Australia, and he was just new out the block. And then suddenly we hear we're signing him a year or two later. And I mean, what I loved here was at the time we had Tony Gray here as our overseas player, and Tony could bowl really well. I remember him getting Brian Lara out for 1 at Guildford. We were like, how do we get Lara out? He's all right. And he nicked him off. He said, "Nah, don't worry, I'll get him out." He nicked him off for 1. I think he and Lara had a chat at lunchtime, which is something around sort of, yes, you'll play for the West Indies, don't bother turning up in the second innings. And Lara got at least a 50 in the second innings. So Tony Gray could be really good, but at other times, he didn't maybe get all of Tony Gray, and then suddenly we had a second overseas player as Waqar Yunus. And we had a player here, Johnny Robinson, who was a good player, but probably better on the fuller ball. And then there was a net with Tony Gray and Waqar Yunus on new find, and I was behind that net. I'm glad I wasn't in it. And it wasn't much fun to face, and of course he was running through. Most balls were coming through sort of chest high with swing, and it was quite uncomfortable to play for Johnny. But yeah, I mean, look, we got to I got to be with him here for a few years,
big appeal. Not given. And it'll be leg bide. Runs away for 4. Sorry, really interested in that shout. You can sort of tell if the players take a while to move at the end of the appeal, they think that it was a good shout. Interesting to have a look at the replay.
Well, it certainly wasn't going over, but might just have been slipping down. Yeah.
Yeah, probably slipping down. Tony Gray's one of those players who, you look at his overall career record, like how did he not play more for the West Indies?
He could certainly play. I mean, I was mentioning how I was short leg when he first started, and you know, he was fun when he was on it. He was fun to be short leg to, because most balls people were jumping up and down to. But then, obviously, we had 2 overseas players in those days, so and some quality overseas as well. When Wacker came in, that was obviously we saw the best of him, and yeah, I was probably with him for a few years, which was quite nice. Got to play against, because he played for Glamorgan as well, so I got to face him, thankfully at the back end of his career. But yeah, he was a tremendous find for us, and one of our greats.
Jordan Clark on from the pavilion end, a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm.
I did overlap with Sylvester Clark as well for a year. Not that I got to play with him, although I did face him as a 12-year-old in a game.
A 12-year-old?
12-year-old, yeah. And he came in off his full run-up and then bowled an off-spinner. This was when I was at Cumnor House. And it was, I think, our 50th anniversary or something at the school, and the whole Surrey side turned up. Because Alan Butcher used to coach us at Cumnor House, and Steve Kember, so they kind of overlapped with football and cricket, but the whole Surrey side came down. I was batting at 3 with no helmet. Sylvester Clark from the top of his run in he was probably about a couple of yards from the wicket by the time wasn't that close to the wickets. But then he bowled an off spinner, but he was a fearsome bowler, and you got that air. I probably had a year while he was here. But he was at a time as well when you used to have the Cricketers Pub, and Brixton used to morph, like you'd have all the West Indian music. It was a hell of a time to be here. I did play against him in a 6-a-sides in Singapore, which was fun and not fun, just before the end of his career. But yeah, very fine bowler, and feared by many.
Young very nearly chops on, defended it late. And the ball very nearly bounced back into the stumps. Yeah, that could have gone anywhere. Will Young, worth remembering, player of the series in that extraordinary New Zealand Test Series win in India, breaking India's 12-year unbeaten run in home Test Series. In a curious position of never having scored a Test 100, but being player of the series in one of the great Test Series wins of all time. Very useful overseas signing to have. Played in England before with Nottinghamshire.
It's a nice start from Warwickshire. No great alarm. Haven't gone past the outside edge too many times. Not too many player misses.
It feels like they've left well. There haven't been many plays and misses.
Yeah, I mean, they're blunting it a little bit, but also playing some good shots. And, you know, they're sort of... The run rate is ticking.
Left alone again by Young. It's the end of Jordan Clark's first over. It's a maiden. Warwickshire 39 for 1 after 12. It's a long time to go in the day. Still 24 overs remaining in the day. Pretty much a session of, that's basically the speed at which Test cricket is played at the moment. So this game can possibly look very different come the close. Either Warwickshire get well in excess of 100, not too many wickets down, or Surrey get properly stuck into that Warwickshire middle order. Appeal for LBW given. Law strikes at the start of his second over, traps Davies in front. He started positively, moved quickly to 22, but Laws gets the big wicket of the Warwickshire skipper, and after a good start, the visitors now 2 down.
He must have gone a fair way away, because for Jack Shentry to get his finger up, I felt that was potentially going into leg stump, but
yeah, Tom Laws really liked it.
And Ben Folks liked it even more. And I like that from a keeper when they actually get outside the off stump and keep running. He did get across quite a bit, to be honest, and the size of those small men's pads, it wasn't going over. And that's an important wicket. I thought he looked really good. I thought he played very well for his 22, but I think Surrey will be pleased to see the back of him.
Yeah, really interested to see how Tom Laws goes this week. He's not played as prominent a role this season as he had in the last two. A couple of fitness issues has meant he's not been as available as in previous years. But at his best, he performs such a crucial role for Surrey because he's someone who always comes in with that older ball. He's able to generate movement with that older ball. And we saw in his previous over, he likes to slip in a Yorker, got a slippery bumper too. And watching him in the 100 and last week in the Blast game against Northampton, I think he's put on a bit of pace. If you look at the speed guns, he's closer now to 85 than he was before.
But he often targets the stumps as well, doesn't he? And I think he's you'd say it's a golden arm for Surrey. He's kind of one of those bowlers that makes things happen. And what I like about this side, they're all a little bit different. So although you've obviously got your right arm seamers, they're all different types of bowlers.
Laws to the new man, Sam Hain. Big appeal. Huge appeal given. Laws is 2 and 2. What a moment that is. Sam Hain departs for a golden duck. 87.4 mph.
He didn't want to give it, did he? But it was really close. I think the only thing is height. It looked a good shout. But they were very... I think the shout got it. That's not a lot wrong with that.
I think that's...
I think if he reviewed it, I think he's out.
Yeah, you could see from his reaction as well. Yeah. Hain is showing a frustration at what is likely to happen before the umpire had
he looked a bit guilty, didn't he?
Yeah.
With that? It was a bit like... Oh.
But we're just talking about Laws potentially being slightly quicker now. I don't think we'd really seen him hit speeds like that in previous seasons. 87.4 mph. Really highly regarded by the England setup. He's been involved in several line squads over the last couple of years. And he has, you're right to say that he has been a bit of a golden arm for Surrey, but I wonder if the next stage in his development is becoming more of a prominent figure and go-to man with the ball. Sabo.
Yeah, he's actually had a bit of a lean run of it in the championship recently, because that first wicket was his first time he'd taken a wicket in 433 balls. His last wicket was Matt Critchley back in May. So he went 433 balls and 281 runs without a wicket, and of course 2 and 2 balls. It's his fifth LBW in a row out of his wickets, just as a sidebar.
New man at the crease to face the hat-trick ball, Zen Malik, the 27-year-old who made his first-class debut earlier in the season. South Asian Cricket Academy graduate, done really well for Warwickshire since breaking into the first team. But now he's going to contend with a hat-trick ball. Tom Laws into Malik. 5 slips alongside Ben Folks behind the stumps. Laws to Malik. Oh, targeted the stumps again. Really full, but a bit too straight. 88.3 mph. Laws really cranking it up.
When those speeds, to get those speeds as well, the fuller you are. But he's bowling good areas, and I said if I was number 5, the one thing I'd be trying to do is protect my stumps, because he's certainly targeted them.
2 slips immediately depart the cordon after the hat-trick ball. Malik gets off the mark with a single into the leg side. But yeah, we were talking about how long there's left in the day. And Warwickshire now suddenly 3 down with 23.5 overs left to go.
Well, I just feel it's a wicket that if you can get in it, then you can bat on it. But at the same time, I do think wickets will come in clusters, and it's difficult to get used to it if you hit the right areas.
This must be one of the quickest spells we've witnessed here this season. Again, pushing towards 90 mph. There hasn't been something we've necessarily seen from Laws that much in the championship before. There were signs that he put on some pace during the 100. I think for a Surrey fan, this is really exciting to watch. A young bowler who's come through the academy, broken through into the first team, and now pushing 90 mph. It's a nice shot, but for no run. Flicked straight to the man at mid-wicket. And it ends a brilliant over for Tom Laws and Surrey. 2 wickets in it. Warwickshire now 40 for 3. That's it from Ali Brown today, and alongside me for the next few overs, Adam Collins.
Yeah, great to be here. I was meant to jump on the previous over, but it was a bit going on. Thought I'd leave Ali to it. Yeah, you're not wrong about the pace of Laws. I mean, there was a lot made of what Laws was capable of a couple of seasons ago now. He ran through Kent here on a Saturday morning, picked up 5 wickets in a spell, and was hooping it around corners, and there were comparisons to James Anderson and that type of thing. Well, yeah, if you're running in and bowling 88 on the radar we see, rule of thumb, add a few mile for what you might see on telly in terms of the speed guns that you often see on broadcasts around the world. And you add that.
Clipped into the leg side by Malik. He'll pick up 2.
I mean, you know, if you're sending the ball down at 90 mile an hour and swinging it and straightening it down the line, and you're doing it from that trajectory, which is not for nothing either, that he's not a huge, bulky, tall guy. He's doing it from that skiddier trajectory, which is going to keep the stumps in play more often. And we've seen that he can swing it both ways. That's a very attractive all-round package. You can see why he's played Lions cricket already when he was a 21-year-old, I think.
Clipped behind square on the leg side, and that'll be 4. Quick start here from Malik. Immediately on to 7 off his first 4 deliveries. Malik has had success against Surrey before. Scored 100 for Edgbaston early in the season in a very high scoring draw, 105 not out for 119 deliveries. It's a difficult Warwickshire side to get into. Times this season they've left out some high profile names. One of many success stories from the South Asian Cricket Academy. Misfield at cover allows them to scamper through for a single.
Now, I was invited to do an event with the Sacker a couple of weeks ago, which I wasn't able to attend, but I think you did.
I was also not able to attend.
Oh, okay, sorry. I might have misunderstood that then. But it was to do with picking a... Well, you tell me. What were they doing there?
It was essentially a draft-style tournament where I think in the end, Cricinfo and the cricketer went up to Birmingham for it. Oh, that's a beauty from Jordan Clark. Right on the money to Young, who struggled to score since coming to the crease. 5 off 28 deliveries. Essentially showcasing just how much talent there is outside the guys who've already picked up professional deals, and there are, I believe, pushing double figures number of players who've come through the South Asian Academy, an organisation set up only 3 or so years ago.
I mean, they must be getting to, if it's not 15. It feels like every other week there's a media release from the SACA. There's some great news. Yeah, it's the SACA and ACE in concert, which both organisations say a version of the same thing. SACA always say they want to become obsolete, which is perfectly logical. I don't know whether ACE is quite strident in their thinking, but finding places where areas of the community have slipped through the cracks and the game's been lesser for it. Now the SACA, we were here when Amir Jamal, not Amir Jamal, sorry, that's the wrong player. There was a player who played for Warwickshire 2 years ago who came through the South Asia Cricket Academy, who one of the very first graduates, whose name escapes me now.
Lots of beauty. But we definitely completes the 14th over Warwickshire, 47 for 3. We saw Arafat Bouyan make his debut for Kent here in a championship game. I want to say last year.
And he might have been the second or third SACA graduate. And I guess the wider point here is that with every passing debut and every career that gets going, well, it is tinged with sadness, because it's a reminder that how many careers didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah, and it's really interesting and important for several reasons. One, it is providing a pathway for an underrepresented community in this country. If you look at the percentages of people who play the game recreationally.
Yep.
Genuine player miss from Malik. 85.6 mph from Laws. There's that side to it as well, and they're providing a opportunity for players overlooked earlier on, but also I think it also speaks to the professional game's wider blind spot for later developers. There isn't really a system in place to catch players who might develop more fully in their early to mid-20s.
Yeah, and I feel for players in that boat, just more generally, that if they've not found themselves ensconced within the county pathway, it can be hard to get there if you're playing minor counties. I know the Challengers, which is the combined minor counties team that started last year, and of course there's always been a minor county side, but this is a more dedicated bridge between the minor counties and the first class system. There are a number of cricketers in that team who are, as you say, improving as you go. You're entitled to get better when you're 23, 24, 25, right? There are so many stories of cricketers that have been nowhere near their best till they've got a 3 in front of their age. But the system, there are gaps, and that's one example. The Challengers as a vehicle to find space for them in the professional game.
And I think a sign of the opportunity that still exists to provide more opportunities for players not picked up early on is just actually how well some of these players do straight away. They're not just county players, they're some of the better county players. Full and straight from Tom Laws, give it again! A third LBW for Tom Laws. He's making things happen. Surrey on top, Warwickshire 47 for 4.
Well, it's fast and straight, and it's full, and he's giving himself a chance. And he's doing it in a most impressive way. 14 wickets in a day so far. 21 overs left after this. This game's moving at a pace, and Malik falls in exactly the same fashion as Davies and Hayne before him. We'll see the replay here. That he's hit him practically on the toe. A very easy decision. What a spell this is. He's taken 3 for 2.
Fast, full and straight. Again, quicker than 85 mph. It's a side to his game we have not really seen before in the championship, but it is a mode of dismissal we have seen a lot with Tom Laws before. He loves a Yorker. I reckon no first-class bowler in the country bowls as many Yorkers as Tom Laws. He's a speculative bowler. He tries different things. Unpredictable. And he's been absolutely brilliant so far today. Real difference maker. 20 minutes ago, Colo, Warwickshire 39 for 1. Alex Davies is going nicely. Will Young's at the other end, and you're thinking, Warwickshire have a good couple of hours here. They're well on top in the game. But in the space of just a couple of overs, Laws has completely changed the complexion of this contest.
The kind of spell that can, without overplaying it, change your life. I mean, these clips that you've called over the last 15 minutes, they will go round. They will go round and round and round because it's happening at high pace. It's striking what he's doing here. It's the type of thing that you might press fast forward in a couple of years if he's earning opportunities for England. This will be a reference point. This spell right here, we're watching it on the stream. We've known what he's capable of. I mentioned that 5 for against it was Kent 3 seasons ago. So, we're going back in time. 89.1. I spoke to an England bowler once, jokingly said, how quick do you bowl? 80, 85 on Sky. Now, I'm not saying it's literally as clear as that, but 89 on here, it's got a 9 in front of it when you're playing on telly. And he's hitting pads, hitting toes. Mentioned the lower centre of gravity. It's a beautiful traditional action at the crease. Great gather. Looks every bit.
It's the end of another really special over from Tom Laws, 48 for 4.
Yeah, if there was any criticism of Laws going back a year or two, it might have been that, was there that yard? We've watched him bowl spells here when he's been very obviously the 4th or indeed the 5th seamer turn to, where he hasn't bowled long spells, hasn't needed to, owing to Surrey's depth. Oftentimes you throw Kemar Roach into this attack and that kind of stands to reason. But here, given the chance early enough to get the ball talking, and 3 overs into his spell, 3 for 3, the numbers tell the story.
It reminds me of another spell from a Surrey bowler here at the Kia Oval, where essentially you watched it and overnight you're watching a different bowler. It was Gus Atkinson here in the 100 bowling to Joss Butler and Phil. So on that day he was clocked at 95 mph. Okay, 100 speed guns, there's a bit of juice on them, you think sometimes. But it wasn't the speed gun necessarily, it was the fact that in front of your eyes he was troubling 2 world-class white ball openers. Flick round the corner and that would be 4. It will also bring up the Warwickshire 50, even leg buys, 52 for 4, Samo.
Yeah, Laws didn't used to get a lot of LBWs. His first 80 first-class wickets, there were only 8 LBWs, but his last 6 have all been LBW.
Maybe that extra speed, hurrying batters.
Got to be part of it.
And yeah, going back to that Atkinson spell, overnight, when I watched that spell, it was on Sky, that helped. The discourse straight away was like, in English cricket there is a bowler who has made a dramatic improvement, and instantly Atkinson was catapulted into the England conversation. I'm not saying England actually have a pretty settled group of seamers at the moment. It's a large. I'm not saying this is going to happen overnight with Laws, but it is a conversation mover. Yeah,
it's a plot point. The Atkinson thing's interesting. I know he's out of favour because he went for runs last week, but the same thing happened to Sonny Baker in the 100 this year with that extra yard. And we've seen him with our own eyes, Sonny Baker, and obviously both fans of his, but it helps you jump the queue pretty quickly if you can demonstrate. Ooh.
Quick single. Last minute decision to go to the keeper's end, but they get through safely enough.
It's one thing to have a high ceiling that we often hear about, or potential to do all sorts of things, and what people are seeing at training and development in off seasons and that type of thing. But the watching of a player have their moment emerging to give a sense of what they might be, remembering that he's still such a young bowler that this won't be the end. This is not the cap of what he's capable of. It's a sense of the trajectory that we all think he's on. How old is he now?
22.
22.
Oh, clipped aerially, mid-wicket, was briefly interested, but in the end that runs away for the second boundary of the over. 10 runs from the first 4 balls in this over already. I also think with Laws, what is interesting is that those around the England setup clearly had seen something that they liked when he was operating closer to 80 miles per hour. He's someone who has been compared to Chris Wokes in the past. He can get the ball to really swing away. But if he's added this extra yard or so of speed, that is very, very interesting. we're talking about the broader picture of his career, but in the here and now, what a spell this could be for determining the direction, not just of this game, but this year's county championship. Surrey on the hunt for a 4th title in a row. Coming into this round, they led Nottinghamshire by just 9 points. Nottinghamshire visiting here next week. Left alone by Will Young, and that completes the 16th over. Warwickshire 59 for 4. Really good, healthy crowd in here at the Kia Oval on this Monday, especially given the tube strikes around London. Not easy to get around the capital this week. But a lot of people have made the journey. Anyway, here's the main man, Tom Laws, 3 for 3 from his 3 overs so far. Short. Ooh. Fended into the offside. First time we've seen Laws use that shorter delivery. His mode of attack has been pretty straightforward so far. Straightforward but effective. Fast and aim for the stumps.
Do you imagine he blows a couple more pads off in this spell? Yeah, let's say he's got 2 more overs operating at these, this pace, and near enough to 90 mile an hour. Take 2 more with him, international here in Young. He's giving himself every opportunity. I love the fact that it feels like the stumps are in play practically every delivery. There's no fear there, is there? You see some bowlers who in an effort to preserve runs, bowl a slightly shorter length, and there's none of that with Laws.
I'll be fascinated to, presuming that there's a good chance he gets put up for press this evening, I'll be fascinated to see what he says about what he's worked on to put on this extra pace.
I hope he does, media. Sometimes when a fielding team's still in operation, they don't. But yeah, you're right. Whenever he does talk, be it tonight or tomorrow, it'll be one of the days you think he would. That's the stuff. That's the fibre, isn't it? What's he done differently at 22? Now, bowlers don't tend to hit their peak pace until they're deeper into their 20s as well, which is also exciting about this spell. If he's already here now.
Yeah, we've watched a lot of him over the last few seasons. I'm trying to work out if there's anything visibly different about his approach to the crease or his action. Maybe just a bit more momentum as he hits the crease. A bit more snap in that action. But he's always been a bowler with a very, very smooth run up and gather.
It used to almost swing out of the hand, that beautiful outswinger. I could sort of, in the mind's eye, see balls catching the edge and ending up in the cordon when he's been bowling at his best here at the Oval. Where you can see the ball hooping late. Out of the hand, of course, but then late to deceive the batter. Not
full.
A million miles away from that ball right there, where balls are full enough and moving away. That was his primary weapon, but it feels like now, like that is part of it. That's part of the story, but it's what we've seen today. It's where he can hit blokes on the boot in front of middle stump.
He's a really attacking bowler, and what I mean by that is that there are some world-class bowlers. Use Pat Cummins, for example. What he does is he tries to bowl his best ball pretty much all the time. 4th stump, bit of nibble, seams away, outside edge in play. Full in straight again! Oh, not given this time. They'll come through for an overthrow after a misfield by Jordan Clark. Maybe a bit leg side, but what's another really good shout.
Good decision from Jack Chantry, I think, on the evidence of the first replay. I mean, it's easy to get swept up in it as an umpire. 3 have done that. That probably was just trending down, but what a potent delivery it was. We'll see it again between overs.
It's the way he literally takes the feet away from a batter when he gets his Yorker right.
He's flooring them. He gets that huge puff of dust.
It's a really good shout. He's so accurate with that Yorker, and this is what I mean. He's an attacking bowler. The Cummins comparison is that Cummins bowls his best ball as often as he can, and it normally goes all right for him. Laws is trying different things. So we've seen him have success with the Yorker. We've seen him nearly draw a couple of outside edges with completely different balls that are full, outside off stump, swinging away from the right-hander. Another look at that LBW shout. Yeah, really close. It's difficult because Bernard has come across his stumps a little bit, and it's so full. There's not that much more for the ball to travel.
I think what you're describing there, good bit of keeping from folks to keep it to one, it is about a bowler knowing their game and knowing what they do best. So with Cummins, it's the equivalent of like digging the Mariana Trench for him, like anywhere between about sort of 4 metres and 8 metres. It's on exactly the same line all day long. All he does is adjust the length because he knows that with the variable movement he gets, that natural, what we call wobble seam in modern red ball parlance, where he's not necessarily trying to bowl an off cutter or a leg cutter, he's just letting the ball do its own thing, and natural variation often takes care of the rest. That's why you see so many balls from Cummins where he hits literally the top of off, because I don't think he always knows that it's going to come back the other way, but when it does, it's full enough to do that. But when it's back of a length by a metre or two, that's when he's bringing the cordon into play. But he knows his game so well that he needn't vary too far from it. This may well just be a case of Laws realising that his game is best suited by being ultra aggressive and full. In conditions like this where he's got use of a Duke's ball on day one at the Oval, where we know there's going to be plenty offered to the bowlers, it always is this way on the first day of championship fixtures. And over time, yeah, it might evolve, but right now at age 22, doing what he's doing from his release point, that is the most likely way he's going to take wickets. And sure, it'll mean some days he goes round because the ball doesn't move as much. But backing what's most likely to take wickets.
Another big appeal for LBW.
Wouldn't have thought so.
More interest from Clark than the cordon.
Well, he moved across his stumps young before the ball was bowled, and hard to give that.
Possibly back to the... Yeah, no, it's a really good point. Oh, I wonder with Laws if it's a bit chicken and egg. Did he become this sort of bowler because of how he was used by Surrey? Or did Surrey use him like this because of his attributes? In that, since breaking through to the Surrey team, Surrey have had such a settled group of new ball options, predominantly Worrell and Clark, but sometimes Atkinson, sometimes Kimar Roach. Defended into the offside. That ends the 18th over at Warwickshire, 63 for 4.
I guess a better way of saying it is you probably wouldn't want Laws trying to bowl the length of Cummins bowls, right? Like they're built differently. Daniel Norcross is going to come in and replace you. What an eventful passage of play you've had. What you'll see all over the Surrey social media feeds tonight is Yas Rana calling those 3 wickets you can see on screen there. 3 for 5 Laws from 4 overs. All of them leg before wicket. Davies then Haney consecutive deliveries, and then Malik a couple of overs ago, 22, 0 and 8 respectively. And that has been the story of the evening session so far with 18 overs remaining. Daniel, what a thrilling passage of play it's been as Laws continues away from us.
It really has been. And thing is, if you get an LBW off Jack Chantry, you know that's out.
To get 3.
To get 3, absolutely. And if the speed gun is to be believed, he's bowling at lightning pace.
Yeah, we were reflecting on that before, that often the technology on the speed guns that we see in these games and other county games around the country, it might depress to a certain extent what we see on telly. So if you take that as the rule of thumb, some of those balls were touching 90. Maybe he was beyond it too, or near enough anyway.
So Will Young's on strike, the evergreen Will Young. He will, of course, have hopes and fears of falling deep and maybe crying on the dance floor, but so far he's looked pretty much indestructible.
How many times we've done this together, Daniel? We've done test matches where Will Young's played. I remember we did a game when he was playing for Notts, where he made 100 here, and you went through his entire
back catalogue.
You see, it doesn't work for me. I grew up in Australia, and therefore
You've never heard of it.
What happened here on a reality TV show doesn't quite tally. It's a black hole. Do you know there were auditions for one of the reality TV shows here?
No, I didn't.
I took a photograph this morning, Daniel.
Oh, yeah.
Now let me find it. It was for Britain's Got Talent.
Here?
In this stand.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you tempted?
Well, I just saw the sign. I didn't quite place where it might have
We
been.
should have got Samo on.
Gosh, to do what exactly?
Well, what do you mean to do what he said? The man's full of talent.
The world's foremost Peter Russell Clark impersonator.
Look, we can work something out.
Where's the cheese, mate?
Oh, that's very good. Daniel, this is Peter Russell Clark. He was a feature of my childhood. And when he worked on SEM with us a few years ago.
Oh, my goodness. He looks exactly like Andrew Sampson.
He passed away recently, and I think someone tweeted to this effect that he is a dead spit. Yeah, died at 89.
Australian TV chef.
He was.
Did you cook, Samo?
Nope.
I thought you would.
I can do a scrambled egg, and that's probably the limit of my culinary skills.
You can eat.
Well, I didn't like to say.
Having had lunch and dinner with you many times.
I only come for the lunches, you know.
Hey, I tell you what, there's something about statisticians, scorers, call them what you will, that they are among the most inventive eaters I've ever seen. There's a guy that we work with a fair bit. You'll know very well, Colo, called Phil Long.
Oh, yeah. We've toured India together. I watched him do his thing.
Phil Long is a man who will wait for the 3 rupees change from his 40 rupee tuk-tuk, which, for those of you who don't know, is a 37 pence tuk-tuk. And he's handed over 40 rupees, and he's waiting for that 3p change.
Yeah. Hustling, bustling freelancer. Good on him.
End of the over 64 for 4. But as a result, when he gets the opportunity to be put up in a hotel, and it's fairly standard practice when you're touring, you'll be in a hotel and the breakfast will be thrown in. Phil makes absolutely certain that he gets whatever size plate there is not an impediment to him. Sometimes, you need Alan's big plate if you're a normal mortal like you or me. If you're Phil Long, your understanding of food engineering is so great that he tends to start by creating a base layer, which can often be made up of a hash brown. And then he creates a pyramidal structure around that, using baked beans as a kind of cement, if you like, or glue, into which he will construct various items of sausage or bacon or other pork products, salami, and so on. And on he'll go until you basically have one of the great pyramids of Giza that has been created out of what he considers to be not just free food, but the food he intends to eat now that will last him for the rest of the day.
I referenced the Mariana Trench a couple of hours ago. This is the reverse of that.
Oh, yeah. It's exactly that, yeah. And similarly, both Andrew Sampson and Andrew Zoltzman, they are men who see the lunch and tea offerings at various test match grounds as a challenge.
Does hash brown eating qualify as a Britain's Got Talent skill?
You'd be good at that, would you?
I reckon I'd be pretty good at that.
Competitive eating. If you were given hash browns the way that they're done in, let's say McDonald's, which is the kind of the hash brown we're most probably familiar with these days, how many do you think you could do, Samo?
No, I actually couldn't do that many.
Okay.
Competitive eating's horrible. Have you watched the hot dog challenge?
I know.
What's his name? Joey Chestnut, and it's disgusting.
The fact that you can remember his name is somewhat concerning.
Well, he won it 10 times in a row or something ridiculous.
Right.
At Coney Island on the 4th of July every year.
So there's no chewing, is there? It just goes straight down.
Yeah, it's disgusting. No, I wouldn't.
Wow.
I mean, we can joke about hash brown eating, but I doubt whether I could eat more than 2 or 3 in one go.
We were going to do it in an Australian press pack when Australia got resoled in 3 days by South Africa down in Hobart. When they got bowled out for 85, there was a competitive eating.
Ooh. It's a tight run, but he's going to get home.
That would have been funny on the clip on the county championship feed. Me talking about competitive eating before the stumps were blown out. Where a few of my colleagues, one of whom being my podcast partner Jeff Lemon, were sizing up the field about whether they could take each other on in a,
Yeah, actually, Jeff Lemon is a man that you would want to be careful of in that situation.
Jeff
he's
is
very
so
much in the Phil Long mould, isn't he?
He does not eat outside of cricket grounds in the time that we're at cricket grounds.
No.
He just.
Why would he?
No. Well, quite.
It's
like going to a hostel when you're 21.
Yeah. That's nicely clipped away. That's going out through mid-wicket for 4. It's a really good shot from Ed Barnard, who's been a thorn in Surrey's side many times with both bat and ball. One of the most effective cricketers on the circuit. We were talking about the cricket draft, fantasy cricket if you like. So we take a look at this again. And his numbers with both bat and ball are just absurd. He's one of the first guys you should have in your fantasy cricket pick.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. He's super consistent. Loves playing up as well. By that I mean he loves playing against Surrey.
Yes, he does.
He's got 100 earlier this season. 5 for here a couple of years ago.
Another crisp shot into the covers.
A couple of wickets that helped shape the first session this morning. Finished with 2 for 42, but bowled better than that. Deserved something in that middle stanza.
End of the over 70 for 4. 16 overs remain. Now, who have we not seen? We've not seen Matt Fisher yet. Yeah, he's coming back from a little bit of injury.
Who bowled without luck at the start of the season, didn't he?
Oh my goodness, I mentioned this, yeah.
He bowled so well for so little. He's the kind of guy who deserves a day when conditions are suiting like this.
Now, I think Tom Laws is coming out of the attack, so we've got a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together.
Love it.
And it's going to be Dan Worrell coming back into the attack, because I'm from memory, Fisher's end, has he mostly been pavilion end? He feels like he's mostly been pavilion end this summer. And Dan Worrell, with a ball that's just that little bit older, with one side that's going to be that little bit shinier, it's going to be quite the challenge here.
There is so much time remaining, isn't there? An hour of cricket. And the light is fine. There'll be no concerns about bad light. This time of year, you get beyond 6 p.m. and it can be a bit of a bother. Not today.
Shouldn't be. I mean, the one thing always to keep a little eye on, because we have had a farcical situation around this time of year, or maybe slightly later in September, where the sun was shining, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, but because the sun was setting behind the JM Fin stand, you remember we saw the sun on the Sylvester Clark bar above the SSE Energy Solutions stand. And the players came off. And there was some consternation around that, because we're going to be ending here around about 20 past 6. And you can feel the chill of autumn. It's coming. It's around the corner, folks. We all know it. You're taking out the winter clothes. Those twill shirts are coming back into the rotation. The jeans are back on. Are your jeans back on yet?
Jeans back on.
Jeans back on, yeah.
Jeans back on. I was in shorts for 6 weeks.
Oh.
No more.
The linen trousers. Well, I have to have them slightly on standby because they're going to go with me to Guwahati, but for the time being.
It's what date do you first put a hoodie on is probably a telling.
Yeah, that is a biggie, and it's
measure
coming.
too.
It's coming. It's when you go into the pub and then after the game and you stay in the garden for the first time without the hoodie and you realise at 7:30, ooh, this isn't so great. You're outside of the Beehive. There's another plug for the Beehive.
Yeah. Other pubs locally do
exist, yep.
There's all sorts of pubs around here. There's the Hanover.
Oh, well, you've got all sorts of pubs. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Have we, Bumble?
Yeah. Well, yes, you've got your Fentiman, you've got the Hanover, you've got the Beehive. There's all sorts of places where animals live, not just beehives, of course. You've got sets. Badgers, they live in sets, don't they? All sorts of animals getting cold these days. And on it goes. And on Worrell goes with 3 slips in place. Will Young just having to leave these alone at this stage. Just hasn't quite enticed him into the drive yet. Young on 8 of 52.
There are some grounds that lend themselves more to the excessive light stops play.
Ah, yes.
It was Manchester before they spun the square around.
Was the same true of Derby?
I find it remarkable that they needed to spin the square around in the first place. It kind of suggests that they played No, it means they played more than 100 years of Test cricket at that
right.
ground
Yeah.
with the square the wrong way. I mean,
Yeah.
how was there not more instances of light stopping play the other way?
Well, I don't know how familiar you are with people from the north. My mother was from Yorkshire, end of the over 70 before 21 overs, and they consider themselves exceptional. And I dare say, in the same way, they kind of thought that if they could will it, the sun would set at a different compass point. Here in Manchester.
Sheer bloody mindedness.
Yeah, that sun will set where we tell it to set. That was the experience of the Yorkshire half of my family.
Yeah,
now then, we do have for the first time today Matt Fisher at the attack, a change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. Why would you not do that?
I couldn't agree more. He was involved in the second highest batting partnership today, Matt Fisher, when he walked in at 10. Surrey were 188 for 8 and staring down the barrel. He put on 58 with Patel, and that was a defining partnership before tea. Nearly got them the batting point.
Well, he's nearly got himself a wicket first ball, a little punch off the back foot. Didn't quite drag it back onto his stumps, Ed Barnard there. He's come back from a little bit of injury. He played well for the twos the other day in a thumping win. Picked up a few wickets. As we've mentioned a few times today, he's been luckless for Surrey this season so far. But he's a man who targets the pads. He will bring the umpire into play, you would imagine. Just trying to find his length to start with. Speed gun has him at around 80 miles an hour here, which feels about right.
Yeah, he was about a yard quicker than that early in the season. I'm sure once he's in rhythm, he'll be hitting that more at 83, 84, 85.
I tell you though, it's encouraging. If you're seeing Fisher being clocked at 80, I think it could give us some confidence in the numbers that Laws was being.
Oh, yeah, the naked eye test was that
it's quick.
It was sharp, yeah. Everything was beautifully in rhythm, middle part of that spell. 3 leg befores.
And the bonus here in a way for Rory Burns, and I don't mean this a patronising way about Tom Laws, but if you looked at his 5-man seam attack, you'd probably say that, for example, if Sam Curran had been available, the man to miss out might well have been Tom Laws. It might have been Matthew Fisher, it might have been Tom Laws. But he's the man who made that triple strike breakthrough, and he's now, with 14 and a half overs left in the day, he's got a fresh Matt Fisher. He's got Dan Worrell bowling a second spell. So he doesn't have to worry too much about fatigue in his bowlers. He knows that at the end of today, they put the feet up, come back tomorrow after a good rest.
Yeah, I don't sort of remember a time when Laws across the last couple of years has been required to bowl lots and lots of overs, because you're right, he's often been
1 of 5.
1 of 5 or 1 of 4 even.
1 of 4 plus a spinner.
Plus a spinner where he hasn't been overly taxed. And he did go for that long run where he didn't take a championship wicket. I mean, before today, his most recent championship wicket, you got to go back 4 games. So he had 3 wicketless fixtures in a row, which is tough for a bowler. So that was one wicket against Essex, and that was one of only 2 games he's played here this year. So yeah, there's a sense of cashing in, but also a sense of where he's sat in the relative pecking order at Surrey, where you've had Dan Worrell pick up 100 wickets across 23 and 24. Jordan Clark at 19, and Jordan Clark, who's been extremely dependable, effective and efficient from the pavilion end. So you got your 2 ends locked out pretty much straight away. A lot of the time, Kemo Roach bending it round corners when available.
Yep.
Hard to get on.
There you see going straight, targeting those pads again. So single off the last ball of the over. A steady over from Fisher to ease himself into the attack. 71 for 4. 22 gone. 14 remain in the day. Surrey will be targeting another couple of wickets if they can. They'll love to get Warwickshire 6 down tonight and hope to finish the job, be batting by lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, well, fancy that they've got the opportunity here. There's a window. Admittedly, Barnard's settled things down and Young's looked stable from the get-go. But one more here. If they give themselves 10 overs with Warwickshire 5 down it, this could get really ugly. So a lot does hinge on how well these two can absorb pressure over the next hour or so.
They put on 24 so far as Worrell starts a new over. Oh, and he nearly induces a little nibble there from Barnard. It's extravagant movement from Worrell. The key is going to be the one that he can bring back in, because the batter sets himself time and time and time again as the ball leaves them, goes away into the gloves of folks. But then he's got that sneaky one. Sometimes just spotted if he goes a little touch wider of the crease. Not, I'm sure, that we need to be giving Warwickshire's batters any tips on how to handle Dan Worrell. It's angled approach. Another good leave from Barnard. So you've got a bit of a trek in front of you now, haven't you, to get yourself back?
The thoughts just crossed my mind. In 10 balls time,
you've got to begin the trek.
The trek to N11. N11's a long way. It's not a long way from the Oval. It's 11 miles. So when the tube's in operation, good as gold.
Is it 11 miles?
Yeah. It's fine though. It can often I can do door to door in
half an hour, 40 minutes.
You know, it can be, if you really want it, 30 minutes if you really
want it.
If you really want it. And if everything lines up perfectly across the way. But
oh, and again, just starting that a little closer to middle and leg and taking it away.
I'd be surprised if I got home in fewer than 75 minutes today.
I think I would be. In fairness, near off stump, but that's the line that he wants, isn't it? The one that just makes Barnard think of playing. And also now he's got Barnard sort of thinking about that and thinking about leaving. He's kind of got him where he wants him. He's setting him up here. Can he finish him off?
Oi.
Oh, I say. 3 in a row. 3 little nibbles in a row. This is where sometimes you just get the fuller one. How many times have we seen him blow the pads off in this situation?
Yeah.
He's got a
the nip back of it. I mean, it's tried and true. It's which ball in the over does Worrell, who's a master craftsman, try and drag it back. He told me his relationship with the Duke's ball last year when we.
How is his relationship?
Well, he came out to play league cricket in 2015 in the Birmingham League. Not sure which league. I think it was a league in Birmingham, whether it was the top flight league, I'm not quite sure. He was playing at South Australia at the time. And he played one game with it, and he's like, I never want any other ball. It was
love
like
at first sight.
It was like the ball was made for him.
How beautiful.
So it took him a while to get over here as a professional, but initially with Gloucestershire and subsequently with Surrey, he's made the absolute most of it. Of course, selecting to be a full-timer here in England 3 seasons ago.
Last ball of the over. Oh, he's nearly got the leading edge. That's a great over from Dan Worrell. 71 for 4 at the end of it. Barnard has survived.
Another great line that he gave me about when he first played county cricket. I don't remember the exact sequence of games that he played for Gloucestershire. I remember one of them was one of them was Lords, one of them was Kent, I think. And he said his thought was, do they not survey these grounds? They've also got these enormous slopes on them. He's like, why are they not? These aren't fit for purpose, surely.
Correct.
So that combined with the Duke's ball, he was in heaven.
Yes, of course.
Yes, he enjoyed his time playing league cricket.
Which would be his
South Australians.
It's an interesting one, you see. When you've got such an extravagant away shape, do you want to bowl weirdly from the pavilion end at Lords? Because actually, if you bowl from the nursery end, it just takes it just too far.
This always used to come up around Stephen Finn, didn't it, at Lords, whether he should bowl counter-cyclically or not.
That's a really good bit of fielding by Ryan Patel in the covers there. Saves what would have been 4, I reckon.
And it's often, when you think about spinners at Lords, we're at Lords so often, it's more that's the conversation than other grounds with a slope. But do you bowl your off-spinner from the nursery end to bring in natural variation? Nathan Lyon bowls from the nursery end at Lords for that reason. Because he knows his off-break will turn anyway up the slope. And it's the one that doesn't spin that can often
do for you.
Be even more potent.
shot.
That's been cracked away. Chase is on. I think Patel's going to be able to haul that back in. He does. Couple more to Young. It's taken him 55 balls, but he's made it to double figures. He's doing a good job for his team here, Warwickshire. It's typically Kiwi knock, this, isn't it? It's got sort of like echoes of a right-handed Tom Latham. None shall pass.
He was set to be the man here at Warwickshire this year, but Young, in effect, took his spot. One New Zealander for another.
Oh, now then, he's got him. Oh, it's dropped. Dropped. I thought he'd got that, and Ollie Pope has spilled that, and he cannot believe it. We were talking about how luckless Matt Fisher is, and look at him, the anguish on his face. He's done everything right there. He's taken the edge of the doughty Young. That's absolutely perfect bowling, and it's actually a pretty straightforward chance that for Pope. Don't forget he's kept wicket for England. That's at knee height. It's exactly where he'd want it. He can't believe it. I think Young there thought he was just out. And he hadn't turned round to look to see what had happened. And Ollie Pope has dropped it. And how crucial could that be?
Well, you've summed it up well. Fisher has been the luckless bowler in this Surrey group. Every time we've seen him this year, we've remarked upon it. And here, in his second over, the way it nursed its way into Pope's hands as well. He had the chance to get the knee down just to give himself the perfect balance and somehow managed to ricochet out of the mitts. The only bit of mitigation might be that he's in the shade and looking out towards the sun, but yeah, even that's stretching it. Fisher, understandably, could not believe it. His body language.
And another beautiful delivery. What has Matt Fisher got to do to take a wicket? In fairness to Ollie Pope, no one attempts to drop a catch. And
no, of course not.
He looked utterly dismayed himself.
Of course not. I guess my focus is more on Fisher, right? Because you know, at the end of the year, people look at tallies of how many wickets for how many runs and what's their average, and they decide how good a bowler you are. Not at Surrey, they won't. They'll know how good a bowler he's been this year. But you know, he's got wider ambition. He's played for England.
Just seeing replay again, and you see Ollie Pope is in anguish himself. He's got his head in the crook of his elbow. And of course, a single to finish, 4 off the over. It should have had a wicket in it. 75 for 4. Adam Collins is about to try and brave the lengthy journey using many modes of transport, I have no doubt.
Yep.
Good luck.
It's been a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow.
You will. With 12 overs remaining in the day. Should be 74 for 5. Instead, it should be 73 for 5, shouldn't it? Because they got a single off that drop. Cameron Ponsonby is about to rejoin us. We've seen a couple of drop catches today in the Gordon. Warwickshire spilled a couple. It's first Surrey drop, I believe. And as Worrell starts a new over. Agonising that, isn't it? For a man with the hands as safe as Ollie Pope. I mean, you've got to say, it's a rare sight.
Well, I was just shown the replay next door because I was wandering up the stairs to come and sit next to you, and then I could hear your voice describing a moment of, well, not madness, it's just a phrase.
It could be a crucial moment. It's Will Young, who's not really put much of a foot wrong. He's not put any real pressure on Surrey's bowlers, but they would love to see the back of him. And apart from anything else, I've got a well-trodden line ready, waiting.
Do you want to give it a test run? Oh, goodness. It was exactly the one I expected it would have been, Andrew.
Yeah. It felt like they were les bons mots. But, you know, that's the thing about cricketers. They don't give a tinker's cuss for the struggling commentator and the absurd pun that they have waiting for them.
Did you happen to think of that mysterious lineup by yourself, or was it the kind of dozen to 2 dozen times it's been used previously, that kind of tip?
No, I've used it to great effect before. Various Champions Trophy matches or one-day internationals. I mean, it's commentary 101. Cam?
I thought Commentary 101. So for those listening, you can all guess it was going to be a joke about Will Young having to leave right now. A reference back to the Pop Idol winner.
If he's out
well, I've not ruined it. I've saved you from professional embarrassment. They've. I would have thought Commentary 101 would have been to avoid that saying.
No. The point of a ridiculous pun is that the more often you do it, the better it gets over time.
I would have that kind of down in the same category as when people say that someone's dissected a gap. Or bisected. Which one's the wrong one?
Why would you do that? Because dissected would be completely wrong.
Correct.
Whereas that wouldn't be wrong.
I think morally that's as bad.
Morally?
Yep.
One of the great privileges of commentary is that it's one of the few places one doesn't have to think too much about morality.
I never stop.
All right, Immanuel Kant. Who is your favourite philosopher? You started this.
I'm more of a Socrates man, to be honest.
Oh, no.
Yep.
And by Socrates, you mean Plato, do you?
No, I thought Socrates... no, sorry, I got this wrong. Aristotle, he wrote rhetoric.
That's more like it.
There we go. I can do this, Daniel. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll keep pace. I'll do my best. I feel like this is our annual philosophical war on the Surrey live stream.
Well, that's the one that comes back, and that was the one he was setting Ed Barnard up for in the previous over, but Will Young's been wise to it, tucked it away at the onside, a single to finish the over, 77 for 4. 11 overs remain in the day's play. We should get them all in. The shadows are beginning to creep as the sun sets behind the JM Finn stand, but I think we're going to be okay. We had a fast score situation last year. I was talking to Colo about it earlier when the sun was bright, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, but because the stand here is so impressive and large, it just meant that you could see sun on the top of the stands, but it obscured it so successfully that the umpires decided with a few overs to go that that was end of play for today.
So we're just in shade, in effect. Not in effect, literally.
Well, literally, yes. Yes, it was.
Well, the light looks excellent at the moment. It's been a beautiful day.
Hasn't it? Just a gentle breeze.
I can see what you'd mean in that as that sun continues to dip, the shadow of the stand that currently bisects Ben Folkes and the striking batter will continue to creep up and eventually plunge the wickets into darkness.
It is the nature, isn't it, of that. I can't remember whether it's the Gabba or Adelaide Oval which has this peculiar effect as the sun sets of creating two jaws that look like teeth, massive sharp.
Really? I don't know this at all.
It's marvellous. And you see them, and there's one on one side, one on the other, and it's almost as if they're going to clamp shut on the actual pitch. Edge, but it'll only bring the single. Dan Worrell down there patrolling it. Deep third. This partnership has moved now to 31. Could have been broken in the previous Fisher over. Ollie Pope spilt a pretty simple chance at second slip off Will Young. Matt Fisher, at some point you would imagine his luck will turn. It would be unusual if it didn't. Next season he might pick up 60 wickets at 12 as recompense for what's happened to him this year. Just guided away that time by Barnard, but slightly hesitantly, a little bit anxiously. Are you with us throughout the game, Cameron?
I am not here on day 3 because I'm off to Beckenham to do the women's match.
The women's game, yeah.
And the women had a pretty miserable defeat yesterday.
Lancashire.
Against Lancashire, where they scraped together to 137. I don't know if that's quite the right adjective for that. But then the problem was they then put on about 100 and got up to 230.
That's been cracked away a little before. A very rare, shorter delivery, that one from Matt Fisher, and Young, who's not exactly been aggressive in this innings. Saw the gift for what it was and put it away.
We've seen a number of very convincing pull shots across this afternoon. And Will Young, well, it's his first shot of any real anger. 62 deliveries for his 13, now 63 for his 17. He's pounced on a short ball. It's been difficult batting today, Daniel. It's why we've seen, well, Surrey went about it where they decided, right, we need to get these runs quickly.
Still in deficit by 163, as you can see there on the scoreboard. Still a long way to go for Warwickshire. End of the over, 6 from it. 83 for 4, 10 remain in the day. Well, tomorrow we have Simon Wilde coming in. He's going to talk about his absolutely excellent book, Chasing Jessup. I mean, it's a book that's up my street. It'll be up Andrew Sampson's street. Andrew, have you had a chance to read it yet?
I haven't, but I'm very much looking forward to it.
I thought you would, because for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Jessup story, of course, he holds the record for we think, the fastest 100 made by an Englishman on this ground back in 1902. And the oft-quoted figure is 76 balls. Well, Sherlock Wilde. Oh, a slightly loose drive. Squirts through the gully region down a deep third for a single. Has been on the hunt to establish exactly how many balls it is, and because in those days scoring was done rather differently, in England especially. In Australia, I believe I'm right in saying that a form of linear scoring was beginning to be developed in certain parts, but in England it wasn't really much done. But what did happen was that here at the Oval there was a state-of-the-art press box, better than anywhere else in the country at the time, and there was an enormous amount of interest in the game and quite a lot of journalists in there and a lot of people desperately trying to get their copy out in time. We will tell you all about that, and as a result what Simon Wilde thinks he's managed to establish. I'm not going to give it away, no spoilers, because
he didn't make 100.
For the nerd it's very exciting. He did make the 100 and it is exceptionally quick, but if I tell you that it's almost certainly quicker than we have imagined it always to be, oh, I say.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there what other ways other than linear scoring?
Well, you know how you
exist?
do it. You know when you do club cricket and you get just a box and you put tum, 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 tum.
Yep.
Well, in them their days, they didn't bother always attributing the balls to the batter. So you look at a scorecard, the score sheet,
yeah,
and it'll just have the scoring shots, 1-1, 4-4, 1-1-1, etc. Didn't bother putting the dots there. So the scorer hasn't got that, and we also don't have the scorecard for the score book for that, because I hate to say it, but it got lost.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, there's a lot happening in the Oval
Simon
during
could have
wars.
saved so much time.
Well, he might have done. But luckily there were a lot of journalists there doing their own notes. Oh, Worrell beats the bat. Young pushing tentatively at one that just leaves him off the pitch. And so he's done an awful lot of research, and he thinks he might have got to the answer as we take another look at that one. It's a little wide to be playing at. Maybe he's just dropped his hands a touch, but it's in that probing area from Worrell.
I think Warwickshire have got about 20 overs to get through here before
tonight and some first hour tomorrow, you think or so?
In effect, well, I'm going by the previous, well, Surrey's innings, when Matt Fisher came to the crease in the 46th over. And we saw when that ball got to around 50 overs old, it just stopped misbehaving as much. So if Warwickshire can stay in the game, grind their way through to 45 overs and only be, I don't know, say 6 wickets down, their tail may be able to wag more effectively than kind of Surrey's middle order did.
That's the jeopardy. Similarly for Surrey, they've got 9 overs here, trying to pick up another wicket or 2. If they can get 2 more tonight, they'd love that. Have Warwickshire 6 down with fresh bowlers tomorrow morning. That's the other part of it. Warwickshire's bowlers, of course, been out there for a while. A leave to finish the over. 9 overs remain. Young 17, Barnard 18, 84 for 4. The deficit's still 162. It's time for me to take my leave. I shall see you all tomorrow, but Yas Rana's going to come in and take you through to the close of play.
Matthew Fisher is going to continue from the pavilion end. It's been a relatively sedate innings from Warwickshire, other than that Tom Law's spell, which was spectacular and changed the course of the match. Still got a smattering of fans in here. Man on the left of your screen earlier doing what I thought many should be doing, and working from the oval. Great Wi-Fi here, Yas.
Brilliant Wi-Fi. You should have seen the speed at which my podcast files uploaded to the Google Drive this morning. Yeah, that is prime WFO, work from oval.
Couldn't get into the office because of the tube strikes, but can make it to the oval.
I like the idea of him coming here just because the Wi-Fi is really good. Doesn't even like his cricket. You were talking about the Warwickshire innings being relatively sedate. It's a pretty useful rebuilding job, this, between Barnard and Will Young. Will Young been at the crease for more than an hour and a half for his 17 not out, but they've put on 37 since that third Tom Law's wicket, that of Zen Malik for 8. A reminder that Surrey could only get up to 246, that we think is a roundabout par. But Ali was saying earlier that he wonders if conditions have actually got better for batting as the day's gone on, just in the way that Ryan Patel batted with real freedom in that second session. Alex Davies started briskly as well. Even visibly from up here you can see the pitch changing colour before our eyes. Left alone at the last moment. Don't quite get the sense of it as much on the pictures that you see at home, but from our position in the JM Finn stand, visibly less green than it was. Maybe the effects of a day in the sun. Weather's been pretty good today. Clear skies for most of the day. Oh, that brief shower in the second session. Width, and that's punished. Driven firmly through backward point for 4. Barnard moves into the 20s. 88 for 4. His partnership now worth 41.
Effective shot from Barnard. Just a little bit of width and a loose delivery from Fisher. And that's what this pair have done very well. And that their rebuilding job has still seen the runs being scored and progress being made.
Clip off the pads for a single. 5 runs from the over. Warwickshire 89 for 4. We've described Matt Fisher as luckless quite a lot this season, and while that delivery was there to be hit, he's very unfortunate not to have a wicket to his name already.
Wasn't it Chris Wokes who kind of developed that opinion, that reputation early on in his England career? I think I remember this being the case of him, where he'd bowled several kind of very aesthetically pleasing spells, but beating the bat on regular occasions, having the odd catch dropped of his bowling as well.
I remember there was a tour to South Africa in 2015-16 when Wokes was still very much emerging. He wasn't a regular in the side. I can't remember who it was for, but he was in the 11 as a replacement. He didn't start the series in the 11. And there was one game, and I think at this point his records, raw numbers weren't great. Not from many test matches, but his record wasn't great. Before the point, people had really made up their minds about him. And there was one game I remember he had a couple of catches dropped off his bowling. And I think people who weren't necessarily following it that closely looked at the numbers and thought, well, that's not very good, is it? Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Dan Wall, back of a length, very, very close to drawing an outside edge. In the end, Barnard does very well to retract his gloves from the situation.
Ooh.
But actually, upon replay, maybe he did so after the ball passed him.
That's the second delivery from Worrell in a couple of overs, which has really leapt off the pitch. The ball's still only 28 overs old, and it hasn't been thrashed around that much. Still hard enough. And you just see the floodlights, the shadows of the floodlights are just creeping over a length. You can see it on your screen there. The light is beginning to fade.
I think going back to Wokes, I think people wondered what his England Test future would look like going into the 2016 summer, and I think there was an injury to Stokes that allowed him to come back into the team, and that was the summer where his reputation as a outstanding bowler in home conditions really came about. He had that spectacular Test match against Pakistan at Lords.
He has played a genuinely remarkable amount of cricket for England. Chris Wokes, well over 200 games across formats. If he does play a few more Test matches, he'll get to 200 Test wickets. He's on 192 at the moment. He's got 2,000 Test runs. About 220 appearances all in all, having debuted way back in 2011 in
so
the white
long
ball
ago.
stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing with players like Wokes and Rashid, who played a lot of white ball cricket. You sometimes forget just the raw volume of wickets they've taken and games they've played. I was looking yesterday, Adil Rashid is 5th on England's all-time leading wicket takers list across formats.
Wow. I'm trying to work out if that surprises me or not. I guess it does do, because he's not played a large amount of Test cricket, which is kind of the point of therefore the volume of white ball, ODIs, T20s.
Dies on Ben Folkes just before it reached him. He does well to gather it cleanly. Made an over from Dan Worrell, Warwickshire, still 89 for 4. He's got more international wickets than Graham Swan, and he's not that far off 4th place, which is Darren Gough, and it's not inconceivable that he catches Ian Botham in 3rd. So if he has a good run of fitness, gets through to the end of the 27 World Cup, he'll certainly be in the top 4 and an outside shot of being in England's top 3 wicket takers ever. And I think, to illustrate your point, Wokes is actually in a relatively similar boat in terms of, on that all-time list, he is probably higher than people would expect.
I don't know whether I'm just kind of playing to the crowd here a little bit, but I think that Adil Rashid stat, what it mainly does is reinforces the point of kind of that what sticks in the memory is red ball cricket, as opposed to just how quick the turnover of the white ball game is.
Left alone, that goes to the boundary, but it's a dead ball because Will Young made no attempt to play the ball. Just fact checking my own Chris Wokes stuff.
Yep.
That was sort of right. So he plays that tour as South Africa, doesn't make the 11 for England at the start of the 2016 summer, and then played the 2nd Test of the summer because Ben Stokes is injured. So that's his route back into the 11, and hasn't really looked back from there.
I think for Adil Rashid, kind of his 2 most memorable wickets both come against India. One is in the white ball game against when he bowls Virat Kohli, and the other is the delivery, I think it was here against KL Rahul. So even for a player like him, where such a low percentage of his England wickets have come in the whites, still kind of 50% of his most memorable wickets has come in Test cricket. And he's also, I think this point was actually made to me a week or so ago by a friend who made the point that Alex Hales is very likely, if not inevitably, going to become the leading T20 run scorer of all time.
So that blew my mind. That completely blew my mind.
But it's because of where the runs are being scored.
Well, especially now that he takes no part in the English summer, yet he's still a very active player.
I do wonder. Let me see. Okay. He hasn't. Because I know he had a spell at the max 60 Caribbean earlier this year, playing for Vegas Vikings, and those runs didn't count.
Quite right.
Correct. But he's on 14,047, average of 29.88, striker of 145.
I guess you forget those English players who are around his age almost have a bit of an advantage just because of how many blast games there are. So in the days pre-leagues, someone like Hales would have racked up a volume of games that would have been hard to replicate outside of England.
I think it's quite a good point. I've got the stats up here. He's played 178 games for Nottinghamshire. His next highest in any other league is 78 in the Big Bash, which is spread across 4 teams.
And actually the genuine T20 superstars tend not to be at the top of those lists because they don't tend to play that high a volume of competitions.
Well, Hales has only played once in the IPL, 1 year. He played 6 games in 2018, which again surprises me actually. And if you are kind of a superstar of the Indian game, more to the point, not a superstar where you're the calibre of player who could be jobbing around the world, the Indian players don't play in the other franchise leagues internationally.
Driven firmly down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Will Young. Crisply struck on drive, and yeah, it reaches the boundary. 6 runs from the over. Warwickshire 95 for 4, and this partnership going very nicely. Reminder that Warwickshire were 47 for 4 after that triple strike from Tom Laws. 2 in 2 balls, and then the wicket of Zen Malik a couple of overs later. All LBW. Rolling fast, full and straight. But these two have rebuilt the innings very nicely. Warwickshire in a much more stable position, 91 for 4, but a crucial passage of play to come, partly because there's a change in the bowling attack, a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. And the man back into the attack is the guy who created all the damage earlier on, Tom Laws from the Vauxhall end.
Will Young's been playing a very fine hand here, 22 off 74. He's with Warwickshire after replacing Tom Latham, who was meant to be here but then got injured. I love it when just kind of you can see so clearly why a change has been made in terms of Tom Latham, Will Young, almost definitely mates, Kiwi teammates.
Bit of width and punished. Loose delivery from the returning Laws, and that's been sent dismissively to the offside boundary for 4.
Well, Laws figures just taking a slight dent here. His first 5 overs only went for 6 runs, but no maidens. Well, that was a statistical quirk.
Yeah, nice statistical quirk. I was enjoying that one quietly. And, still hasn't bowled any maidens. But yeah, 5-0, 6-3 is very unusual. If you do have 3 for 6 and 5 overs, there's usually 2 or 3 maidens at least, aren't there?
Do you prefer to enjoy those statistical moments quietly or loudly?
It depends.
Do you like sharing the moments with the rest of us?
I quite like sharing them occasionally.
I was trying to work out what kind of question I could ask off the ball. What's the most economical? Go on, then you go. Yeah.
What's the most economical spell in the history of first-class cricket without a maiden?
There we go.
That isn't 1-0, 1-0.
Yes.
Like might be 10-0, 17-0.
Yeah, we need a minimum. I think minimum 10 overs.
Minimum 10 overs.
That sounds sensible.
I'll do that.
Well, is that likely to be answered in the next 5.5 overs, or are we coming back tomorrow?
No, we can do that in the next 5.5 overs.
Goodness me.
Brilliant, I can't wait. Width again, 4 again. Another loosener from Laws. Not quite found his radar in his second spell. And Bernard walks into the 30s, and Warwickshire move past 100.
Well, blowing hot and cold here, Tom Laws. He was unplayable in his first spell, bowling fast and straight, and this time he's just offered some width up to Barnard on 2 occasions. He's crashed the ball through the offside. See some of the Warwickshire players on the balcony there.
It's better from Laws. Finds his areas.
Interesting to see Dan Mousley back down the order. I'll have to go back and have a complete examination of where he's been batting across the season, but the emergence of Zen Malik, who's batted very well at times, kind of lifting up to number 5. Does he have his pads on there? Yes, he does. So not quite in Night Watchman territory yet.
Interesting season for Mousley. He left out of the Warwickshire side earlier on, but picked in England line stuff at the same time. So hard to work out where he is. Scored his first class 100 of his career earlier in the campaign. Do we have an answer
already? No way.
No,
okay.
don't really. No. It's quite a lot of games got to go through, but it's busy doing the process.
I'd have been sad.
I'll give it a minute or maybe a minute and a half, and it'll be there.
That suggests that you have the answer already, but you just want to build up the tension and build up
I have the
suspense.
I have the computer program to do it already, and the computer program is busy churning through 63,000 first-class games and probably over 1.5 million or something set of bowling figures. So
another change in the Surrey bowling attack. Gus Atkinson is on from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Build a sustainable future. Take action to protect the environment for generations to come. Really big moment in the day this, Cam, because not that long ago you just said Surrey overwhelmingly on top, but this partnership has changed the game, not necessarily dramatically, slyly almost.
I still think you'd just rather be Surrey than Warwickshire at the moment. I think Warwickshire needs to get another 30 or 40 runs on the board before we'd call it level. By contrast, Surrey were 134 for 4. And that's when they lost their 4th wicket, and they then lost their 5th at 168 before they had that kind of quite dramatic collapse. They managed to scrape their way up to 246 in no small part thanks to Ryan Patel, who made an unbeaten 72. These two are batting very well at the moment. Young being solid, Barnard being expressive.
Left alone by Young. Atkinson on this ground just over a month ago was the go-to option for England. Ollie Pope skippered England that week. In the absence of Ben Stokes, Atkinson returning to the side for the first time in that India series was irresistible. In that first innings in particular, then had to go through an enormous body of work in the second innings with England, down to 3 seamers with Chris Wokes out injured.
I'm just having a look here, and mostly what it's showing is the number of innings for which we have players as having bowled no maidens when in fact they must have done. So I'm going to try and narrow it down to
4.2 overs to go.
Where we can actually look at something real. I can tell you, well, let's do Test cricket for a start.
Okay.
Because we've definitely got maiden overs for all of their bowling figures.
Not quite what we asked for.
Not quite, but we'll get there. But you don't want me to say people were bowled 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 5 count, because they don't obviously, that's because there's a naught in the bowling when it should be a missing. But there's also other ones where there's 25 overs, 6 for naught maidens, 6 for 40, which seems unlikely as well. So let's just do Test cricket quickly.
Finding Will Young's Test record itself is quite interesting as well. He averages 33 of the bats across 22 Test matches, but no centuries.
It's a nice shot, clipped into the leg side. Jordan Clark chasing after it, pulls the ball back in, and come back for 3. Yeah, we were saying earlier how quite impressive for a specialist batter to have been the player of the series in one of the most famous series wins ever, but isn't yet a Test match centurion. It's an indication on screen there of the work that these two have done, putting on 59 for this 5th wicket. Warwickshire right up against it when they lost that 4th wicket, 47 for 4. The ball just 15 overs old. Laws, Clark, Fisher, very fresh at that point. But they've negotiated the rest of those spells. Worrell's returned. They got through that spell. 1 over of a returning Gus Atkinson 2. And now Laws again. From the Vauxhall end, 4 overs left in the day. 2 slips in place. He's going to have to start again because some pigeons got in the way.
Does happen. What can you do? Well, we're pretty close to the shadows completely stretching across the wicket at the moment. We're just underneath the cloud, which is why the light has dipped slightly here at the Kia Oval. Still pretty confident we'll get in these last 23 deliveries. Still time for Surrey to make a real difference to this match.
Full again. Race away for 4. Outside edge from Will Young, but well wide of Ollie Pope at second slip. Laws returning to that delivery that brought him so much success earlier on. The Yorker doesn't quite nail the line. Bit of away movement. Will Young now on to 29.
So in Test cricket, the most economical bowling figures by somebody bowling 10 overs with no maidens is by Wally Hammond.
Oh, he's everywhere, this guy.
In 1935, bowled 10 overs, no maidens, none for 17.
That's a higher number of runs than I anticipated.
Same.
Can we find out? I want the most number of consecutive overs that have gone for just 1 run.
That won't take 2 minutes.
Straight again, appeal for LBW. A decisive not out decision from umpire Chantry. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, you can see why they're interested, but probably just a bit leg side. Seen throughout the day, really, batters from both sides looking to get outside the line as much as they can, shuffling across their stumps. So can be quite hard to work out exactly what the line is for some of these LBWs, because you initially think, oh, that's way too leg side, but then you see where they're standing. Short and pulled into the gap for 4. Gus Atkinson diving to his left, gets a hand on it, but isn't able to claw it back within the rope. They're not just surviving at the moment, but they're scoring runs at a decent pace.
Alvin Calichuran bowled 18 overs, no maidens, none for 32 against Australia in Brisbane in 1979-80.
Hey, we're going up
pretty
now.
good, isn't it? Yeah.
Surely someone must have done. So maybe someone's done like 9 overs, none for 9.
Let's see what the most number of overs were that all maidens. Or it's not all maidens, the same as number of runs conceded. Yeah, we can do that.
Three overs remaining in the day. Warwickshire now 114 for 4. Partnership worth 67. short, and Bernard looks to pull it, but the ball just died on him a little bit.
There's a 6 overs, no maidens, none for 6 by Craig Brathwaite.
Perfect.
Which I would have worked on that game at Birmingham in 2017, West Indies, England, the day night test.
Craig Brathwaite, Morley Hammond. Natural bedfellows, I've always said.
Really?
Always.
What books have you been reading?
Is that the record? There's no 7 and 7.
No, there's no 7.
Okay.
And 7. Let's see what I can find in county championship cricket. We should be more solid ground on.
I hope Craig Brathwaite knows he's the holder of that record.
If he doesn't, you could tell him.
We'll reach out.
You're a resourceful journalist, Cam. I'm sure you could find his number. That'd be great. Hi, Cameron Ponsonby here.
Craig, I want to write a 5,000 word article on your 6 overs, no maidens, none for 6.
6,000. We do 1,000 words for every over.
1,000 for every over.
He does have some amazing stats associated with him, though. He scored something like 50 or 60 or kind of dozens of centuries by the time he was 14 or 15. He scored a laughable amount of runs.
Yeah, I think it was 33. I remember Tony Cozier being very excited about him.
Yes. So it was 33.
I think it was 33 before he was 14, yeah.
Was Jack Leach bowling to Craig Brathwaite?
Yes.
Some sort of record-breaking combination at Barbados a few years ago.
Was it the most number of balls of an individual had bowled to another to better in an innings or a match? A match, I think it was a match. It was both innings.
Four more, bit of width. And it's another boundary for Warwickshire. They're ending the day really well. The second most profitable partnership of the game so far. And it's not just survival. That Surrey lead, now only 128. Lots of batting to come for the visitors. This ball now 34 overs old. Dab down to deep third for a single. Bernard will retain the strike. Warwickshire 119 for 4.
Had a look at Craig Brathwaite's Wikipedia. So it's still, this number's 28, but the kind of legend holds, as it were, that he scored 28 centuries in local cricket in Barbados before being included in the West Indian under-15 team. You think 28 something? If you're 14 years old, there's not really been 28 weekends for you to play on. There we go. 2 overs left here at the Kia Oval, and Ed Barnard well placed on 37. It's been 20 overs since the last wicket.
Pushed into the offside, timed really nicely. No more than a gentle push, but it's one that brings Barnard 2. He's been the more positive of the pair. And actually, positivity has been rewarded today. The guys with the most significant contributions have all scored pretty freely. Rory Burns off to a flyer initially, slowed down after the interval, where Bamber and Barnard bowled really nicely. Width and 4 more. Emphatic from Barnard. Into the 40s now. Warwickshire more than halfway up to the Surrey total. Slight discrepancy between what we're seeing. No, it's fixed now. There was a different number on the big scoreboard to what we were seeing on screen, but Warwickshire now 121 behind Surrey. Ending the day with a flourish.
In the county championship, it looks like the most economical spell of 10 or more overs without a maiden. There's 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13.
That's better.
By Oswald Herman, father of Bob. Some people of my vintage will have remembered Bob playing a lot of county cricket. For Hampshire versus Middlesex Bournemouth in 1946.
Otherwise known as Lofty.
Otherwise known as Lofty, very good.
Oh, this is lovely. Lofty Herman took 1,045 first-class wickets. That's too many. Across 322 games. His son, Bob Herman. He took 500 first-class wickets.
Yep.
High standard in the garden.
Better from Laws.
Well, Tom Laws is going to finish today's play with figures that do not tell the story of his kind of two spells. Finished with very fine figures, 3 for 29. His last 2.5 overs have cost 23 runs. His previous 3, well, he was unplayable. You just see that sun dipping over the Keir Oval here.
It's another run to the Warwickshire total. 8 runs from the over. Warwickshire 127 for 4 as we approach the final over of the day. It will be Gus Atkinson one more time. 7 overs, none for 22 for the England man. When we were talking about the balance of the day's play 7 or 8 overs ago, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it feels like Warwickshire have scored much more quickly than you'd normally expect in the final stages of a day. So a big moment this. Can Warwickshire get through without losing another? It's another run to Young. He's played really nicely, very organised, solid in defence.
Well, in Warwickshire's last 6 overs, they've scored 38 runs, I believe, so they've been going out and run a ball better than. And as you say, it feels like it's been that little bit more, because it's come at a time of the day when you normally expect things to quieten down a little bit.
Short. Pulled hard into the leg side for 4. The runs keep coming for Warwickshire.
Well, Surrey had just dropped 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side. Kind of signalled towards the short ball. But the line of this, it being outside off stump, Barnard had to be on that so quickly. The only place you can pull that is well in front of square, and you can only do that if you're on it early. Convincing shot by Barnard, who's got a chance to bring up his half century by the end of the day.
That dies on Barnard. Just the first signs of a bit of inconsistency in pace in the pitch.
Sadly, I can't find a 7-0, 7-0 or better in the championship, although Barry Wood did do a Craig Brathwaite with a 6-0, 6-0. Lancashire against Notts in Manchester 1967, England.
I'll take that. I can live with that. I've only got 3 balls left to ask you another question.
Yes, that's why I was trying to answer that one before you could. Tried another one with 3 balls to go.
Playing for time. Defended again for Barnard, who we must remember is having a brilliant season in the championship. 12 games in, 859 runs at 61.35, 300s and 3 half centuries already, leading the run scoring charts for the Bears. He's looked in supreme touch so far. 2 balls to go in the day.
The
day that's been played on fast forward for much of it. If you were to look at the scorecard in isolation with no context, I don't think you'd guess that we're still on the first day. Sorry, 246 all out. Warwickshire 132 for 4. 378 for 14 across the day. That's a good, exciting day of cricket. Momentum swings throughout. Here's the final ball. Gus Atkinson to Ed Barnard, 48 not out. Defended to mid-on, and that will be that for day one of this county championship fixture. It's a hugely important one. Surrey just 9 points clear of Nottinghamshire going into this round of games. Nottinghamshire have started very well up at New Road, bowling Worcestershire out for 182. And as I just said, really exciting day's play here. Surrey 246 all out. At one point it looked like they'd get a lot more than that. At another point it looked like they'd get a lot less. Ryan Patel top scoring in the end with 72 off 67. And at one point in the Warwickshire innings it looked like they were in a real spot of bother. 47 for 4 after Tom Laws struck 3 times in the space of 2.5 overs. But since then, Warwickshire have rebuilt really nicely. Will Young, the New Zealand overseas, 35 not out off 90 deliveries. And Ed Barnard continuing his fine season with the bat, unbeaten on 48. Cam, how do you see it? Who's on top?
Well, I think Warwickshire have got about an hour left to play here before advantage will switch to them. I still think you'd rather be Surrey at this immediate point in time. When we come back tomorrow morning, fresh bowlers, kind of a little bit of dew, a little bit of moisture in the air. I still think you'd rather beat Surrey 110 ahead and with a chance of nipping out the remainder of that Warwickshire batting order. However, we've seen in Surrey's innings, when we got to around the 45-50 over mark, that ball gets a little bit softer, gets a lot easier to bat. And so for Warwickshire, it's a little bit of a case of just damage limitation, get yourself there and then chip your way into the lead. But, well, we've had an excellent day's play and advantage Surrey, but not by much.
Yeah, 378 for 14 across the day. As Cam says, probably still just about advantage Surrey. Crucial first hour early tomorrow. Can Surrey make the most of those helpful early morning conditions? A reminder, we start at 10:30 rather than 11 a.m. in September in the championship. That is everything from our team here today. Thanks for tuning in